Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 1544, Innermost Void. After returning the silver blade to Nephis and failing to say anything meaningful to her, Sonny did not have much to do. He spent some time with Kai, Effie, and Jet, enjoyed a good night of sleep, and then assumed his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree to meditate. Everything that could have been done was already done. They had prepared as best they could, at least he thought they did. Now, all that remained was to clear his mind and prepare himself mentally for the coming battle. Sonny and his companions spent the rest of the time the chain breaker was traversing the empty void, clearing their minds and stealing their hearts. The battle they faced promised to be a dire one, but honestly, Sonny did not find it hard to calm his mind and get ready to face whatever it was that would come. There were only so many times he could feel nervous to the point of losing sleep before a decisive battle. He had experienced so many bloody clashes in Antarctica that anticipating another one had long become an ordinary event. Preparing for one mentally was not only a skill but also a habit. So Sonny found himself feeling strangely calm. He slowly went over his experiences in the tomb of Ariel, consolidating his insights and shoring up his fundamentals. Rapid growth was most welcome, but failing to digest his many gains properly could leave him unstable. He had to eliminate all instability before reaching verge. Others were doing the same, each in their own fashion. While Sonny meditated under the sacred tree, Nephis practiced with her new sword, getting used to its weight and powers. Jet had found a hammock somewhere and was comfortably asleep in it. Effie was enjoying the snacks she had prepared for herself. Kai was practicing a strange, outwardly inefficient form of archery while absent-mindedly humming a song. Cassie was steering the ship, which seemed to calm her down. Mordred, morbidly enough, was inspecting his collection of bodies. Those of them that had belonged to Awakened each possessed their own unique powers, so he was probably coming up with plans of when and where to use them best. That guy is such a creep. Sonny shook his head and then went to inspect his shadows, which were created from the dead creatures he had killed. Not creepy at all, surely. Everything seemed to be in order. Everyone was ready. But before they could return to the great river, an unexpected event threw a wrench into their plans. Sonny was on his way to the bow when a loud boom resounded from below the deck, and the entire ship suddenly shook. Gritting his teeth, he immediately stepped through the shadows and appeared at the galley, which seemed to have been the place where the booming sound originated. He had expected to see some harrowing nightmare creature that had come from the void and infiltrated the chain breaker, or perhaps Mordred trying to kill one of the members of the cohort, but nothing like that was happening. Instead, he only saw Effie standing near the bulkhead, hissing curses. Her fist had crashed through the durable wood, splintering and cracking it. Her other hand was resting on her belly. Her face was pale and twisted by a grimace of pain. Before Sonny could understand what was happening, Kai and Jet appeared at the doors. Cassie was not far behind them. Mordred had not deemed it necessary to show up, but was definitely watching through the reflections. Nephis, meanwhile, remained on the stern controlling the ship. What happened? Effie lingered for a few moments, then turned to them and forced out a smile. The sight of it was familiar, but Sonny was unnerved by the dark, bitter look in her eyes. The huntress took a deep breath and said, her voice somewhat strained, "Ah, I think that was a contraction." Sonny remained motionless for a moment, trying to comprehend the meaning of what Effie had said. Then his face fell. They had left Fallen Grace so swiftly precisely because they hoped to end the nightmare before Effie was due. No one knew what would happen to her baby if it was born here. Would it be riverborn or an outsider? Would it become infected by the nightmare spell the moment it was born? Would it survive the return to the waking world? Because they did not know, they could not risk it. They had to escape the tomb of Ariel as soon as possible, and it had seemed like there was enough time. But fate had different plans. Even though Effie had not been pregnant for 9 months yet, the labor had started prematurely. Seen from a different perspective, though, she had been carrying her child for close to 2 years now. So if anything, its birth was long overdue. Effie studied their frozen faces and then looked down with a sigh. "Sorry, everyone." Sonny frowned. A moment later, he said in a stern voice, "What are you sorry for? Give that nonsense up right now. Also, please don't break the ship anymore. We need to traverse this bottomless abyss, so, it would be really inconvenient if it fell apart around us." He glanced at the other members of the cohort. Jet and Kai looked extremely worried, while Cassie maintained a calm expression. "First, I need to get Nephis here." Effie was a master, and her pregnancy was nothing if not irregular. Sonny had very little idea about how to deliver a baby, but he knew that having a powerful healer at hand would be extremely helpful. Nephis could recover from having her neck broken and most of her body vaporized. Certainly, making sure that both Effie and the baby survived the delivery would not be a problem. Banishing unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he shifted into problem-solving mode and pulled Kai away. "Let's go. Give the ladies some privacy." Then, glancing at Cassie, he said, "I'll send Nephis down. You probably know what to do better than I do." Receiving a nod from the blind girl, he led Kai away, ascending to the upper deck. Sonny walked over to the stern of the ship and stopped near Nephis, who looked at him with a silent question. He lingered for a moment. "Effie seemed to be going into labor. Go. They're waiting. I'll steer the ship." A frown appeared on Neff's face, and she left the runic circle without saying a word. Soon, Sonny and Kai were left alone. But not for long. Mordred had appeared from somewhere, sparing them a curious glance. "I couldn't help but overhear. It seems that a wolf cub is about to be born, huh? How exciting. Can't say I ever heard about a child being born in a nightmare that should be a first, even among the great clans." Before he was done talking, Kai suddenly turned and raised a hand. It seemed as if he had wanted to grab Mordred by the collar, but managed to control himself, and simply put a hand on his shoulder instead. Kai's usually gentle eyes were shining with a cold and furious kind of light. "You stay away from that child, Prince Mordred. I'm warning you." His clear voice did not contain the authority of his ascended ability, but it still crashed into the Prince of Nothing like a wave. Mordred stared at the usually charming archer for a few moments, amusement slowly disappearing from his gaze. Then he scoffed. "Who do you take me for? A monster?" He shook his head. "Well, all right. I might be a bit of a monster, but I'm not a fool. What do I gain from taking the body of an infant?" "Relax," ascended Nightingale. "We are all in the same boat, quite literally." Kai glared at him for a few moments more, then slowly removed his hand and took a step back, leaning on the railings. His expression was suddenly somber and pained. He remained silent for a while, then said in a lost voice, "How did this happen?" Sonny knew how he felt, because he felt the same, nevertheless. He suddenly had a ridiculous impulse to start explaining the birds and the bees to his friend, just like Effie had done to him so many times. Steering the chain-breaker through the dark void, Sonny chuckled all of a sudden. It just did. "Don't worry with Nephis there. It's all going to be all right." However, he knew that the delivery itself was not what Kai was worried about. It was everything else. Shaking his head, Mordred walked to the edge of the deck and looked into the dark emptiness beyond. Somewhere fat away, the great river flowed, a long span of it shrouded in mist. Outside the mist of the source, Verge was waiting for them. He smiled. "What an exciting nightmare it is it not?" Chapter 1545. Purest Sound, 5045 Purest Sound. The delivery did not go smoothly. Sonny, Kai, and Mordred, of all people, remained on the stern of the ship for more or less the entire time waiting for the results. Sonny at least had a task to keep him occupied. Guiding the chain breaker across the black void was not very difficult, but it still required attention. Mordred did not seem to care that much, but Kai was extremely concerned. He paced nervously, sometimes glancing down, but then hurriedly turning his gaze away. It was a bit strange. All three of them could learn exactly what was going on. Sonny thanks to his shadows, Mordred through the reflections, and Kai due to his awakened ability. However, none of them made use of that opportunity. preferring to remain in the dark about what was happening below deck. It was not like they did not receive any signs, though. The chain breaker seemed to tremble from time to time, and Effie's voice eventually reached their ears, penetrating the impregnable wood the enchanted ship was built from. Hearing the barrage of curses pouring out of her mouth, Sunny was a bit reassured. Things could not be going too terrible, considering that she had enough energy for such eloquence. At the same time, he felt his ears slowly turning numb. Some of those words he did not even know. Others seemed familiar, but used in an entirely new context. Even after growing up in the outskirts, he was on the verge of blushing a little. Really, is there a need to be so descriptive? She has been chewed on by all kinds of nightmare creatures. How bad can the pain be? Nevertheless, the process continued for many hours after a while. Effie's voice grew tired and his expression grew dim. It was taking too long. Even without being able to precisely measure time, Sunny knew that Effie had been in labor for longer than usual. It has already been a full day at least, and there seemed to be no end to it. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were with her, handling the process. They would have called upon him and Kai if they needed help, but none of them had appeared from below the deck. Sunny was growing more and more uneasy, and Kai was entirely beyond himself by then. Should we do something? Sunny looked at him somberly. Do what? There's nothing to do. Calm down. Neph is there, so everything will work out. Kai hesitated for a while, then nodded. It was hard not to feel useless. It was even harder not to feel burdened by the uncertainty of the future. They were going into battle very soon. The timing of it all was extremely unfortunate. Disastrous, maybe? This whole nightmare had been one disaster after another, starting with the dire necessity that had forced them to enter the Seed to begin with, and the man responsible for landing them into this situation was right here with them yawning as he looked into the darkness. Sunny suppressed the desire to toss Mordred overboard, not because doing so would lessen their chances of prevailing in Verge even, but simply because he knew that getting rid of the bastard would not be that easy. Letting out a heavy sigh, he moved the steering oars slightly and looked ahead. Time slowly passed. The intensity of Effie's labor only grew while at the same time her voice became more and more fatigued, and then after something that felt like several days passed, they finally heard a new sound. The shrill, loud sound of a baby crying. Kai let out a long sigh and simply sat down where he stood, looking completely exhausted. It was as if it was him who had given birth to a child, not Effie. But Sunny knew how he felt. It was indescribably strange to hear a child's cry in the black emptiness of the tomb of Ariel. A pure sound like that did not belong in this dreadful place. It seemed wrong and alien, and at the same time strangely uplifting, feeling a profound sense of relief. Sunny poured his essence into the runic circle and slowly brought the chain breaker to a halt. The flying ship hovered in the dark abyss, unmoving, the leaves of the sacred tree emanating a beautiful glow. Sunny remained motionless himself, for a while, then took a deep breath and left the runic circle. Glancing at Kai, who seemed too mentally exhausted to think straight, he shook his head and said, "I'll go check." He walked across the deck of the chainbreaker and descended below deck, eventually finding his way to one of the cabins. In front of it, the air was heavy with the scent of blood. A radiant memory illuminated the gloomy interior of the corridor, and Cassie was standing in front of the door, her face tired. Hearing his steps, she turned her head slightly. Sunny stopped, feeling his heart beating rapidly. How is she doing? A faint smile slowly found its way onto the blind girl's face, illuminating it beautifully. It wasn't easy, but she's fine. They're both fine. Nephis helped. He hesitated. What about the timing? Wasn't it too early? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then shrugged with uncertainty. Everything seems fine. Then she suddenly remembered something and raised a hand. "Oh, can you lend me the endless spring? I was supposed to bring more water, but the nearest barrel is all the way in the cargo hold. We'll wash them off, and then you'll be able to see them." Sunny summoned the memory and placed it in Cassie's hand, feeling a storm of emotions raging in his wildly beating heart. What the hell? What is this damned nightmare, even? Right. Sure. Of course. I'll I'll go tell Kai. He turned to walk away, then froze. Oh, I forgot to ask. Who is it, a boy or a girl? Cassie smiled wider, and then opened the door of the cabin, slipping inside. It's a healthy boy. Chapter 1546, Raised by Wolves. 1546 Raised by Wolves. Although Effie had gone into labor prematurely, both she and her infant son were all right. The worst fear of the cohort had not come true either. Perhaps because the child had been conceived in the waking world, or perhaps because he was born in the black void outside the currents of the great river, at the very heart of Ariel's tomb, he was not riverborn. At least that was what they surmised after cautiously setting the chain breaker in motion and observing no change in the appearance of the baby. It was an immense relief. Even Sonny, who always expected the worst and was usually prepared to receive painful blows from fortune, felt like an incredible burden had been lifted from his heart. The immediate danger had passed. Of course, the future was still uncertain. They still had to fight torment and destroy the first seeker. The child's life still hung in a fragile balance because it was unknown what would happen to his soul after the end of the nightmare. But somehow, Sonny felt hopeful after everything had been said and done. The chain breaker continued sailing through the dark abyss. The members of the cohort took turns spending time with Effie and her newborn, full of contradictory emotions. The huntress herself had been exhausted by the prolonged labor, but was regaining her vigor and vitality at an incredible rate. She still looked tired and drained, though when Sonny came to see her, Effie was in her cabin, sitting in a comfortable chair. She was wrapped in a blanket and holding a sizable bundle in her arms, looking at it tenderly. Sonny was actually startled by that gaze, unaccustomed to seeing his friend so openly vulnerable, and strangely content. Hearing him enter, Effie looked up and smiled tiredly. "Ah, Uncle Doofus, welcome, welcome." He approached and looked at the bundle, finally laying his eyes on the newborn. Effie's child looked pretty much like all infants did, with the exception of the fact that he was entirely too large to have been born mere hours ago, at least twice the size of a normal baby. That poor woman. Sonny looked at the huntress with pity. Effie had always been unreasonably tall, and her son would grow up to be a real giant from the looks of it. Internally, Sonny sighed. Another beanpole, gods. That brat is going to be taller than me in no time, won't he? Well, he might just grow up to be taller than anyone. That's a relief. Effie's smile grew wider. He's beautiful, isn't he? Sonny stared at her in confusion. She had really chosen the wrong person to ask that question. What are you talking about? He's absolutely ugly. All infants are, and don't give me that look, you know I can't lie. The huntress stared at him for a couple moments, then laughed and gently stroked the sleeping infant's soft head. Well, I think he's beautiful. Almost as much as his mom is, eh? Sonny shook his head, wondering if all parents were a little sick in the head. Well, they had to be. Otherwise, what would make them care for the poor infants? A bit of unreasonable affection went a long way. He hesitated for a while, thinking about the little life in front of him. The infant, actually? It was not very convenient to keep calling him the infant. Glancing at Effie, he asked, "What are you going to name him?" She remained silent for a bit, smiling. Letting out a quiet sigh, Effie shrugged. "I can't just go and name him right away. I need to consult his dad first." There was a moment of somber silence, with both of them refusing to mention the fact that the baby's father was most likely long dead. Effie looked back at her son and smiled again. Ah, but look at him. He looks like a little dumpling, doesn't he? Sonny's eyes widened a little. I knew it. He shook his head energetically. "No, bad, Effie, bad. You can't name your son Dumpling. That's a very bad idea," she giggled. He. Well, I'll just call him Little Dumpling for now. We'll come up with a proper name after getting out of the nightmare. Sonny just stared at her for a while, then shook his head again, this time slowly. Whatever. Do what you want. Don't come complaining to me later, though. Effie gave him a mischievous look. Sonny, you, of all people, should know better. I mean, did you Mom not name you Sunless? And look at you. You turned out well? Her voice gradually turned doubtful. Then she grinned. Actually, never mind. I think you might be right, hearing her laugh. He hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "How are you feeling?" Effie looked at her son again, her smile turning slightly solemn. Eventually she shrugged, like I've been run over by a pack of nightmare creatures. But don't worry. Nephis healed me up pretty well. I'll be good as new soon. She caressed the infant's soft cheek and added, her voice hiding a somber undertone. Maybe it's for the best. At least this way, I'll be able to participate in the final battle. I've been drowning in self-loathing because of being so useless, you know? Now, either we survive Verge or not. In any case, we'll be together until the very end. Sunny frowned, studying her face. Her eyes were sunken, and her gaze was dark, but at the same time fierce. It would be of great help to have the fearsome raised by wolves fight side by side with them, of course. But are you sure? What about your son? Effie hesitated for a moment. If we fail, he will die. So I'll hide him in the Black Beast locket and do everything I can to make sure that we both get to live. She remained silent for a while, looking at the sleeping baby. Then Effie turned to Sunny and suddenly looked him in the eyes. You know, Sunny, I once told you that the world we live in is dying. And I still believe that. No, I believe it even more after experiencing the last few years. A light smile slowly appeared on her face, and something fearsome suddenly ignited deep in her sunken, tired eyes. But you know now, I find myself in the mood to go and turn the entire world upside down. Maybe even tear it down completely and rebuild it from scratch if need be. She took a measured breath, just to make sure that there's enough space in that world for this little guy to live a life that is worth living. Effie looked at Sunny for a few moments and then laughed. Someone has to, after all, and if we won't, then who the hell will? Chapter 1547, Dawn of Time. The next day, Effie appeared on the deck of the chain-breaker, carrying her baby. She was still recovering, and in truth it would have been better if she stayed in bed for a few more days, but time waited for no one. Luckily, Effie was an ascended and possessed a body that was much more robust than that of a mundane woman, or pretty much any other master, really. So, even though she looked tired and drained, her vitality was returning at a frightening pace. Perhaps she would indeed be ready to fight by the time they reached Verge. The chain-breaker was traversing the abyssal void, with the radiant ribbon of the great river surrounding it like a twisting ring. The 7 suns revolved around it, making the inconceivable flowing realm shine. There were no stars in the impenetrable darkness of the false sky, but the light of the river was enough to illuminate the vast expanse of silent darkness. Holding the baby, who had just woken up, Effie smiled. Look, that is pretty impressive, right? Nothing like a boring medical ward in NQSC. Leave it to a child of mine to arrive with such style. Frightened by the howling of the wind and the coldness of the void, the baby opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Soon, the sound of his voice drowned out the wind. At the same time, the leaves of the sacred tree rustled a little louder, as if concerned for the tiny human. Sunny stared at them for a while, then shook his head. That kid is bound to have a very unique life, I guess. Sunny's own birth was rather unusual, considering that it had happened during a solar eclipse and on a winter solstice. But being born in a nightmare taking place inside a pyramid built by a demon from the corpse of an unholy titan, that took the cake. Of course, the 7 of them had to conquer the nightmare first for Effie's child to have any kind of life. Letting out a sigh, Sunny went to keep Effie company. They traveled closer and closer to their destination. In the next few days, nothing much happened. Everyone was alert, afraid that the black void would be hiding horrors of its own, but it was truly and utterly empty. The members of the cohort spent time training, meditating, and hanging out with the baby. Sunny himself did not particularly see the charm. For now, the infant was indeed no different from a dumpling. All he could do was sleep, cry, and suckle on Effie's breast. There was little sign of intelligence in his eyes, and he did not really emote or react to anything. In short, the baby was ugly and boring, but being with her son seemed to make Effie very happy, so Sunny could not hold it against him. Everyone had their faults after all. Plus, while the infant himself was a bit of a letdown, watching how everyone reacted to him was rather fun. Kai seemed to be absolutely smitten. Cassie allowed herself to show her soft side, which had been hidden behind the mask of composure for so long that few people remembered what it looked like. Jet seemed to be in the same boat as Sunny, but she was also a bit intrigued by the tiny human. Perhaps she was holding herself back, though. Even Nephis showed some reactions, acting perplexed, bewildered, and slightly mortified when Effie forced her to hold the infant, which was a very rare sight and therefore precious. Mordred was not allowed anywhere near the baby, which seemed to suit him fine. He did, however, seem a bit fascinated by the whole thing. Motherly love must have felt alien to him, who had spent most of his childhood being raised by a sinister sovereign. Sadly, they did not have a lot of time to pay attention to the newborn. The battle for Verge was approaching, and so everyone was concentrating on that dire ordeal. About a week after Effie had given birth, the chainbreaker returned to the Great River. This time they did not pass above one of the edges, landing directly in the middle of the vast flowing expanse under the azure sky. The sky was the same, the 7 suns were the same, and the currents were the same. However, here at the dawn of time, the air itself somehow felt different. If the span of the Great River where Sunny had first found himself corresponded to the present day, the age of the nightmare spell, then these distant waters, situated very close to the misty source, corresponded to the earliest days of creation, the age of gods, when the 6 deities battled against the remnant abyssal beings across the newly born world, aided by the living creatures they had created, as well as the demons. It was hard not to feel a bit of awe at simply being near such mythical times. It was also hard not to feel pressured, not only because Verge was near, but also because this region of the Great River was especially treacherous. There was only one place more dangerous in the tomb of Ariel, the place far upstream that corresponded to the world-ending Doom War, and was the source of the time storms. The battles between the gods and the daemons had been furious and harrowing enough that the Great River was forever twisted by their echoes. But the battles between the gods and the abyssal beings that had escaped the sealing of the void must have been just as dreadful. Therefore, any traveler had to be extremely careful while traversing the waters near the source, and there was the risk of running into the defiled abominations, too. Soon after landing, the members of the cohort gathered at the bow of the chainbreaker, looking at the distant horizon. Their faces were solemn. They had made sure to land close to Verge, but did not dare to approach it yet. Nobody knew what was the state of the defiled city, how many abominations populated it, and what torment had in store for the potential invaders. Therefore, they had to proceed with caution and gather as much information as they could, if they could, before coming up with an actual plan of attack. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, and then said, her voice even, "This is it." Chapter 1548. Final act, she studied the waters and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The enchanted scabbard was the same, but the blade it sheathed was different. The longsword bestowed upon her by the great clan Valor had been destroyed in Twilight, and replaced by the silver blade which was currently molded to a similar shape. That weapon was a reward Nephis received for slaying Soul Stealer, a defiled saint who had once been a prince of the same clan. Whether there was some symbolism to one replacing the other, Sunny did not know. Nephis turned slightly, looking at Cassie, and asked, "How long before we reach Verge?" The blind girl was the best at steering the chainbreaker, the most familiar with the slate map created by the Sibyls, and the one who had spent the most time among the river people. So, she was their navigator. Cassie lingered for a moment. "No more than 2 days if we sail at moderate speed. More if we want to be truly careful, less if we want to abandon caution." Noting the answer, Nephis glanced at Mordred. "Is there danger close to us?" The Prince of Nothing had been a bit cagey about the particulars of how his aspect worked, but by now they knew many things about it. For example, the distance at which Sunny could control his shadows as an ascended terror was somewhere around 24 kilometers. His perception was limited to what the shadows perceived, though. Mordred's dormant ability, on the contrary, allowed him to perceive the world through any reflection within a similar range, adjusted for the fact that he was merely a beast at the moment. It also allowed him to travel physically between these reflections. Considering that the entire great river was one giant reflective surface, the Prince of Nothing was nearly omniscient in a considerable area around him. His awakened ability, meanwhile, was what made him so terrifying. The ability to enter a being's soul through their eyes and possess their body, wearing it as a costume. That ability, too, would make him a priceless ally during the approaching battle. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. "I don't see anything moving. The current itself is a bit strange, though. It's eerie. We'll see it soon. An area where the water is a little bit darker than usual? I would suggest avoiding that area completely, as well as any other place similar to it." Nephis looked ahead, then nodded. "We will proceed at a moderate pace then, for one day. Then we will anchor the chain-breaker and scout the approach to Verge before moving closer." She hesitated, and then added in a steady tone. "Be alert. These waters have to be brimming with the defiled if we meet one. We can't let it escape alive and alert the others. We can't allow anything to see us before we see it either. You all know what to do." Sonny felt a little troubled. Since Nephis was addressing a group, and not him personally, her words were not equal to an order. Still, he felt a bit of a chill while hearing these words. But she was right. They did indeed know what to do. All of this had been discussed over and over again already. The cohort was prepared as well as it could have been, considering the lack of information about the state of the defiled city and its current ruler. Torment Sonny frowned. She had to know that they were coming. Why wasn't anyone here to welcome them to Verge, then? All of them had expected to be ambushed by the defiled abominations the moment the chain-breaker left the Black Void, and yet nothing happened. What was the last plague planning? Feeling uneasy, he went about raising the ship's sails. They were going to sail on water, for now to not be so easily spotted. The 7 suns drowned in the water, suffusing it with beautiful light. The impenetrable darkness devoured the sky, now that Sonny knew about the great swarm of monstrous butterflies hiding somewhere out there. In that darkness, the night seemed far more dreadful, almost impossibly so. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance as well. Armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow, the archer was a deadly presence on the great river, but there were monsters hiding in the river as well. Before dawn came, the cohort clashed with several defiled abominations. Each of them was more powerful than the nightmare creatures they had usually fought upstream, and far more cunning. Thankfully, the might of the 7 masters was more than enough to deal with these solitary abominations. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance as well, armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow. The archer was a deadly presence on the great river. Much more dangerous than the solitary abominations were the waters themselves. Here near the source they were turbulent and unpredictable, often hiding fatal hazards. The chain-breaker avoided the truly inescapable ones thanks to Cassie's intuition and fought through the rest, protected by its enchantments and the sacred tree. Finally, the sky turned bright again. By the time all 7 suns climbed high, the first of the 2 days they had been supposed to spend traveling to Verge came to an end. At that moment, they planned to raise the ship above the water so that it would not be pulled downstream by the current, and organize a scouting mission to stealthily approach the defiled city. However, that plan had to be scrambled. It was because unexpectedly they had already reached Verge, or rather, its foundation. Sonny peered ahead, his expression incredulous. His eyes widened slightly. These madmen, how did they create it? In front of them, the eternally flowing waters of the great river turned to ice. A vast landmass formed by it stretched as far as the eye can see, disappearing beyond the horizon. too great to be called a mere island and somehow entirely unaffected by the current frozen in place. There was sand and lifeless soil covering the rough surface of the endless plain of ice with rolling hills and dry riverbeds. Skeletal trees rose into the air, bereft of leaves or life here and there. Mounds of black stone rose, forming a forest of twisted pillars. In short, Sonny saw something that he had never expected to see in the tomb of Ariel Land. Chapter 1549, Scouting Mission. Everyone was more than a little stunned by the sight of the massive landmass in front of them. They had seen Verge from far away while traversing the empty void, however. The ice and the pale soil covering it were indistinguishable from the flowing water at that distance. Nothing in the records left behind by the Sibyls indicated that the foundation of the city was so monumental either. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of Fallen Grace, was that the seekers of truth had established a city at the farthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sibyls, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination like Twilight. Maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sonny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the chain breaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human, which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense, which posed a problem. Sonny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephis. So, what are we supposed to do? Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the chainbreaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though, so they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way, they would become much slower and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city, or even sneaked past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar, and come up with a plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephis hesitated for a while, thinking, "What are your opinions?" She addressed the members of the cohort, wishing to make use of their experience and intuition. However, the opinions were split. Some were in favor of leaving the ship behind and using stealth to approach Verge. Others did not trust the treacherous expanse of the desolate landmass and wanted to keep the durable hull of the chainbreaker between themselves and whatever could be hiding beneath the ice. Sonny himself was undecided as well. He felt somber at the fact that he would not be able to use the shell of the onyx serpent in the upcoming battle, considering that Verge lay deep inland. However, there were plenty of other shells he could create by now, including the giant version of his human body, and even though most of them were not as detailed and powerful as the great sea serpent yet, the versatility they offered made up for that. Overall, he felt that having solid ground beneath their feet was a good thing. He was sick and tired of fighting while surrounded by water away from their natural element. So perhaps not having the hull of the chainbreaker to rely on was not that bad. Nephis listened to everyone, then turned to Cassie, who had remained silent up until then. "What do you think?" The blind girl was not in a hurry to speak. After thinking for a while, she shrugged and said, "We don't need to decide right now. We wanted to anchor the chainbreaker and scout the approach to the city stealthily. Anyway, All that changed is that we can do it on foot now instead of swimming and flying. So why don't we explore this desolate place first before making the final decision? Sunny moved slightly when she spoke. He threw a long look at the blind girl and then asked nonchalantly, "What is the best way to explore this place quickly, in your opinion?" Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward, the other 2 will move slightly inland and then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the chainbreaker tomorrow and share what they discovered." His expression darkened slightly. Nephis, meanwhile, nodded. "Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another, promptly should the need arise." She remained silent for a few moments, pondering. Mordred should be the in-forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. He would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility that they could be transported through the mirror realm. She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassie would be remaining on the chainbreaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The 3 teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. The plan was solid, however. Sunny disagreed with it. Chapter 1550, Change of Plans. 1550 Change of Plans, Nephis had offered a good plan, one that was both solid and flexible enough to hopefully keep all of them alive while accomplishing the goal. Each member was assigned a role that suited the situation best, making all 3 teams highly mobile and capable of defending themselves in case there was an ambush. Cassie, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the chainbreaker. So she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassie. Was he suspicious of her, or concerned for her, or simply acting paranoid, his thoughts muddied by the sin of solace? He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the chainbreaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassie could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassie had engineered this situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the chainbreaker alone. Why was it? To lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl in wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid self-sacrificial quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing Torment away from the city at the cost of her life to let the cohort win. Which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassie's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it. Which was why, after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head. "I disagree. The members of the 3 teams will be able to cover each other." "True, but what about the person staying on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassie be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat." Nephis looked at him and frowned slightly. There was a silent question in her eyes, but Sunny pretended not to see it. Eventually, She nodded. That is a valid concern. Do you have a suggestion? Sunny shrugged. Yeah, I think I should stay on the ship with her. My aspect is the most versatile, so I'll be able to deal with all kinds of situations that would leave you without a partner, though. So the number of teams should be reduced from 3 to 2, one team consisting of you and Mordred, the other of Effie, Jet, and Kai. He smiled. Mordred can use his ascended ability to transport both of you, while Kai can carry both Jet and Effie in the beast locket. Therefore, everyone will be much safer. Not to mention that Mordred would not be able to pull any tricks under Neph's nose, considering she was more or less immune to his awakened ability. Nephis stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. All right, let us proceed with that team composition, then. There was no time to waste, and no need to say anything else. So everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped. The baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom or other members of the cohort every few hours until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell anyway. One way or the other, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either when the scouts returned or when things went south and the chain breaker flew forward to rescue them. The ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the island. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the somber silver blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the Transcendent and Supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The crown of dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident dragon slayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred, wearing his own ascended body. The Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephis. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view, leaving Sunny and Cassie alone aboard the chainbreaker. Chapter 1551, Left Behind. The 5 members of the cohort were gone, off to scout the approach to Verge. Sunny felt uneasy and worried about their safety, but not tremendously so. Each of them was a powerhouse in their own right and possessed a wealth of experience when it came to moving stealthily through a region infested with nightmare creatures. Nephis, Kai, and Effie were veterans of the Forgotten Shore, where humans had been at the very bottom of the food chain. Effie, who had hunted in the dark city alone for many years, was especially proficient in navigating dangerous terrain without alerting anyone or anything of her presence. Jet had already been a frightening existence before the Southern Campaign, and grew only more tenacious after going through the disastrous months in the Antarctic Center, followed by serving in the military reconnaissance in East Antarctica. Mordret was by far the most slippery of the five, so even if Sonny was inclined to care about his well-being, the bastard was the last person in the tomb of Ariel he would be worried about. So the scouts were more than capable of fulfilling their mission unscathed. If anything, Sonny was more concerned about himself and Cassie. The restlessness he had felt for the past few months reached an apex, telling him that something was about to happen. The Sin of Solace was not shy about voicing his opinion either. "You've done it now, fool. What madness made you think that staying here alone with her was a good idea? It wasn't me, that's for sure. Now, you are completely defenseless against whatever new betrayal she had in mind, with no one to cover your back." Sonny looked at him somberly, then turned away. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were still aboard the Chainbreaker, so the loathsome wraith was wrong. There was someone to cover his back. There were plenty. No, that's wrong. Why would he even need that? Cassie was not going to betray the cohort. That was just his paranoia talking. Sonny frowned, realizing that this state of his was a bit concerning. He had grown so used to the Sin of Solace that listening to the apparition's poison was already a habit. It had failed to drive him insane due to Sonny's robust mental defenses, but maybe the sinister whispers of the cursed sword were having some effect on him after all. Then again, maybe it was simply the result of the incredible mental strain he had been exposed to in the tomb of Ariel. Is that how the Mad Prince started to slip as well? Feeling grim, Sonny filtered out the incessant whispers of the sword wraith and went about his business. Cassie softly landed the Chainbreaker on the water and brought it close to the shore of the Iceland, hiding it in the shadow of a tall rock mound. Sonny moored the ship, making sure that the ropes could be cut at a moment's notice. Then there was nothing for them to do but wait and remain on guard. While Sonny was consumed by alarm and doubt, Cassie seemed perfectly at ease. If she had been surprised by his sudden decision to stay back, which in all honesty went against how he would usually act, she did not show it. The blind girl remained at the stern of the ship, ready to activate the runic circle and send the Chainbreaker into the air the moment there was danger. Sonny, meanwhile, was in charge of watching out for said danger. One of his shadows continued to keep an eye on Cassie, while the other five spread out to have a better view of the environment. He commanded Saint and Fiend to remain on the ship and sent Nightmare to hide in the shadows on top of the mound they were moored to. Hours passed in tense silence, with nothing happening. It was strange, really. Torment had been like a scarecrow in Sonny's mind. He had enjoyed the benefit of having Cassie around for long enough to know how potent and miraculous, albeit not applicable in a direct confrontation for the most part, her powers were. So, he was understandably wary of the defiled version of the blind seer, not to mention if that defiled was a saint. What was Torment's transformation ability? How had her other abilities grown, and what was she capable of? There were no answers, which only made Sonny feel more nervous. If there was one thing he did know, however, it was that the last plague would be attuned to fate and revelations to an incredible degree, which meant that she would have means of knowing when she was in danger. The arrival of the cohort was definitely a dire danger. They had already exterminated the other plagues, after all, so Sonny had been fully prepared to fight their way to Verge through a sea of abominations. However, there had been no one waiting for them when they descended from the Black Void. There was no one laying in ambush at the shores of the frozen landmass either. Even now, when the members of the cohort had split up into 3 teams, nothing appeared to attack them while they were separated from each other. Why was that? Was Torment, perhaps, unable to receive any visions of fate in the tomb of Ariel, just like Cassie was unable to see anything except darkness in hers? That would certainly make things easier if Cassie was really unable to see the future. Was Torment's strange passivity the result of the Mad Prince's schemes? Sonny was full of alarm and ready for something perilous to happen, but nothing was happening. That only added to his frustration. Cassie remained on the stern, acting like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Hours slowly passed, and then the night came. The 7 suns drowned in the water, and the great river ignited with a soft, iridescent glow. Even the massive plain of ice shone dimly, illuminating itself with a pale, ghostly radiance. Bathed in that radiance, pillars of black stone were like a forest of colossal dead trees. Sonny remained on the deck for a while, looking in the direction of Verge and wondering how the members of the cohort were doing. After a while, he went to the stern and spoke with Cassie about taking turns guarding the ship. My shadows will wake me up instantly if something happens, so if there's danger, just keep yourself alive for a few seconds. I'll be there before you know it. The blind girl nodded seriously. Of course, go and try to rest well. There probably won't be a chance to do so after the scouts return. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then descended below deck and entered his cabin. Laying down on his cot, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He also controlled his heartbeat and breathing, making them as calm and natural as he could, pretending to be asleep. But of course, Sonny was not asleep. Instead, he was observing Cassie. If she really intended to do something in secret, and his decision to stay behind put a wrench in her plans, now would be the perfect moment for her to act. And indeed, after some time passed, Cassie did. Chapter 1552, Lifeboat. What is she doing? Laying in the darkness while pretending to sleep. Sonny suppressed the desire to frown. Cassie had left the runic circle, picked up the guiding light, and slowly walked across the deck. As she did, a hurricane of white sparks rose around her, slowly forming into a humanoid figure. It was the echo of the defiled Sibyl she had received in fallen grace. The eerie thing had survived twilight, although just barely now her wounds were healed. Even her flowing red dress mended itself, as did her veil. The echo followed the blind seer, the hem of her red garment hovering a couple centimeters above the ancient wood. Just like always, her movements were too smooth to be the result of walking. Sonny had seen what was hiding behind that dress once, and he never wanted to see it again. Nevertheless, he continued watching. By then, Cassie had passed the sacred tree and was most of the way to the bow of the ship, near Ananke's ketch. She did not, however, proceed any further. Stopping near the ketch, she silently gave a command to her echo. Soon, the boat was lowered into the water. The masts were affixed in their grooves, and the sails were raised. Gliding down with the help of the quiet dancer, Cassie took a seat at the helmsman's bench and summoned a different memory. It was a wooden staff she had used on the forgotten shore, one of the 3 memories from her first nightmare. The endless spring was now with Sonny, the Evertwine was with Nephis, and only the staff remained in Cassie's own soul arsenal. Its enchantment was capable of summoning wind. Aiming the staff at the sails of the ketch, Cassie activated the enchantment and sent the boat moving away from the chain breaker. Sonny's shadow, of course, was already hiding under one of the masts back in his cabin. Sonny continued to pretend to be asleep. The night was silent, with only the sound of waves breaking against the hull of the chainbreaker disturbing the quiet. The water glowed softly, and bathed in that glow, Ananke's ketch was slowly traveling along the shore of the frozen land. God damn it. Although Sonny was more or less certain that Cassie was hiding something, he had hoped to be proven wrong until the very last moment. However, he had been right all along. You mean I was right? The grating voice of the Sin of Solace sounded like thunder in the silence. Sonny refused to react, knowing that Cassie was most likely perceiving the world through his senses. As long as he kept his eyes closed and controlled his breathing and heartbeat, though, she had no way of knowing that he was awake, because she could only share the senses of those marked by her ability, not read their thoughts. That's the question, though, is it? The sword wraith laughed. Am I just a figment of your imagination, or am I more real than you give me credit for? If it's the former, then I'm merely a thought construct, and Cassie has no way of knowing of my presence. She said so herself, back on Alethea's island, but can anything she said be trusted? Because if she does hear me, then your little performance was just rendered useless. "Oh, sorry," sitting in the ketch. Cassie showed no sign of having heard what the sin of Solace said. And yet by now Sunny knew that she was a remarkable actress. Her effortless switch between her usual unassuming persona and the magnetic image of dusk was proof. Could Cassie perceive the sin of Solace or not? If not, then how had she become aware of the time loop on Alethia's island? What was she trying to accomplish right now? He forced himself to remain motionless, continuing to observe her. I'll wait until she is about to exit the range of shadow control before taking action. Sunny could control his shadows from a vast distance. It was also the maximum distance to which he could travel via shadow step. So, as long as Cassie remained within that range, he would be able to appear next to her in an instant. And by remaining passive, he would hopefully learn what secret Cassie was keeping and what she was planning, knowing that he would be able to decide what to do if she was going to leave the range at which he could reach her, though, then all bets were off. Sunny was not about to let Cassie put herself in danger, and just on the off chance that what she wanted to do could put the rest of the cohort in harm's way, he had to intervene as well. He had remained silent and tolerant of her for long enough. Today, on the eve of the decisive battle of this dreadful nightmare, the truth would come out one way or another. The ketch continued to sail along the shore of the icy island, surrounded by the beautifully glowing water. Up above, the night sky was impenetrably dark, hiding a numerous legions of slumbering horrors. Somewhere not too far away, the abominable remains of Aletheia of the Nine were sprawling through the city of Verge, waiting to be destroyed by the challengers of the tomb of Ariel, or infect their souls and bodies with seeds of corruption, making them a part of her defiled legion. Cassie sailed further and further away from the chain-breaker, making Sunny feel grave. The sin of Solace continued to whisper into his ear, spouting all kinds of vile accusations. Finally, to Sunny's indignation, he felt the sailboat was getting too far away if he lingered any longer. The ketch would slip from his reach, cutting his connection to the shadow. So, taking a deep sigh, Sunny opened his eyes and dissolved into shadows. A moment later, he stepped out of them inside the ketch, standing a few meters away from Cassie. She was sitting on the helmsman's bench, accompanied by her echo. Her face was illuminated by the soft radiance of the guiding light and the pale glow of the iridescent water. Sunny's face, meanwhile, was drowning in shadows, letting out a sigh. Sunny looked at the blind girl and asked, his voice neutral, "Where are you going?" Chapter 1553, Shadow and Seer. After asking the question, Sunny sat down on a bench across from Cassie. There they were, alone in a boat, just the two of them, or rather, the four of them. The sin of Solace landed on the bench next to Sunny, a sinister smile twisting his lips. His face was hateful, just like always, of course. It was also the exact same face as Sunny's. Cassie was sitting on the helmsman's bench a few meters away from them, holding the steering oar. The echo of the dead Sibyl was there too, side by side with her. Since both were wearing flowing garments of vibrant red fabric, traditional for the priestesses of fallen grace, they looked quite similar too. The most visible difference between them was that Cassie's exquisite face was bare, while the monstrous Echo was wearing a veil. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes were full of life as well, even though she was blind. The Sibyl's eyes, though, were eerily empty and devoid of life. Her hollow stare made shivers run down Sunny's spine. He felt that way every time he saw an echo of a human. Granted, this one was made in the image of a human who had succumbed to the defilement. The four of them sat opposite each other, surrounded by invisible tension. Despite Sunny's sudden appearance, though, Cassie remained calm. She deactivated the enchantment of her wooden staff and lowered it, then said in an even voice, "I thought you were asleep." A faint smile appeared on Sunny's lips. "Did you?" He had been reasonably sure that his small act had fooled the blind seer, but now that he saw her lack of reaction, a worm of doubt entered his mind. Had she known he was pretending all along? The sin of Solace chuckled, staring at Cassie with hate and disdain in his gaze. "It seems that you've been played like a fiddle, pitiful worm. Even after all my warnings, gods, how frustrating. You should have struck this traitor down long ago." Just look at her. She must despise you just as much as I do." The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched, but he suppressed the desire to rebuke the sword wraith. That, however, only gave the apparition the opportunity to press his mocking tirade. "You truly are a revolting creature, are you not? A lowly, despicable slave, and look, here is the woman who made you into a slave. She betrayed you once, and yet you allowed the snake to worm her way back into your good graces. You have forgotten her sins, and as gratitude, the blind traitor is about to stab you in the back once again." At that point, Cassie took a deep breath. Then she turned her head slightly, facing the sin of Solace, and spoke, her voice trembling with long-suppressed anger. "Can you shut your foul mouth, wretch? Who asked you to talk? Be quiet for once." Sonny was taken a little aback by that show of emotions. The sin of Solace stared at her vindictively, but did fall silent. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sonny smiled too. "So you can perceive him, after all." Cassie's mask of composure had finally cracked, revealing an ocean of emotion raging below. However, she regained that composure in a moment and scoffed, throwing a contemptuous glance at the sword wraith. "So what if I can?" Sonny shrugged. "You lied to me, though, on Alethea's island, when you said that you couldn't." Cassie met his gaze without flinching. Her voice was even. "So what if I lied? Yes, I can perceive that insufferable wraith through you. I can also perceive your shadows and what they see. What about it?" He sighed. Damnation. So he was wrong all along. Sonny had assumed that Cassie's ascended ability did not affect his shadows, since they were separate beings from him, and she did not have shadow sense. She had also never shown or acted upon the ability to mark his shadows, so Sonny had been fooled, played like a fool even. He was still smiling, but that smile did not reach his eyes. "So you were aware that I had been watching you for the past few months?" She shrugged. "Sure." If Cassie was aware that Sonny was suspicious of her, then the situation was completely different from how he imagined it to be. Not only would she have been able to hide her secrets from him, but even the things she had shown him had been shown of purpose, like the chamber with the well and the countless journals stored in a runic chest. Knowing that his shadows were watching her, Cassie would only be able to act freely if she was outside the range of shadow control. That was why she wanted to stay behind while Sonny joined the scouting teams. His pupils widened slightly. No. If Cassie had known that he was suspicious of her, she would have known that he would refuse to leave her alone on the chainbreaker as well. They were too familiar with each other for her to fail predicting that action of his, which meant that the blind seer's true purpose was not to remain alone on the flying ship. Instead, it was for the two of them to remain there together, away from the other members of the cohort, and he had done exactly what she wanted him to do. Suddenly, a hint of a strange and cold emotion settled in Sonny's heart. Was it fear? Yes, it was. It was the fear of fighting a battle of schemes against a powerful oracle. Cassie might not have been the strongest of them in a direct confrontation, but being caught in a net of schemes and manipulation that someone who could see the future had created was honestly nothing short of terrifying. Sonny deemed himself a master of deceit and manipulation. There was only one person he had met who could truly be considered a fearsome adversary in that field, Mordred, but now he was quickly reconsidering that statement. Actually, there was another contender among them, and that newcomer was perhaps the most fearsome of the three. Looking at the blind, who remained calm and composed, Sonny leaned back and asked, his tone relaxed, "So, why did you want to see me alone, Cassie?" He lingered for a moment and then added, his voice remaining even, "Or should I call you Torment?" Chapter 1554, Familiar Face. The words had been said, echoing in the beautiful darkness of the glowing night. Devoid of the wind, the sails of the ketch fell down. The boat slowly came to a stop, drifting in the current. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, as motionless as the echo of the defiled Sibyl sitting by her side. Then she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement, "Should I call you the Mad Prince, then?" As Sonny's expression changed, she chuckled lightly. Gods, come now. I know that you only asked that question to probe me for a reaction, but how does it make sense? I'm not torment. Sonny frowned, disappointed at the fact that he had not been able to get more out of Cassie. He was considering his next question silently when she turned to face her echo and said, throwing his thoughts into disarray, "She is?" He froze, stunned by those words. Then Sonny slowly moved his gaze to the silent echo, the red garment, the empty gaze, the veil hiding her face. How? Back when they met in Fallen Grace, Cassie said that she come to possess this echo after slaying the Sibyl who had succumbed to the defilement on the day of her entering the nightmare. The two looked alike, true, but both Sonny and Nephis simply assumed that it was because both the slain woman and Dusk had been Sibyls ruling the same city. The echo was too eerie and revolting, making Sonny unwilling to learn what was hiding behind the red veil. Therefore, he had never tried to look at the creature's face. The most he had done was glance at its weave, but even then most of his attention had been focused on the artificial echo created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the long-destroyed blade mannequin. Now, however, Cassie raised her hand and pulled on the echo's veil, removing it. Underneath it, an exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, one identical to her own, but devoid of life. The echo of the Sibyl of Torment was hollow and expressionless, like all echoes were. There was a subtle expression on Cassie's face, though, a strange mix of revulsion, sorrow, and even a hint of tenderness. It was not every day that one chanced to look upon a soulless copy of their own dead self, after all. Gears were spinning in Sonny's head at impossible speed, trying to digest the stunning revelation of the eerie echo's true nature. Torment is dead. She had been dead all along. Of course, he had suspected that something like that was the case. That suspicion was a recent one, and had only entered his mind after they landed near Verge. Sonny could not accept that the fearsome oracle of the defilement was not aware of their approach. It would have been fine if it was just Mordred and him. Wearing Weaver's mask, both of them could hide themselves from divination. But the other members of the cohort had no defense against those who were attuned to fate, which made any attempts at hiding useless. Nevertheless, the chain-breaker had not been ambushed as it left the black void. The forces of the defilement had not descended upon them once they reached the vast island of ice either. It was as though torment had somehow been prevented them from acting against them, or was not in Verge at all. Which was strange, considering that she had successfully gotten rid of the Dreadlord and was supposed to be the new tyrant of Defiled City. He contemplated the thought that the Mad Prince had schemed against the last plague as well, but the truth was much more stunning. Cassie had never received an echo for slaying the defiled Sibyl. There was no echo of a Sibyl, he shivered. Why keep it a secret, then? Instead, she had received this echo for slaying Torment herself. Cassie had killed her defiled copy long before Sonny and Nephis even arrived at Fallen Grace. He shivered. Why keep it a secret? Then Cassie studied the echo's face for a while, then sighed and turned away. After a short pause, she said in a slightly stifled tone, "I suggest you don't look her in the eyes for too long. It's rather unpleasant." The Sin of Solace hurriedly looked away. Sonny slowly gathered his thoughts, still reeling from the shock. He was struggling to grasp the new information. It was too staggering, changing everything he had known about the nightmare. Eventually, he asked, his voice even. When Cassie shrugged, "It was about 6 months after I became Dusk, I think. Of course, that was not the first time we met, just the last." Sonny remembered the chamber hidden under the Temple of Dusk, with a breach in its floor leading to the depths of the great river. Was that how Torment had entered Fallen Grace and come into contact with Cassie? Was that where they had fought, and where the defiled oracle died? But how could it be possible? How could Cassie have defeated a harrowing plague alone, despite all the time Torment should have had to accumulate power and information to prepare for their eventual clash? Staring at two identical, beautiful faces, one familiar and full of life, the other alien and empty, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Can you put that veil back on?" He hated human echoes, and he hated to see the echo of one of his closest friends even more. Looking at the soulless copy of Torment was like looking at Cassie's corpse, which made him feel disgusted. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, then put the veil back on, hiding the echo's face behind it. Torment's empty eyes, however, remained visible, staring at Sunny without any emotion. Cassie sighed. At least she is at peace now, that is a mercy. Sunny shifted his gaze, studied her for a few moments, and then asked his next question. How? The blind girl smiled. How else? Of course, it was arranged by the Mad Prince. She fell silent for a second, and then added, her voice wistful, by the Mad Prince and Torment herself, to be precise. The two of them, you see, were behind all of this together. Chapter 1555, Partners in Crime. 1555 Partners in Crime. The ketch was drifting in the current, slowly being pulled toward the icy shore. Cassie remained motionless on the helmsman's bench, her hand resting on the steering oar's handle. Her unseeing gaze was distant. After a while, she sighed. I guess I should explain it from the start. A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. That would certainly be nice, considering that you have arranged for this moment for that exact purpose. By then, he had plenty of time to realize that Cassie had manipulated the events of the previous days for the exact purpose of having this conversation, this Sunny, away from the ears of their companions. Why? What did she want to achieve, and why now, just before the final battle of this nightmare? Did they have to talk alone because the Mad Prince and Torment had orchestrated this entire cycle of the Great River alone? He was about to find out. Sunny felt a lot of pressure drain from his heart, knowing that Torment was gone and the only obstacle between the cohort and salvation was the harrowing but mindless first seeker. But, at the same time, he was on edge because of what was happening between him and Cassie. The ease with which she was revealing her secrets was ominous. The blind girl remained silent for a moment, then picked up the guiding light and rested it on her shoulder, the light of the radiant crystal affixed to its top illuminating her face. I did not lie when I said that I only saw darkness in my visions after entering the nightmare. Sunny shifted slightly. Why is she bringing that up? Cassie smiled. However, that was not because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel itself. Rather, my inability to perceive its secrets was engineered by Torment. My abilities were suppressed with the help of a sorceress item. You should be able to guess what that item was. Sunny's eyes narrowed. An image appeared in his memory, the image of golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's hands, connected by a golden chain. The chain she had broken before leaving Fallen Grace. The blind girl nodded. Yes. Those shackles were worn by Dusk, and therefore they were on my wrists the moment I entered the nightmare. Dusk had not created the suppression enchantment, though instead it was Torment. She had countless years to prepare for my eventual return after all. Sunny raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning grim. Why break them then? Cassie shrugged. Because I needed to in order to survive what was to come. Alethia's island, Twilight, we would not have made it out alive if my powers were crippled. So it was worth the risk. Plus, the visions come to me in my dreams, and your shadow, Nightmare, has been destroying my dreams one after another. So, I was safe from learning the truth of the estuary, as long as we were together. She paused for a moment and continued, her voice growing quieter. My past self, one who was destined to become Torment, did not have that luxury, though. In her own cycle, she managed to create the suppression enchantment to protect herself from the truth. But she knew that the Mad Prince was coming for her, and she could not escape him. A strange smile appeared on her face. Then again, she wasn't planning to. She did, however, create several countermeasures to achieve her goals even after her soul and sanity were consumed by corruption. Cassie pointed at the silent echo sitting by her side. This echo is not very powerful, you see, because most of Torment's power simply cannot be used by an echo. Her power has to do with memories, with remembering and forgetting something that echoes aren't capable of, so she put restrictions into her own mind, turning herself into a broken person who acted according to a set of predetermined choices, almost as if creating a crude miniature version of fate. She shook her head. Of course, that alone was not enough to escape the madness of corruption. No matter how well she prepared, the defilement was going to turn her into a being who could not be controlled, unless, of course, she received help from the Mad Prince, who was able to preserve a fragment of his humanity thanks to that loathsome wraith of yours. With his help, she could truly turn her defiled self into an instrument of her will. Sonny shifted slightly and asked, his voice full of doubt, "And how did they accomplish that? How could a defiled saint be controlled?" Cassie faced him and remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "How else? By making the dread Lord use his authority against her, of course. The Mad Prince added fuel to the paranoia the tyrant of Verge felt toward Torment, and then put the idea of what commands to give her into his mind. Therefore 2 of the plagues became capable of resisting their vile natures to a degree, and thus Torment and the Mad Prince became perfect conspirators." She moved the steering oar slightly, turning the ketch so that its bow faced the nearing shore of the ice island. After the plagues reached the estuary and used it to invade the next cycle of the great river, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Eventually, the Mad Prince trapped 2 of the plagues on Alethia's island and 2 more in Twilight. Then he finished the key of the estuary and entered the source, becoming you. Sonny looked at her somberly, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the echo of Torment. Why didn't Torment do the same, then? Why remain and come into contact with you? Why attack you, forcing you to kill her? Cassie's expression turned cold. She lingered for a while, then smiled darkly. The Mad Prince had to enter the source to make sure that you possessed the key of the estuary at the start of the nightmare, thus protecting you from the truth harbored by the sin of Solace. Perhaps he could have created a memory that contained both the suppression enchantment and the enchantment that would allow it to be transferred to me at the start of the cycle. But one of the 2 had to stay behind. Chapter 1556, Dangerous Knowledge. 1:1556, Dangerous Knowledge. Shadows suddenly danced across Cassie's beautiful face as she lowered the guiding light. That was because Torment had a message to deliver to me so that her wish could be fulfilled. And that message could only be delivered face to face. She took a deep breath. So she infiltrated Fallen Grace and modified the shackles that bound Dusk. She also wrote an accord of what happened in the previous cycles and left it for me to read. Finally, she crawled into the Temple of Dusk and met me, delivering the message. Cassie's voice turned cold and her expression became ruthless. However, she was still a defiled. And, unlike the Mad Prince, she did not have a whisper of Ariel to keep her from losing all of her humanity. All she had was a cruel weave of restrictions and commands to push her toward the desired outcome, and that weave was not flawless. She looked at Sonny without any humor in her eyes, so, after completing the mission of delivering her message to me, she instantly attempted to consume me. She was still being held back by the authority of the Dreadlord, though, and so she died by my hand instead. There was silence for a while. The ketch reached the shore of the icy island and scraped against it, coming to a stop. Sonny stared at Cassie, his thoughts in turmoil. So she knew everything, all along. It took him a long time to learn the truth about the Great River, the source and the estuary, the 6 plagues and their connection to the members of the cohort, and the purpose behind the schemes of the Mad Prince of the Mad Prince and Torment, to be precise. The 2 defiled horrors were partners in crime in more than one sense. Even though Torment was barely a living being, from what Cassie had told him, her mind shattered, and her will chained by the restrictions of her own creation and the authority of the Dread Lord. In a sense, Sonny had been right. The Mad Prince had indeed a plan in place to remove Torment from the cohort's path. She had been used and discarded, sent to be slaughtered by Cassie in Fallen Grace. He did not doubt for a moment that the outcome of their fight had been calculated by the vile madman in advance. The only thing he was not sure about was if Torment knew about it and went to her death willingly, or at least as much as she had been capable of exercising her broken will. There were numerous questions on his mind, but 2 of them were the most important. What was the message Torment had to deliver, and why had Cassie not shared her knowledge with the cohort? The answer to the second question should be evident by now. Whether Cassie intended to or not, she had let it slip. When she told him about the version of her from the previous cycle, the one that had eventually become torment, turned into a defiled abomination by the previous version of him. She said that the Cassie of the past had never intended to escape the defilement, that she had known what the future Mad Prince was planning and allowed herself to be infected with the defilement by him despite that, which meant that Cassie had been scheming long before that happened, that she had needed to be defiled for some reason, before escaping corruption come the next cycle. He gritted his teeth. So you knew all along and kept quiet? You did not share any of that knowledge with us, acting surprised when we learned the dreadful truths of this nightmare? Did you not think at least once that maybe it would be good for us to know what we were getting ourselves into before plunging ourselves into the sea of danger and suffering? Cassie faced him calmly. Why? Because sharing my knowledge has worked so well in the past. Sure, Sonny. You, of all people, should know how dangerous knowledge is, what knowing something that you aren't supposed to know can do, and what revealing secrets can destroy. She turned away. What would have changed if I told you? We would have still needed to go to Alethia's island. We would have still needed to go to Twilight. Sure, we could have prepared better for what was waiting for us ahead, but I am not omniscient. I only know that much. Would it have made a difference? Or would it have just made us complacent and arrogant, leading to our deaths? The blind girl smiled sadly. Most of all, would any of our preparations have been more thorough than what the Mad Prince and Torment had already prepared for us? She shook her head. So I think I will keep my knowledge to myself. That way, at least, I won't be blamed for the decisions the rest of you make when you make them. Sonny laughed bitterly and stared at her, his eyes full of dark amusement. Oh, now you decide to keep your knowledge to yourself. Good, good. It's just a pity that you couldn't do the same on the Forgotten Shore, before turning me into a damned slave. He had not planned to bring the distant past up, but hearing Cassie say those words, all of the resentment he had buried in his heart suddenly flooded to the surface. Perhaps it was not unexpected, though. All this time, Sonny had hated the fact that he was made a slave by Nephis. Nephis had not used that power against him, so that hatred of his was more of an abstract thing, born from the fear of what could potentially happen. Not that it made it invalid. Recently, however, the situation had changed. The harm Shadow Bond was doing him had turned from abstract to very real. Its existence was the thing that stood between him and Nephis like an impregnable wall, making the idea of them having a future together seem beyond reach. That was what Cassie had taken from him as well. Cassie turned sharply and stared at him, her mask of composure barely holding. You know why I did what I did? I was young and naive back then. Stupid and helpless. I know better now. Sonny raised his hands and clapped them, applauding her. Good for you, really. What stunning growth. But he lingered for a few moments and then said through gritted teeth, But you know, you never even apologized for taking my freedom away. So, I guess you aren't that burdened by having done that. She flinched. The cold winds rose, making the sails of the ketch flutter. Nevertheless, it stayed in place, its bow lodged into the icy shore of the desolate land. Cassie remained silent for a while. Then, she said, her voice trembling slightly, But I did apologize. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Somehow I don't remember. And I would have remembered something like that. When did you ever apologize for what you had done to me? The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, and then said quietly, It was right after we escaped from the Soul Devourer, when we were sailing across the dark sea on the boat Nephis made. Stunned, Sonny stared at her for a few moments. Then his face was twisted by a grimace of anger. What the hell did you say you apologized in advance, almost an entire year before we stormed the Crimson Spire? What kind of crap is that? Does it make sense in that twisted little head of yours? Subjected to his anger, Cassie lowered her head. Then, however, a cold expression appeared on her face. She looked up, facing him again. Sure, yes, Sonny. You're right. That was cowardly of me. A fragile smile appeared on her face. But what is the worth of saying sorry? It wouldn't have changed anything. Words are worthless. If someone is truly sorry, they should express it through their actions. Don't you think? Sunny chuckled. And what have you done to redeem your mistake, huh? What can you even do? It can't be undone. Cassie remained silent for a while and then suddenly pierced him with a fierce gaze, even though he knew that she could not see. At that moment, Sunny did not remember it. Her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. Says who? He was slightly taken aback, glancing at her with a frown. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Cassie smiled bitterly. Who says that it can't be undone? Who says that it's impossible? She shook her head. So what if it's impossible? I'll do it anyway. Sunny stared at her in bewilderment. What the hell are you talking about? Cassie raised her hands and rubbed her wrists where the golden shackles had once been. What else? I'm talking about breaking fate, Sunny. Wasn't that what you wanted to do, too? Wasn't that your entire goal, too? I wish to break fate as well. She lowered her head for a moment, then said quietly, Everything I've done, everything I've endured, it was all for this moment. It's so impossibly hard to break fate. No matter how fiercely you attack it, it strikes back with 10 times the might. My true name, Song of the Fallen, it means that I am destined to witness the fates of others and carry the memories of them long after they are gone to be a witness, powerless to change what I see. Well, I refuse. I don't want a fate like that at all. Then a faint smile bloomed on her delicate face. It is impossible to break fate with a strike, but what about 1,000 strikes? 10,000 strikes, if each one of them damages its tapestry a little bit, misaligns its strings by a tiny fraction, obstructs its flow by a minuscule amount, then put together they can tear fate apart. One just needs a sharp enough weapon. Cassie faced Sunny, allowing him to look her in the eye. I intend to give you a chance to become such a weapon, Sunny. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. The bad premonition he had felt was back, making him tense with fright. What? What did you do? What did you do, Cassie? She shrugged. What did I do? This and that. Some of it was easy and some of it was hard. All of it, though, all of it was almost unbearable. Is unbearable, but not for long now, because I'm about to be free of that burden. Sunny stared at her, his eyes slowly widening. Suddenly he saw many of Cassie's actions in a new light, and the implication of what he saw was so vast and terrifying that it made him shudder. You planned it all from the start, didn't you? She smiled softly, then shook her head. Not all of it. It's impossible to plan for all of it. I might know a lot and see a lot, but I am not omniscient, Sunny. The trick, though, is to plan enough of it so that when the unexpected happens, it could still become a part of the plan. He looked aside, distracted by the glow of the guiding light. You've been manipulating the events of this cycle all along. That time in the drowned temple, I failed to discover the hidden compartment where the sacred relic was hidden, so you did it for me. Wait, no. As Cassie looked at him with a faint smile, Sunny paled. It started long before the nightmare. During the battle where the 7 saints came together, you manipulated the battle formation so that I could finish off the defiled seeker of truth. He stopped talking as a shiver ran through his body. No, even before that, when had it started? When had Cassie begun to weave her grandiose plan, manipulating everyone from the firekeepers following her to the leaders of the great clans into doing her bidding? And powerful Oracle was indeed a terrifying existence, especially one as ambitious, but at the same time quiet and unnoticeable as Cassie had turned out to be. Finally, Sunny looked at her, utterly stunned. His expression was frozen. It was. Even saying it aloud was difficult, each word immeasurably heavy because of the weight of all the implications. It was back on the Chained Isles when I came to you intending to recruit you to challenge the second nightmare together. And you told me that you received a vision of us dying in the winter. You have already been planning for today, all the way back then. Sunny stared at Cassie, struggling to believe how deep the roots of her mysterious scheme went. He noted recently that the blind girl's personality changed drastically after the cruel words he had thrown at her at the underground level of the Academy's medical complex, right after the Forgotten Shore. That was when she had begun to weave her spiderweb, most likely. Looking at the young woman sitting across from him, meeting his gaze with dark and defiant pride, he felt a chill running down his spine. Which one of us is worthy of being called the heir of Weaver, even? Cassie had just as high of an affinity to fate as him, after all, if not higher. He took a deep breath, feeling stifled. Yes, it was back then. Looking back, it didn't make a lot of sense, did it? You had just been burned by blindly believing a vision of yours to catastrophic results. And yet you seemed to not question the validity of us dying come winter, even though that vision of yours could only be called vague at best. Cassie had seen the two of them falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by snow. She told Sonny that they would die in the winter, but, in the end, the events of that vision happened in November, when the Night Temple was destroyed in a terrible battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac. You already knew that it did not mean our deaths, and yet you made me think otherwise. But why? Cassie remained silent, but Sonny's eyes widened, a flash of frightening understanding illuminating his restless mind. It was because I was planning to challenge the second nightmare in the winter. But you needed me to move the plan forward and aim to reach the seed in the ivory tower by the end of autumn. What changed because I listened to your vision and adjusted the timing of the expedition? A dark, dangerous light ignited in the depths of his eyes. Sonny gasped, because St. Cormac was away from the Night Temple until the end of autumn, which meant that he wouldn't have been able to stop Mordred from escaping his cage. Cassie shifted slightly, continued to face him without saying anything. But she did not need to. Once Sonny pulled on the thread, the tangled web of her hidden actions started to unravel itself. All he needed to do to understand all of it, or at least most of it, was to continue pulling. Remembering the horrid agony the two of them endured in the Night Temple. Side by side, Sonny shuddered and felt rage fuel his veins. You knew about Mordred all along. You must have learned of his existence before he even learned of yours, when you were anchored at the Night Temple, even though neither you nor your cohort were allowed to enter the inner parts of the citadel. Later, you left for the sanctuary, and then went on an expedition to reclaim a sapling of the sacred tree, knowing that I would come to you and carry the mirror shard that would allow that bastard to escape to the doorstep of his jail. Sonny and Cassie had come very close to dying in the cage of the Valor's secretive citadel, knowing that she had expected the mad prince of the great clan to escape, and for them to be embroiled in the horror that followed his release made it all seem even more disturbing. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, stunned by the ruthlessness with which Cassie had treated herself. By then, he had already been an awakened monster, and armed with the power of his divine aspect, he had a much easier time surviving the imprisonment in the Night Temple. She, however, did not possess multiple soul cores or an aspect that could augment her endurance and resilience. So Cassie had suffered much more in that cage. Shaking his head in stunned silence, he said quietly, "You wanted Mordred to escape. Why did you want him to be free?" There were all kinds of answers to this question. The most obvious one was that Cassie had needed the cohort to enter the second nightmare sooner rather than later, and do it in the company of the Prince of Nothing as well. The very fact of his escape had put a crack in the potential relationship Sonny could have had with the great clan Valor, putting him in conflict with them at the moment when Nephis returned to the waking world, which in turn pushed her into accepting their terms and becoming an adopted daughter of Valor. There were numerous other consequences of that single event Cassie had helped happen, spreading outward into the future. Mordred was a singular existence, so the fact that he was free to roam the two worlds had changed too much, from the events of the second nightmare to the conclusion of the war the great clans had waged in Antarctica. Which of these events had been planned by Cassie, which had been mere coincidences? Which were coincidences that she had nimbly incorporated into her grand design, adapting to the changing circumstances with stunning speed, just like she had perceived and calculated numerous futures with incredible speed while fighting the defiled Sibyl in the drowned temple. It was impossible to tell. Cassie's design was a bit like the tapestry of fate, which she claimed to wish to destroy. The details could change or be influenced by unforeseen circumstances, But these sudden twists were only minor disturbances in the flow she willed into existence. The currents changed, but the direction of the tide always remained the same, pulling everything it touched to an unchanging conclusion. All Sonny could do was determine the points in time when Cassie had influenced the events openly and try to glean her purpose from that. He rose from his sit and walked to the bow of the ketch, unable to remain in place. His mind was too tumultuous for that. Incredible. Mordred. Mordred, you remained pretty passive in the second nightmare, didn't you? The only time you shared your knowledge of the future with me was to tell me that he couldn't be allowed to enter the ivory tower. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then smiled crookedly. But then what you really wanted to achieve was not preventing him from entering the ivory tower, was it? It was making sure that he entered the ebony tower instead and collected whatever it was that Nether had left there. By telling me that one sentence, you achieved exactly that. He felt as if the ground was disappearing from beneath his feet. What had happened to Mordred in the ebony tower? The Prince of Nothing had not shared that information completely, but he did mention that after leaving it he was much harder to find with the help of divination. The strange, vague symbols Sonny had seen on Mordred's soul core were the result of that. Why would Cassie want the bastard to be resistant to her power? To make sure that Soul Stealer could go against Torment, or simply to ensure that Valor would not be able to track their exile prince before the time was right, or for something that would happen in the future? What else? What else had Cassie done? Subtly manipulating the events of the past years. Was it a coincidence that the two of them had met Morgan at the academy on the day that Nephis returned from her second nightmare? Surely. No. That was why Sonny had been there the moment she woke up to welcome her back. Nephis then spent a month living in his house, then announced her decision to join Valor at the ball, making him leave in anger and enlist for the Southern Campaign, which was why he was present in the Antarctic Center during the battle against the remnant of the Jade Queen and received the Sin of Solace. Later, Cassie helped him escape the endless tunnel by sending him toward the Heart of Darkness. She also manipulated the battle against the immense horde of nightmare creatures as Morgan's advisor, making sure that Sonny was in the right place at the right time to deal the final blow to the fallen Titan, defiled Seeker of Truth, and therefore received the Mirror of Truth from it. Finally, she was there at the Battle of the Black Skull without a doubt, knowing what would happen. She was in the Nightmare Desert as well, eventually entering the Nightmare of the Great River with the 6 other powerful masters, Sonny, Nephis, Mordred, Kai, Effie, and Jet, and these instances were only what Sonny could remember and had experienced personally. There was no telling how many strings Cassie had really pulled from behind the curtain, how many people she had influenced, and how many coincidences she had engineered to arrange for everything to happen in accordance with her wishes. The scale of the brilliant web she had woven was nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. Of course, it was impossible to say that she was solely responsible for how these events had happened. Fate flowed, pulling everyone with its current after all, and even if the details were to change, Sonny was pretty sure that he would have ended up in Antarctica one way or another. Nephis would have probably ended up siding with Valor one way or another. The chain of nightmare would have happened no matter what Cassie could have done. Song and Valor would have clashed, hiding their war on the battlefields of the Southern Quadrant. But that was precisely what Cassie was doing, wasn't it? Pulling on the strings of fate ever so minutely, compared to the grand scale of the inconceivable tapestry, and pushing toward her goal through these insignificant changes. One change had no meaning. 2 changes had no weight as well. But 1,000? 10,000? By altering the details of countless inevitable events ever so slightly, she was creating a chain reaction of changes, which grew like an avalanche, threatening to alter the entire flow of the river of fate, the flow that was supposed to be unchangeable. Could it work? Sonny was not sure. He felt like some of the changes Cassie had caused were more important than others, though. The Sin of Solace and the Mirror of Truth, these 2 memories, somehow, he felt that they were the key to Cassie's intent. There was no need to explain the significance of the Sin of Solace. That memory containing the whisper of the builder of the tomb was perhaps the most important piece at play here in the third nightmare. It was responsible for creating the Mad Prince, after all, and therefore introducing a variable into the endlessly repeating cycles of the great river. A single variable that introduced utter chaos to the entire system. The Mirror of Truth was also very significant. Not only because its runes described a conversation between Weaver and Ariel, but also because it was the sole instrument that could allow someone to replicate Neph's longing ability, thus making them immune to corruption for a short period of time. The first seeker was an vast source of corruption, which Alethea had been plagued by after learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny did not need to think long to understand how important the Mirror of Truth was. Still, none of it really explained what exactly Cassie was planning and what she meant by saying that Sunny could become a weapon to destroy fate. There were a million questions on his mind, but he threw them all away. Looking at the beautiful young woman with a somber expression, after a bit of silence, Sunny said hoarsely, "You don't seem to be denying any of it." Cassie shrugged. "Why should I deny it?" She faced him, then closed her eyes suddenly, letting out a long sigh. "Honestly, it's a relief. I've been keeping it all to myself for too long, so it's refreshing to be able to share it with someone, to be witnessed by someone. Maybe it's selfish, but I'm glad that you finally figured it out, Sonny." His face remained motionless. "She's happy, huh?" Well, he couldn't say that he did not understand. It felt nice to be witnessed. Still, Sonny looked at Cassie with a dark expression and asked, his tone devoid of any emotion, "Well then, tell me, Cassie, what is it that you want? How exactly are you planning to break fate? What is the answer?" She lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. "Simple, really. Cassie faced him and finished, her calm voice full of cold, confident determination. "It's the Well of Wishes, chapter 1560. Freedom of choice, 1560, freedom of choice. The Well of Wishes." Sonny stared at Cassie with an incredulous expression, struggling to understand what her words meant. What is she talking? Then his face changed slightly, a hint of confusion and ridicule appearing in his eyes. The children's story, the fairy tale about a magical well that grants the most precious wish of anyone who reaches it. Are you out of your mind?" Sonny took a step back, barely avoiding falling out of the catch. His mind was full of bewilderment and disbelief. Come on. You can't possibly be serious. You don't believe that it's true, do you?" That was the fairy tale. Ananke had told him not long before her death. Sonny remembered it well, but he had never expected to hear Cassie, someone so smart and pragmatic, put her hopes in a children's story about a magic well. The blind seer, however, did not seem affected by his ridiculing tone. She faced Sonny calmly, her face somber. After a while, Cassie gritted her teeth and said, her voice steady, "It might not be true for anyone else, but it's true for you, Sonny. If you reach the estuary, your wish to be free will come true. Free of your bond, free to live your life the way you want, free of fate itself." She lingered for a moment, then rose to her feet too and walked closer, stopping a mere step away from him. "But Sonny, you can't have both. You can reach the estuary from here, but once the nightmare is over, your chance will be gone. The moment Nephis destroys the first seeker, your chance would have slipped away." She smiled bitterly and raised the guiding light, offering it to him. "That was what you were truly angry about, wasn't it? That I took the choice away from you." Cassie pushed the sacred relic into his hands and took a step back. "Well, here it is. Instead of an empty apology, I am giving the choice back to you. You can leave and rush to the estuary. The guiding light will show you the way through the mists of the source, as long as you don't give another true name to it. Once you reach the estuary, use the Mirror of Truth and push to its heart. There you will find your freedom." She turned away, lingered for a moment, and then added in a quiet voice, "But I hope that you make a different choice, that you will stay with us despite everything. Nephis, I, and the others, are we so terrible? Is it really that unbearable to share a bond if it's based on trust? I think you know by now that it's not what is unbearable is not having been given a choice about forming that bond. And now, even though the connection between you and her will remain the same, it will be there because you have chosen for it to exist. So you decide. That right is yours again. Sonny stared at her silently, entirely shaken. His mind felt empty, as if all thoughts had been banished from it by this sudden revelation. No, wait a minute. What do you mean? It's true for me. I can get rid of Shadow Bond if I reach the estuary. How? What is in there at its heart? Cassie frowned a little, then shook her head. I don't know exactly. What I do know, without a shadow of a doubt, is that my words are true. If you reach the very heart of the estuary before the nightmare ends, you will become free from fate. You will be fateless. The strings that hold you like a puppet will set you free, and your connection to Nephis will be broken as a result. I saw it, and Torment saw it as well. He frowned. Preposterous. Plus, doesn't it sound exactly like what killed Nephis the last time? The Mad Prince. He was obsessed with reaching the estuary. Suddenly his eyes widened. He thought he understood now why his versions from the previous cycles had all ended up entering the source in search of the estuary. If there was indeed a way to break free from the cruel grasp of fate that had been hidden at the heart of the Black Pyramid by the Demon of Dread, then Sonny, obsessed with regaining his freedom as he was, would have given his all to find it. The actions performed by all his previous selves only served to give credence to what Cassie had said. But that was also why Nephis had died in the cycle that birthed the Mad Prince. The blind girl, however, shook her head. The Mad Prince had entered the estuary in search of his freedom, but failed to resist the defilement and became corrupted instead. Thus, the endless cycles continued. This cycle, though, was engineered by Torment and him specifically to make sure that all members of the cohort survive. Whether you find the estuary or not, there are mere days left before Nephis storms Verge and kills the first Seeker. The end is already inevitable. Sonny raised a trembling hand and rubbed his face, dazed. But how can I leave? Verge, the first Seeker, won't the cohort need me for the battle? Torment is there as well. No, wait, she's dead. Without Torment, Verge had been left without a leader. The first Seeker was a harrowing force, but also a mindless one. It could not lead the creatures corrupted by its touch, which was why Fallen Grace had not been destroyed in all these years, most likely. The level of the threat presented by Verge was still immense, but with Neph's incorruptible soul, the most terrifying power of the first Seeker had already been rendered meaningless. Cassie nodded. Sure, we can use having you at Verge. The battle will be perilous without a doubt. It will be fierce and fearsome, far beyond anything that a mundane human can imagine. But we can also manage without you. We have the memories you have created, after all. We have aspect legacies, experience battling the defiled, and means to defend ourselves from the first Seeker. We even have Mordred, who wields a divine aspect, just like you. The blind girl sighed. So, Sonny, you must decide. I've given the choice back to you. Now it's in your hands. With that, she took a few steps and jumped out of the ketch, landing on the icy shore. The echo of Torment dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving Sonny alone in the boat. Cassie then turned and looked at him expectantly. Her face was both scared and hopeful. Sonny froze, not knowing what to do. Chapter 1561. Treacherous shadow, Sonny stood at the deck of Ananke's ketch, looking at Cassie, but not seeing anything. A storm of emotions, fragmented thoughts, and burning desires raged in him, making it hard to comprehend the true scope of what the choice presented to him was. He took a deep breath. At that moment, the Sin of Solace tried to distract him by saying something, but Sonny forcefully cut off the voice of the sword wraith, concentrating on the sound of waves breaking against the shore of the frozen wasteland instead. Calm down. Let's think this through. So Cassie, who had turned so quiet and unassuming to almost be invisible, had been burning with an insane ambition all along. just like Sunny, who had swore to break the chains of fate that bound him. She had been pursuing the very same goal as well. Acting behind the curtains, and armed with the revelations she received, the blind seer had been subtly manipulating the events of the past years to achieve that goal, suffering in silence as she stubbornly pushed toward it, all to give Sunny back the choice she had taken from him. The extent of her machinations was both admirable and frightening, so vast and intricate as to almost be inconceivable, but it was real. Cassie had indeed managed to create a moment where at least one of them, Sunny, had an opportunity to free himself from fate, and that was much more significant than one would think. Sure, Sunny could fulfill his most ardent wish and win back his freedom, destroying the shadow bond and even his fated attribute, thus making it possible for him to live a life free of its shackles. But what Cassie wanted to achieve went far beyond that. What she wanted was to forge a weapon to resist fate. And that weapon was a single variable. Just as it had happened with the cycles of the Great River, which were thrown into utter chaos by the appearance of the Mad Prince, the tapestry of fate would become chaotic and unpredictable with the appearance of a fateless being. The entire flow of fate would change as a result of that. Fateless was a very suitable name for what Sunny could become, should he enter the estuary and reach its innermost secret. However, while Cassie wanted to break fate, just like Sunny, in a contradictory fashion worthy of a human, she also wanted Sunny to refuse that chance and remain with her, Nephis, and the cohort. To choose them over his desire to be free, and just like Cassie, Sunny wanted both of these things as well. Breaking fate was nice, gaining his freedom was nice, learning the secrets of the tomb of Ariel was a cherry on top. However, not abandoning his friends right before the decisive battle against the forces of the defilement was also nice. Choosing to remain by the side of the people he cared about, and the person he loved seemed just as precious. So what was he supposed to do? Jet had once told him that there was no freedom in this world, that the only freedom there was the freedom to choose his own chains, and Sunny came to agree with her over time. By choosing to stay with the cohort, he would be choosing his own chains. In a sense, that would make him free as well. But, maybe there was no freedom in the waking world. Maybe there was no freedom in the dream realm, too. But they were currently in the tomb of Ariel, which contained an entire realm of its own. Who was to say that there was no freedom in this bizarre and senseless world either? Cassie surely seemed certain that she was telling the truth. And despite everything that had happened between them, Sunny was inclined to believe her. He had been resentful of her for what she had done, and for failing to even say that she was sorry. But now he knew that instead of saying a few easy or maybe not so easy words, the blind girl had been silently striving to redeem her mistake. Instead, she was trying to repent by giving the choice she had taken from him back, and now she had managed to do just that. If he wasn't satisfied even by such a show of sincerity, then what could he be satisfied with? Granted, Cassie had gone about her redemption in an incredibly extreme and possibly misguided way. She also put him in a very tough situation. Sure, the choice he had wished for so fiercely was not in his hands. But what was he supposed to do with it? It's true, one had to be careful of what they wished for. Sunny stared at Cassie for a while, then lowered his gaze and looked at the guiding light, which she had pushed into his hands. This was the message Torment had to deliver. The blind girl nodded slowly. Yes, it's easy to enter the source, but it's almost impossible to find the entrance to the estuary within the mist, unless you know the way. The guiding light is now showing the way to the estuary. The message she delivered to me was the true name that can make the relic of the Sibyls point to where you must go. He hesitated. What is the true name? The blind girl smiled helplessly. I don't know. Torment's power blocked that memory in my mind. The seal was only removed once we reached Verge, and after I used it to activate the guiding light, the memory of it was erased from my mind as if it was never there. She hesitated for a moment. No matter to whom or to what that true name belongs to, it is incredibly powerful. Just bearing it for a few moments put a terrible strain on my mind and soul. So if you do decide to leave us, take care once you reach the estuary. Sunny remained motionless for a while. He didn't want to abandon Nephis, even if the cohort was more or less capable of taking Verge without his help. He simply did not want to. But if he threw all the complicated thoughts about the nature of freedom and what it meant to be free in this world out of his mind, there were only three things left: Sunny himself, Nephis, and the connection between them. In the past, he had run away from her twice, once in the Dark City, and once at the ball of the great clan Valor. Sunny didn't wish to run away from Nephis for the third time. However, he also knew that any kind of relationship between them, at least the current them, was impossible, as long as Shadow Bond existed. So, weirdly enough, by abandoning her on the shores of Verge, he would not be running away from Nephis. Instead, he would be moving towards her, because only by becoming free of her could Sunny be with her. He took a deep breath and then looked at Cassie. At the same time, Sunny dismissed Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare, calling them back to his soul. All six of his shadows were already with him, wrapped tightly around his body, and then the shadows along the shore moved, extending forward and pushing the ketch back into the water. "I'm sorry, everyone. I guess I am a treacherous bastard after all." Sunny knew that Cassie had guided the ketch along the shore precisely to give him the opportunity to take it away. She would return to the chainbreaker on foot, while he would be free to sail downstream toward the source, racing to reach the estuary and reclaim his freedom before Nephis conquered the Nightmare. Looking back, Sunny threw one last glance at the blind girl who was standing forlornly on the icy shore, summoned a certain memory, and shouted, "Cassie!" She turned, hearing the sound of his voice. Sunny smiled darkly. "Let's do it." He clenched his fist and raised it into the air. "Let's break fate." Chapter 1562. Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. 1562. Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. The ketch flew on the currents of the great river, circling the ice wasteland. Sunny did not have the enchanted staff to summon the wind, and he had not been able to master the sorcery of names like Nephis, but he had the crown of twilight, and with it, the water itself responded to him. So Sunny made the river itself push the ketch forward. A strong gale blew from the future as well, and as soon as he skirted the desolate land, it filled the sails. His vessel gained speed as it rushed into the past, leaving Verge and his friends behind. There was a storm of emotions in Sunny's heart: hope, excitement, anticipation, but also guilt, fear, and shame. What would Nephis and the other members of the cohort think when they came back and found out that he had abandoned them? How would Cassie explain his absence? Would they be angry, shaken, and resentful of him? Would they feel betrayed? They had the right to feel that way. He had abandoned them on the eve of a perilous battle, leaving to pursue a selfish goal. Was there a more obvious betrayal than that? Imagining the faces of his friends when they learned of his departure, Sunny felt his heart ache. He broke the promise he had made after Ananke's death. He broke the promise he had given to Windflower as well. And even the promise he had given himself. That made his heart ache too. But it didn't matter. Even though he was in pain because of what he had done, he would have done it again. The reward that the estuary promised, the freedom to live like he wanted to live, released from the suffocating hold fate had on him, was worth it. It was worth it 100 times over. Removing the shadow bond alone was. Sure, Sunny did not know how exactly his wish for freedom would be fulfilled in the estuary. Perhaps someone like Mordred would call out his true name, turning him into a slave once again. That was all right. Sunny felt confident in his ability to kill an enemy who would become his master. It was being bonded to someone he loved and thus could not eliminate, that was the problem. Being a slave to fate. Freedom. Freedom, the word tasted sweet on his tongue. And so Sunny abandoned Nephis and Cassie and Kai and Jet and Effie with her newborn child, praying for their safety. He sped away from Verge toward the dawn of time. He had to hurry. The city of the Seekers lay as close to the source as they had managed to build it, but there was still a considerable distance between the icy wasteland and the mist. More than that. This part of the great river was possibly the most dangerous there was, just like the harrowing reaches of the far future. The dawn of time was where the most powerful abominations in the tomb of Ariel prowled, and even if he reached the source, it would take Sonny some time to find the entrance to the estuary. It would take time to reach its very heart as well. He had to accomplish it before the first seeker was destroyed and the nightmare collapsed. How long would it take for Nephis to conquer Verge? Knowing her, it wouldn't be long. Steering the ketch, Sonny gritted his teeth. 1 day to return from the scouting mission, 2 at most. 1 day to guide the cohort to Verge. They would remain there for a day or two evaluating the situation inside the city. Then the battle itself. Even if they have to fight through a legion of the defiled to reach the first seeker, it won't take long. Nephis had 7 fully saturated cores after all. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 6 of them to obliterate Verge. Mordret was not far away from forming the monster core, which would allow him to create a reflection. Once that happened, his growth would accelerate exponentially, quickly turning him into an unstoppable fiend once again. Effie, Jet, and Kai were a force to be reckoned with as well. It would have been different if Nephis did not possess an incorruptible soul. After all, even the Serpent King and his army had failed to take Verge. But since she did possess it, the nightmare would be over soon. It was a matter of days. So there was no time to waste. The ketch sailed downstream, carried by the winds and currents. The great river glowed with iridescent light. The world suffused with darkness. The silence was only broken by the sound of waves and the infuriating voice of the sin of Solace, who seethed with hatred and whispered poison into Sonny's ear. Sonny refused to answer, though. In fact, after saying goodbye to Cassie, he had not made a single sound. His eyes were aimed at the horizon, and his face was frozen with cold determination. Soon the 7 suns rose from beneath the water, the darkness was banished, and the sky turned bright again. He let out an inaudible sigh as the image of the countless slumbering butterflies disappeared from his mind. As it was dawn, Sonny used the opportunity and summoned the shell of the onyx serpent. Hiding the ketch in his maw, he rushed forward as fast as he could, and the speed granted to him by the body of the sea serpent in the water was nothing short of stunning. Keeping such an enormous shell, manifested, burned through a lot of essence. But the crown of twilight was supplying him with a nearly endless reserve of it. More than that, even the essence he had expended to accelerate the current was replenished. The period of dawn did not last long, and the sky soon turned azure, but Sonny had covered a great distance in that short period of time. Spitting the ketch on the water, he dismissed the shell and landed on the deck again, grabbing the steering oar. His solitary journey continued. He was moving downstream, further and further into the dawn of time, approaching the point where time had not existed yet, the source, and the estuary hidden in its mist. Chapter 1563, Terrors of the Past. Sonny raced to the source, afraid of the passage of time. It was ironic, really. Before the fateful conversation with Cassie, he had been tense and concerned about how the cohort would survive the battle for Verge. Now, however, he was concerned that they would destroy it too soon. He had been worried for Nephis, but now he was wary of her. Changing star seemed like something almost inevitable, now that his fate, or lack thereof, depended on how fierce and unrelenting her assault on the monstrous first seeker would be. Human mind was funny that way. It was colored by what one desired, making the same thing appear entirely different depending on the circumstances, and so Sonny needed to hurry. He guided the ketch, pushing the currents forward with the help of the crown of dawn. The graceful boat seemed to be gliding on the water, moving with incredible speed. The shore of Verge had long disappeared from view, and there was nothing in front of him except for the vast expanse of the great river. The air itself felt different here. At the dawn of time, the waters were treacherous and full of peril, now that Cassie wasn't with him. Sonny had no way of knowing where danger lurked, so he remained as alert as possible, extending his shadow sense as far as he could. That caution saved his life on more than one occasion. The far reaches of the past, which corresponded to the very dawn of the Age of Gods, were not only full of bizarre and lethal hazards, but also of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. This span of the great river was just as dangerous as the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had faced the azure serpent, the black turtle, the dark butterfly, and the countless other abominations that had almost feasted on his flesh. There were great nightmare creatures here, too, each of them vastly more powerful than Sunny was, despite all his growth. Most of them were faster than him as well, and possessed senses that reached much further than his, so Sunny was in constant danger. He couldn't even outrun these abominable monstrosities, but luckily there was one thing at which he was superior to most, if not all of them. It was flexibility, and being able to adapt to almost any situation. When some inconceivable being rose from the depths to pull him under the water and devour him, Sunny summoned the shadows and turned into a giant butterfly, carrying the catch with his 6 long legs. When a terrifying abomination descended from the sky, he turned into the onyx serpent, hid the catch in his maw, and sought safety in the depths. There were other forms he could shape himself into as well, each helpful in its own way, of course. Maintaining the shell cost him a lot of essence, so, afraid to drain his reserves of it, Sunny mostly remained in the catch, guiding it away from potential perils by hand. Still, on that first day alone, he almost lost his life a few times. There was a moment when the water under him suddenly boiled and moved at incredible speed, threatening to overturn the boat. Sunny instantly summoned Saint, using her weight to balance the catch, but that was merely the start of the disaster. An enormous span of the great river, as far as the eye could see, instantly turned into a furious vortex. The speed of the current was so terrible that the hull of the ketch almost splintered, bombarded by powerful waves. It was pulled sideways, sliding deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. Desperate to save himself and his vessel, Sunny opened the gate of the shadow lantern and called upon the shadows, forming the shell of the dark butterfly. His vast wings moved, throwing him into the air. His 6 legs grabbed onto the ketch, lifting it from the raging water. Luckily, he was fast enough. As Sunny rose high into the air, he was able to observe the cause of the catastrophic turbulence that had turned the current of the great river into a death trap. When he did, his very soul shuddered. There was a colossal, inconceivable maw hidden beneath the waves, stretching from one horizon to another. The terrible whirlpool that had almost shattered the catch was caused by these titanic jaws opening and sucking in an immense plain of water. An entire span of the great river disappeared into the harrowing maw of the underwater colossus, whose body mercifully remained unseen. Sunny fled into the sky, never looking back. At another time, he noticed the air far in the distance trembling as if from heat. However, as Sunny drew closer, unable to avoid the strange area, he realized that there was no heat. The air was not trembling either. Instead, there were fissures in the fabric of space itself above the current, hidden in the sunlight and almost invisible. If not for his intuition ringing alarms, Sunny might not have noticed the hidden fractures in the world at all. When he did notice them, however, and tried to glimpse what was hidden in the folds between the broken pieces of space, he saw millions of dark eyes looking back at him, full of hunger. The current was pulling the ketch right into the area of the river plagued by the fractured space. Horrified, Sunny assumed the form of the onyx serpent and dove into the depth, hoping to hide from the gaze of the hungry abyss that hid in the fissures. However, the space was broken beneath the waves as well. Only there were no eyes there. Instead, hidden in the shattered space, there were countless corpses of dreadful nightmare creatures, all broken, twisted, and partially devoured, diving deeper and deeper into the darkness, until the pressure was crushing enough to almost destroy the mighty shell of the sea serpent. Sunny escaped that horror as well. But there were many more to come. Chapter 1564, Returning to the Source. 1564, Returning to the Source. Sometime later, Sunny saw thin lines moving in the air. Drawing closer, he saw something that resembled spider webs blowing in the wind, frayed and torn. The only thing was that each string of the ghostly spider web was many kilometers long, and there were numerous such strings moving between the sky and the surface of the great river like tattered sails. Some of them were white, but as Sunny guided the ketch between the billowing strings, he stared to encounter more and more of them that were bright red. Eventually, It was as though he was traveling through a forest of red threads. Navigating between them was not easy, but he was reluctant to come close to any of the strings or allow the wind to bring any of them closer. Eventually, Sonny witnessed something else. Out there in front of him, far in the distance, an immense depth dweller was weakly struggling against the current, its body enveloped by several dozen of the white spiderwebs. The creature's carapace seemed impregnable, but the strange strings did not seem to care. They simply grew through it, penetrating the Leviathan's body. As they did, their color slowly started change from white to red, the redness spreading from the point of contact with the abomination's flesh along the length of the strings. Blood, they were drinking the Leviathan's blood. Turning pale, Sonny gazed at the forest of vibrant red strings that surrounded him, stretching far into the sky, permeating a whole region. His fingers turned white on the steering oar of the ketch. He escaped that horror as well, and many more like it, although not unscathed. Sometimes Sonny had no choice but to fight, unleashing the full fury of the onyx serpent or his other shapes on the creatures that wanted to consume him. Some of them he managed to kill, but most of them he simply escaped after delivering several painful wounds. By the end of the day, Sonny was bloodied and exhausted. His essence was on the verge of running dry, too. But then the dusk came, and the crown of twilight replenished his dwindling reserves. After dusk came the night, though, and it was more beautiful and more harrowing than any other night Sonny had experienced in the tomb of Ariel. By the end of it, he was barely alive, but he was alive. Nevertheless, Sonny did not allow his blood to flow, and his bone refused to break. Even his soul, which had received a few deep wounds when he used shadow incarnation to form his shells, was potent enough to withstand the damage without falling apart. Saint Fiend and Nightmare were beaten and battered, but alive as well. The ketch, too, survived. Even though there were new scars on its hull, one of its masts had cracked, its sails sporting signs of hasty repairs. Ananke's boat was still in one piece. Throughout all of this, Sonny had not said a single word, and had not even allowed himself a single groan. Pain was his old friend. He could withstand much more than that. Well, maybe not that much more. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. If there was one good thing about the horrors of the dawn of time, though, it was that the necessity to constantly be alert and on edge made it completely impossible for him to consider the consequences of what he had done, the fallout of breaking his promise, abandoning his friends, and leaving for the estuary instead of fighting side by side with them in Verge. I wonder what they are doing now? Their scouting teams must have returned by now. Nephis and the others had already learned of his absence. They must have even had enough time to digest it to a degree, albeit not come to terms with it. They were most probably advancing toward Verge, which meant that he did not have a lot of time left. Where is it? Where is it? He was trying to calculate how far he had traveled from the defiled city, and how that distance translated to what they had seen from the black void. From up there, it almost seemed as though the wisps of mist shrouding the source touched the walls of Verge, but from the surface of the great river, the distance between the two was nothing short of vast. Still, Sonny had been moving fast, both aboard the ketch and when summoning his shells. By all accounts, he had to be getting close. He glanced at the guiding light, which pointed directly forward, and summoned what little was left of his patience. Finally, the night was over. The 7 suns rose from beyond the horizon, once again chasing away the darkness. The waters of the great river grew dim. A soft twilight enveloped the world, and with it a flood of essence poured into Sonny's soul. He let out a relieved sigh, summoned the dying wish, and used what little charges were left in the charm to heal the most dire of his wounds. It was then that he saw it. A wisp of mist drifted past him, disappearing into the gloom of twilight. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Sonny spun and looked forward, trying to see what was hiding beyond the horizon. The horizon was hazy. It also seemed to be drawing nearer with each moment. This is it. Both relieved and excited, Sonny called upon the waters of the great river, making the current run faster. The ketch flew forward, drawing closer and closer to the wall of mist. Soon it was surrounded by tendrils of thick fog. They flowed past the ketch, drifting above the waves. In front of him, the world turned somber and gloomy, rare rays of sunlight breaking through the veil of mist. Then the mist obscured the sky entirely, making it seem as though nothing else existed in the world. Sonny found himself in familiar surroundings after nearly a year of wandering the dreadful expanse of the tomb of Ariel. He had finally returned to the source, chapter 1565, traversing the mist, and Nanki's ketch was floating through a world of mist. The thick fog surrounded it from all sides, suffused with somber twilight. All sounds seemed both muffled and exaggerated, echoing across the vast expanse of shrouded water. Sonny could not see very far. Even his shadow sense was dulled by the mystical mist. It was a familiar sight. Indeed, I've been here already. This was the exact same place where Sonny had found himself at the start of the nightmare, the source. Here, covered by mist, the great river flowed into itself, and the past turned into the future. He could not feel the current anymore, but it was still there, strangely jumbled and disjointed. The ketch was moving, yet Sonny could not tell in what direction it was being carried. If he allowed himself to be pulled by the invisible current and reached the edges of the source, he would be sent back to the day he had entered the tomb of Ariel, as well as to the point upstream where the person whose role he took had been at that time. No, I can't allow that to happen. Sonny did not know if he could endure another cycle of the great river. Much more importantly, the 6 plagues and the Mad Prince had broken the rules of time somehow, and invaded a cycle they were not meant to exist in. He did not know if their existence had become a part of the great river by now, or if their heretical presence would be erased should a new cycle start. If it was the latter, then all the effort the Mad Prince and Torment had put into ensuring that all members of the cohort survived until the end of the nightmare would be for naught. More than that, that end was so close. Nephis would be reaching verge soon, armed with the means of destroying the first seeker. Sonny desperately did not want to live through the horrors of the tomb of Ariel one more time, especially since the result would be hanging in a fragile balance. No, he could not allow himself to get lost in the mist and miss his opportunity to enter the estuary, because there, at the heart of the Great Pyramid, lay the key to his shackles, his chance to gain freedom. Luckily, Cassie had made sure that he would have everything he needed to accomplish that goal. He had the guiding light to lead him to the entrance of the estuary. He had the mirror of truth to resist the defilement once he entered it. And he had the sin of solace, which had made it all possible. Speaking of the sword wraith, as soon as the mist surrounded him, the bastard had disappeared somewhere. He must not have been in the mood to talk, or simply unable to manifest within the source. Either way, Sonny did not miss the company of the loathsome apparition at all. Stay away for as long as you want. Picking up the guiding light, Sonny studied the radiant crystal that was supposed to show him the way. Its light was behaving strangely. It pointed in a certain direction, but after a few minutes of sailing through the mist, the light would suddenly change, pointing in an entirely different direction. That repeated over and over again with the radiance of the sacred relic jumping around and shifting chaotically. It was as though the entrance to the estuary was constantly moving. No, it's not moving, I am. Sonny knew that it was true. The estuary was stationary, but space itself was unreliable in the source. It was Sonny who was being thrown around without any order, moving a few meters to one side only to find himself several kilometers to the other. It was no wonder that the seekers of truth, despite all their might and knowledge, had failed to discover the estuary before Aletheia of the Nine showed up. The mysterious sorceress had even constructed her island in the image of the great river, going so far as to create her own time loop and her own sea of mist. Had it all been in order to learn how to navigate the source? Sonny did not know, but he suspected that she had not succeeded in finding the estuary by accident. How tragic it was, then, that all Aletheia had found there was her own doom, unless that was exactly what she had been searching for. Of course, who knew what goals the Nine had pursued? In any case, Sonny was not someone capable of raising a flying island in the middle of a mystical whirlpool, and taming the time to make it flow endlessly in a circle. Therefore, he would have never been able to find the estuary without the guiding light. Was it how he had found it the first time as well? Or had his versions from the previous cycles come up with their own solutions? There was no point in guessing. Using the sacred relic of the Sibyls to illuminate the way, Sunny allowed the ketch to sail forward, moving the steering oar in accordance with where the radiance was pointing. There were no nightmare creatures in the source, no danger except for the danger that the source itself presented, so traveling through the somber mist almost felt peaceful. Sunny quickly lost his perception of time, so he did not even know how long he had been traversing the fog. It could have been an hour, a day, or an eternity. Well, maybe not an eternity. Nephis would have obliterated the first seeker long before that. Still, he had to be getting closer. I wonder what Alethea found in the estuary. He wondered what the Mad Prince had found there as well. What secrets had Ariel hidden in the heart of his pyramid? What was the hideous truth he couldn't bear? Why had he hidden it all the way before time, away from the gazes of the gods? One way or another, Sunny was going to find out, and break the chains of fate that bound him tightly in the process. Just as he had always wished, he was growing tired of the dancing radiance of the guiding light. His hand was growing numb as it held the steering oar of Ananke's ketch. Time was flowing, and then, finally, Sunny felt it. The same thing he had felt before being expelled from the source the first time. He thought that he saw two tall pillars protruding from the mist far ahead, and then the invisible current suddenly turned violent and turbulent. There was the sound of roaring water, similar to what the waterfalls of the edge sounded like, and he felt the ketch being pulled forward at incredible speed. Then there was a sense of weightlessness, and then only darkness remained. There was the sound of wind whistling in Sunny's ears. He was falling, flying through a sea of darkness, lost and disoriented, unsure of where he was. The estuary! The wind howled louder, and Sunny felt his body plummeting through it at terrible speed. Belatedly, he remembered the need to summon the Darkwing and slow down his fall, or summon the shadows and turn himself into a monstrous butterfly, or even a crow. But it was too late for what? Dazed, he caught a glimpse of an enormous black edifice swiftly approaching him from the darkness. It was like a rough, irregularly shaped giant sphere of black stone that hovered in the void, eternal and indestructible. Strange mountains rose from its surface, hollow on the inside. It looked like a giant stone heart. Perhaps it was. A moment later, Sunny saw Ananke's ketch collide against the surface of the sphere below him and shatter, fragments of wood flying to all sides. There was no time to slow down his fall. Gritting his teeth, Sunny looked at the swiftly approaching surface of the backstone. The moment his body would have been broken against it, he activated Shadow Step and dove into the shadows instead, submerging deep into their dark embrace. Hidden there, safe, he remained motionless for a while. I made it, Sunny tried to calm down his feverish mind and moved up, returning to the surface. Emerging from the shadows, he stepped on the surface of the weathered stone and instantly fell, feeling gravity pulling him down. He was on a steep slope. Sunny slid down that slope, surrounded by the fragments of broken wood. Despite the sharp rocks tearing at his skin, he did not allow himself to cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth, wrapped the surrounding shadows around his hand, and turned it into the clawed hand of a shadow spawn. Twisting, Sunny struck the slope with his claws. They failed to penetrate the rugged black surface, sending sparks flying into the air. However, the friction alone slowed him down. Eventually, Sunny came to a halt at the very edge of an abyssal drop, his feet dangling above an empty black void. The pieces of Ananke's ketch spilled into that void, disappearing in the darkness. He remained laying for a few moments, catching his breath, then tried to access his surroundings. There was no light in the world. He was surrounded by darkness, with only the weathered surface of black stone separating him from the abyss. The sound of roaring water came from somewhere far, far below, turning into a barely audible whisper. It came from above him, too, and from all sides. The whispers assaulted his mind, making him dizzy, Sonny grimaced, then cautiously stood up, struggling to keep his balance on the steep slope. Finally, he looked around. So this is the estuary. The estuary was supposed to be located in a place that existed before time, and therefore before the gods had been born. So that place was supposed to be the void. But either the spell was unable to replicate the true void or unwilling to. Perhaps the estuary was isolated from it somehow. In any case, all Sonny could see was darkness and the surface of the vast sphere of black stone under his feet. His expression was somber, no time to waste. Leaning forward, he arduously climbed back up the slope, eventually reaching its middle point. That was where he had first fallen. Without stopping to rest, Sonny continued to climb. Cassie said that I need to get to the very heart of the estuary. This means that I probably need to somehow climb inside the sphere. Remembering the strange hollow mountains which resembled torn aortae, he continued to ascend the slope. Eventually, Sonny crested the top of what seemed like a tall hill and looked down. He froze, shaken by what he saw. His eyes widened, full of shock and fear. No, how can this be? In front of him, nestled between several immense outcroppings of black stone, was a vast valley, and on the floor of that valley, shrouded by darkness, lay the remains of countless broken ships. It was a vast ship graveyard. The harrowing thing about it, though, was that each of these ships looked familiar. They were all the Chainbreaker there in front of him. Thousands of Chainbreaker lay on the black stone, broken and destroyed, although each was destroyed in a unique manner, shattered by a terrible impact. Most of them were exactly the same. Some were a little different, seemingly modified before turning into a forlorn wreck. The shape of their rams was slightly different. The tattered sails were painted in different colors. The trees growing around the central mast of these ships were dead and twisted, devoid of all life. Some of the trees, though, looked perfectly healthy and alluring, countless succulent fruits weighing their branches down. Shuddering, Sonny decided to keep as far away from those wrecks as possible. There were countless broken ships in front of him, thousands of them, and it was just in that one valley. They weren't the wrecks of an entire fleet of similar vessels. Instead, they were the same vessel, destroyed countless times. Suddenly covered in cold sweat, Sonny felt his sense of reality shaking. What, that does it mean? He shuddered, then began to descend into the valley. As he did, he noticed more wood fragments among the shattered ships. They were all the remains of Ananke's ketch, piled in tall hills. He did not understand. How is this possible? As Sonny felt unsure of his sanity, a derisive laughter suddenly resounded from behind him. Turning swiftly, he looked into the darkness with wide eyes. But it was just the sin of Solace. The sword wraith looked more substantial somehow. Walking out of the darkness, he looked at Sonny with contempt and smiled viciously. What? Did you think that you were the first one to make it this far? Did you think that this is the first time you betrayed your cohort and decided to seek freedom in the estuary instead? The apparition scoffed and looked at the ship graveyard, his dark eyes burning with strange glee. Fool. There were countless versions of you that had come this far. Betrayal after betrayal, repeated endlessly in countless cycles. Truly, your treachery knows no bounds. Sonny remained silent, watching the sin of Solace with a somber expression. Well, that much is obvious. Of course, he was not the first version of himself to reach the estuary. There had been the Mad Prince as well. However, the next words of the sword wraith made him flinch. Oh, there were numerous Mad Princes before, too, all making schemes and striving to change something that could not be changed, the despicable bastards, paving the way for their lesser versions like you to make it to the end, each cycle a little different, but ultimately the same. The apparition took a step forward and spat, his voice trembling with hatred. Gods, I'm so tired of this boring play. Each time you escape the defilement, you are given the choice of remaining with your allies, and each time you choose to betray them. You really are a piece of scum. You know that? Do you know how many times you've broken your promises? How many times you've betrayed Changing Star in the name of seeking freedom? The sin of Solace laughed and gestured to the sea of broken ships. Look, look! Lost from light! Each of these wrecks is a monument to your sins. Sonny remained silent as he looked at the broken ships, feeling a bitter emotion rise in his heart. It was a tough pill to swallow to be disappointed in himself, but then he smiled darkly. Sure, knowing that he was an unreliable and treacherous, selfish person was bitter. But did it matter, really? He still did not regret his choice. More than that, he was still going to see it through. So what if all his previous selves had failed? They weren't him. He was the latest, and therefore the strongest. He wielded the accumulated legacy of all who came before, granted to him by the Mad Prince, the latest Mad Prince there had been, who remembered all the previous cycles through the sin of solace. They might have failed, but Sonny was not going to. He didn't have to be the first. He simply needed to be the last. It was impossible for him to fail, because the nightmare was already ending. By now, Nephis must have already begun her assault on Verge, the Mad Prince, Torment, and Cassie. They had manipulated the events to make sure that the nightmare was conquered, whether with or without Sonny. So this cycle would be the last one, whether he achieved his goal or not, and he was going to achieve it. The sin of solace looked at him with disdain. What? You have nothing to say? Has the fear stolen your ability to speak? Sonny smiled crookedly and walked past him without saying a word. He entered the ship graveyard and moved through it, making sure to stay away from the wrecks where the sacred trees were healthy and brimming with fruit. The feeling he received from these ones was too similar, if much weaker, than what he had felt under the branches of the Soul Devourer. Peace, safety, happiness, content. Therefore, Sonny moved as far away from that feeling as he could. The sin of Soleil followed, falling silent. The wraith's expression was full of hatred and contempt. Sonny paid him no attention. It did not take him a lot of time to travel past the ship graveyard. Beyond it was another slope, this one leading to the peak of a high mountain. If the sphere of black stone had been the unholy Titan's heart once, then the mountain would be one of the arteries. Augmented by 6 shadows, Sonny's body was brimming with strength. Even though he was exhausted after the harrowing journey to the source, he climbed the mountains without ever slowing down. The only thing he felt nervous about was not making it to the goal in time. Finally, Sonny reached the peak of the mountain. It was indeed hollow inside. In front of him was the entrance to a vast circular tunnel, surrounded by tall pillars. There were stone steps leading up to the maw of the tunnel, clearly man-made, or rather Daemon-made. Ariel must have shaped this entrance himself, a long time ago. Walking closer to the steps, Sonny noticed that several of them had cracked over the ages. Jagged pieces of black stone were laying on the ground. The size and shape of them were eerily familiar. They looked exactly like the jagged black rock the key of the estuary had been created from. Sonny smiled. So this is where the Mad Prince picked the base material for his memory up, which meant that the vile madman had been to the estuary before crossing from the future into the past. He could have gained his freedom a long time ago. But was there a point in being free if it was at the cost of Neph's life? For the Mad Prince, it was not. That was why he had returned to the great river without breaking the chains of fate. And that was why he had scratched numerous demented runes into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, all saying the same thing. Be careful of what you wish for. The Mad Prince had regretted finding the well of wishes. Sonny, however, would not. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the mirror of truth and looked at its polished surface. There, a reflection of Nephis as caught, looking just like she had on the carapace of the black turtle. Sonny had not used the mirror during the last revolution of the Alethea's Islands loop, and so it was in pristine condition. He looked at Neph's reflection for a while, then held the heavy mirror tightly and stepped into the grandiose tunnel, walking into its darkness, entering the heart of the tomb of Ariel. He walked forward for a while, not seeing anything particular. He couldn't even determine the direction in which the tunnel led. Its floor was supposed to be sloping downward. But if felt flat, stretching endlessly forward. Slowly, the walls of the tunnel expanded, and its ceiling disappeared from view. Sonny found himself walking between two perfectly flat plains of black stone, surrounded by darkness. And there in the darkness harrowing runes were carved into the stone, dancing madly. As soon as Sonny caught sight of these runes, he immediately activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Sonny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, but it was enough to send him into a state of utter terror. Before even having time to think, he shut his eyes tightly and activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth, borrowing Neph's longing ability, thus making his soul incorruptible for a while. And it was just in time, because simply being close to the runes threatened to make corruption bloom in his soul. Arg! He groaned mentally while keeping his mouth shut. The pain was almost unbearable. It was a familiar kind of terror, revulsion, and pain as well. Because Sonny had recognized the shape of those runes, there were two types of runes that the spell refused to translate. One had to do with the type of beings it simply called the unknown, the primordial beings of the eternal, ever-changing void. The other had to do with the singular being that it similarly called the unknown, the mysterious progenitor of the 7 daemons, which might have been one of the void creatures or might not have been. The latter runes were hard to look at, causing the head of the person to split with ache and their mind to become dizzy. It were the former runes, though, that were truly sinister, making the unfortunate person witnessing them feel terror and revulsion. Inscribed on the walls of the tunnel were such runes, a great number of them. The walls of the tunnel, which seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, were littered with them, with barely any empty spaces left between the harrowing symbols. Sonny gulped for air. This is the source of the defilement. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The dreadful runes described the void beings, and he had learned by now that corruption was the influence of the void seeping through the walls of existence that caged it. Therefore, knowledge of the void was the source of corruption as well. And that was what Ariel, that madman, had inscribed on the walls of the estuary. The stories of the void, the knowledge about it, and the true names of the harrowing beings that dwelled within its ever-changing depths imprisoned by the gods. He was sure of it. That was what Aletheia had found, most likely. And what had turned her into the source of the defilement, which was merely knowledge that could be shared and transferred, thus turning this form of corruption into an unstoppable infection. Knowledge of the void and of the true names of those beings whose names could not be known, let alone uttered aloud. That was why the spell refused to translate the harrowing runes, not because it wanted to keep its secrets for itself, but simply because being able to read them would be the end of anyone who did. Not just reading as well, merely being in the presence of these runes was harmful. It was already painful and dangerous to glimpse a few of them, as Sonny had done a few times in his life, for example, when reading the descriptions of the drop of Shadow God's blood and the drop of Weaver's blood. If the spell had translated those runes for him, those descriptions would have probably gone something like that. Before there was only boundless, eternal void from that dark abyss, the creatures of the void were born, just like chaos itself. They were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing. Or the loathsome thieving bird was hated both by the gods and the creatures of chaos. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of the void forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was one drop of pure golden ichor. Witnessing those few runes which merely named the void and the type of beings born from it had almost made him faint. Here in the estuary, though, remaining near them in the endless tunnel, was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. There were numerous ghastly runes carved into the stone, not only mentioning the void and the chaos beings, but also describing them in detail and calling them by their true names. Therefore, even though Sonny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, unable to read them, that alone put him at risk of becoming corrupted, Remaining near them in the endless tunnel was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. He would become the mad prince again. Running his fingers over the surface of the enchanted mirror, he could already feel a few thin cracks in it. For a moment Sonny considered turning around, but then a mocking voice came from the darkness. "Why don't you open your eyes?" Hearing the sin of solace made him remember why was it that he had come to the estuary, and what was at stake. His freedom, gritting his teeth. Sonny suppressed the terror and the agony he felt from being close to the harrowing runes and took a step forward. Then he took another step, and then another. Even though each of them was so hard that he wanted to fall and shriek in pain, he remained silent and persisted. 3 steps turned into 3 dozen, and then into 300. Sonny continued to walk through the dark tunnel, keeping his eyes closed. His shadows were wrapped tightly around his body, unable to see anything. Saint, fiend, and nightmare were kept safely within his soul. Unable to witness the dreadful secrets of the void, enduring the nauseating fear and torturous pain, he kept going, and hoping that he would reach the end of the tunnel before the mirror of truth reached its limit. I'm starting to rethink the value of curiosity, even subjected to the horror of the knowledge of the void, which could quite literally turn Sonny into a nightmare creature. He still felt a strange impulse to open his eyes and try to glean the secrets left in the estuary by the demon of dread. It was such a tantalizing mystery, after all. The void, the ineffable beings that dwelled in it, and how the gods were born from them only to wage war on the very existence that had given shape to their divinity. It was a bit like the compulsion to jump that some people felt while standing near the edge of a tall cliff. Of course, taking that leap would mean the death of them, and opening his eyes would mean the end of Sonny, so he kept them shut and kept walking. At first, each step felt as if he was trying to move a mountain. But slowly, tortuously, he grew accustomed to the suffocating pressure of the ghastly runes. Not to the point of being comfortable around them, but at least enough so to increase his pace. The reason he could make even a single step, though, was the mirror of truth, and the reflection of Nephis caught in it. Without borrowing her longing ability, Sonny would have collapsed to the ground the moment the runes surrounded him, turning into a pile of something. Tentacles, maybe, or bone blades. Then again, the mad prince had looked pretty human-like, so perhaps he would have retained his general appearance, with only his soul becoming consumed by corruption. That would have made Sonny a fallen terror, which was the same rank and class that the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore had possessed. The comparison made him feel not exactly nostalgic, but definitely contemplative. Things have changed a lot, haven't they? Distracting himself from the horror that surrounded him, Sonny continued to walk forward. Dread, absolute dread, what else had he expected to find in the heart of the tomb of Ariel? And it was not even the real thing. Sonny shuddered to imagine how much more harrowing the true estuary was. What madman would want to try entering its dreadful halls, and somehow the key to his freedom was still waiting for him somewhere ahead. What could grant him freedom in this God-forsaken place? Sonny did not know, but he was determined to grasp it with both hands. The sin of solace kept quiet, and so did he. Time passed agonizingly slowly, but also inconceivably fast. In fact, Sonny had lost all sense of the passage time the moment he entered the source, so he had no idea how much of it was flowing by. Nephis was somewhere out there, either preparing to fight or already fighting the hordes of the defiled abominations. Faster, I have to walk faster. Gritting his teeth, Sonny did just that. Nothing changed for a while, with his mind still being ravaged by the presence of the revolting runes. But then a subtle sound reached his ears. It was the tranquil murmur of water licking a stone shore, feeling a spark of hope ignite in his heart. Sonny touched the surface of the mirror of truth, feeling cold sweat rolling down his back when he realized that it was almost entirely covered by cracks now. The miraculous memory was going to shatter very soon. But he was still so far away, Sonny could not risk separating his shadows from himself, or turning into a swift shadow and gliding forward. The last thing he wanted was to expose his soul to more pain. Fainting in convulsions would be the end of him, so he simply took a deep breath and forced his dazed body into a run instead. The mirror of truth kept cracking beneath his fingers, and then those cracks connected together, producing a quiet but deafening sound. The miraculous mirror shattered and fell apart, the sharp shards dissipating into a whirlwind of sparks. He heard the spell whisper, "Your memory has been destroyed." At the same time, Sonny put his foot forward and felt emptiness beneath it. Losing his balance, he fell down and rolled on sharp rocks, quickly becoming covered in bruises. Thankfully, a few moments later, the pressure of the ghastly runes dissipated, and he was able to take a deep breath. Sliding down a sharp stone slope felt infinitely less torturous than being surrounded by the horrid writing of Ariel, the demon of dread. Nevertheless, Sonny lingered for a few more seconds before opening his eyes. His body had indeed rolled down another steep slope, this one leading to a vast and calm lake, or maybe a sea or an ocean. Sonny could not see the end of it, so he did not know its size. All he knew was that the water was shrouded in darkness and tranquil, reminding him of the peaceful lightlessness of his own soul. Behind him, the entrance to the tunnel towered like an infinite vertical wound in the mass of black stone. The ceiling of the colossal cavern he had found himself in could not be seen, if there even was one. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the tranquil lake of dark water with a resentful expression. Water gods, why does it have to be water again? Sonny had never encountered a deep body of water that did not hide some terrifying abomination. Hopefully this time would be different, he thought that, but still decided against diving into the lake. Instead, he used the crown of twilight and stepped on the surface of the water instead, walking across it as if it was solid ground. The surface of the water supported him, barely wetting his dainty silk shoes. Sonny had already experienced walking on water, running on water, and even fighting on water, so this was nothing new to him. Nevertheless, the quiet lake that was hidden deep within the heart of the tomb of Ariel at the estuary of the great river made a sense of wonder bloom in his heart. Can this perhaps be the Well of Wishes? Sonny did not really believe that the fairy tale Ananke had told him was literal. The magical Well of Wishes did not really exist, and neither did the remnant of the primal desire from which the gods had been born exist in the estuary. Cassie had told him herself, not everyone's wish would be fulfilled here, but his would, through some unknown process. Still, looking at the mysterious lake surrounding him, Sonny could not help but wonder if both of them had perhaps been wrong. Wouldn't it be nice for something that magical to exist? But, of course, the dark and seemingly endless lake was not the Well of Wishes Ananke had told him about. Sonny realized it when faint lights ignited in its depths and a nauseating feeling assaulted his senses. Damn it. He staggered slightly, barely keeping himself from plunging into the cold water. Regaining his balance, Sonny stared at the distant lights. A strange expression appeared on his face. Don't tell me there, deep beneath his feet, more runes shined, weaved from light. He could not read them, and felt dizzy from merely looking at them. But they were not the same harrowing runes that covered the walls of the tunnel. Instead, they were the second kind of runes that the spell refused to translate. The runes that had to do with the unknown, the progenitor of the demons. At least these writings did not threaten to corrupt his soul. Sonny studied the runes for a few moments, having no idea what they meant. However, strangely, he felt that he was on the cusp of grasping their meaning. It was as if the secrets described by the shining runes were just outside his reach. I wonder if Aletheia got that far, and the Mad Prince. And all the previous versions of Sonny that had entered the estuary, had any of them learned the secrets written by the demon of dread in the depths of a mystical lake, the lake that was hidden behind a tunnel full of corruption, almost as if guarded by it. Sonny took a deep breath, and then, following an impulse, summoned the Sin of Solace. Hideous truth enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sonny was not entirely mad, but through the paradoxical nature of the sin of solace, the spirit of the cursed sword had long ago reached completion. Therefore he was long overdue to receive revelations as a reward for reaching the pinnacle of madness. The hilt of the jade jian landed comfortably in his hand, and the moment it did, Sonny felt the thin barrier separating him from understanding the nauseating runes dissolving. Finally, their true meaning was revealed to him. Looking down, Sonny shuddered as he read, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god." Sonny stared at the familiar runes, dazed. Hail, Weaver. His mind was in a state of shock, or maybe epiphany. He couldn't tell. The forgotten god, so the unknown, the progenitor of the demons, was a god, the seventh god. How could it be? He raised a hand and wiped his face, suddenly feeling cold. There were only 6 gods: sun god, war god, beast god, storm god, heart god, and shadow god, which was strange considering how obsessed the spell and the dream realm as a whole seemed with the number 7. But who was the forgotten god? Where had another god come from, and how could he be the parent of the demons? Demons were said to have appeared out of nowhere, creating themselves. No, wait. If there was a 7th god, which was rather unbelievable, considering that Sonny had never seen him, her, it, mentioned anywhere, then why would the spell refuse to translate his name? And why did Sonny feel dizzy and nauseated when encountering the few, exceedingly rare mentions of him written in the strange runes? And why was the name of Weaver written in the runes at the heart of the tomb of Ariel? Sonny hesitated for a while, then walked further, heading for the next set of runes shining underwater, some distance away. Forgotten god, forgotten god. A 7th god existed, huh? That was very strange. Soon he reached the next set of shining runes. They read, "Hail, Hope, demon of desire, daughter of the forgotten god." He frowned a little, then continued walking. Soon he walked over the runes mentioning all 7 of the demons: demon of fate, demon of desire, demon of oblivion, demon of dread, demon of imagination, demon of repose, and the demon of choice, as well as destiny. It seemed that even Ariel had forgotten to mention the name of the demon of oblivion, or perhaps he had, but Sonny had already forgotten reading it. In any case, all 7 demons were called the children of the forgotten god. It was at that moment that a startling realization ignited in Sonny's mind, making him sway a little. Desire, dread, repose, imagination, oblivion, destiny, fate. The 7th god, the forgotten god, was the progenitor of the 7 demons. In hindsight, it was all so obvious, wouldn't it make him dream god? Dream god, the god of dreams, nightmares, restoration, imagination, oblivion, and fate. People dreamed about what they desired. They saw nightmares about things they dreaded. Sleep brought with it rest, and was full of fantastical things. Dreams were easily forgotten, disappearing into oblivion, and sometimes dreams brought with them visions of fate, like the prophetic visions Cassie received when she slept. Destiny, meanwhile, was the other side of fate. It all made sense. The 7 demons each represented one of the aspects of the 7th god, dream god, who had been forgotten and erased from history for some reason, only mentioned in forbidden runes that could not be read by most people, and repelled anyone who tried, thus becoming the forgotten god. Sonny remained motionless for a while, trying to digest the earth-shaking revelation he had received in the estuary. He felt as though he had stumbled on a great, almost unimaginable secret, something that perhaps lay at the root of all the mysteries that had been plaguing him for so long. There were not 6, but 7 gods: sun god, war god, storm god, beast god, heart god, shadow god, and dream god, who had been forgotten. The demons were children of this forgotten god. Therefore, by rebelling against the gods, had they rebelled against their own kin. Just like the gods themselves had waged war against their kin, the ineffable beings of the void. No, wait. The connection between the forgotten god and everything that had happened and continued to happen was too deep to be a mere coincidence. The realms of the gods were destroyed, consumed one after another by the dream realm. Seeds of nightmare bloomed in its depths, infecting the last remaining realm, the waking world, by a plague of nightmare creatures. And then there was the nightmare spell created by Weaver, the firstborn of Dream God. Had the forgotten god really been Dream God, or had he been Nightmare God? Or had he been Dream God once, but then became the god of nightmares? Why had he been erased from history? Why did the runes describing his title, and not even his real title, but simply referring to him as the forgotten god, possess a repelling force to them? It was almost as if merely mentioning him was forbidden, on a level close to a universal law. Wait. If a mere mention of the forgotten god was forbidden, was that why Weaver's lineage was described as forbidden as well? Come to think of it, Sonny had never heard about any of the daemons having offspring, had they been forbidden from propagating because of their connection to the erased deity. His head was spinning. There's something to it, I am certain. The forgotten god, the dream realm, and the nightmare spell. There was an obvious connection between them, a through line that neatly tied it all together. An answer to most of the questions that Sonny had asked himself countless times, but was never able to solve. The next set of runes shone in the distance, luring him to walk further. Maybe that answer lies right ahead. Taking a deep breath, Sonny walked across the surface of the hidden lake. Soon, he reached the source of light. However, to his surprise, it was not a string of runes. Instead, it was an image. A familiar image, too, surrounded by a field of terrifying darkness. A mass of golden flame was burning, illuminating the void with its radiance. It was the start of the myth of creation, the scene where desire was born in the everlasting void, bringing with it direction. Why is this here? Sonny frowned, then walked forward, soon reaching the next source of light. Again, a familiar image was in front of him, or rather beneath him. This one, however, was a bit different from what he had seen in the drowned temple of fallen grace. On the mural of the drowned temple, there were 6 radiant figures surrounding the reduced mass of flames, with vague shapes of the void creatures hidden in the darkness. But here in the waters of the dark lake, there were 7, and looking at the 7th figure made Sonny feel dizzy and nauseous. It seemed that not only mentioning the forgotten god was forbidden, but depicting him as well. Sonny walked further. The next several scenes painted in the water were largely the same. They depicted the 7 gods fighting against the void beings, albeit in more artistic and mysterious manner. However, the final scene of the war was very different from how it had been drawn on the mural in the drowning temple. There the void beings had been shown beaten and diminished, surrounded by the 6 proud and victorious gods. Here in the estuary, though, the scene was entirely not the same. The void being were just as giant and terrifying as ever, and the 7 gods were depicted in a desperate fight against them, both sides seemingly on the verge of being destroyed. The next scene was different as well. In the temple, it showed the 6 gods confidently enveloping the void, and the harrowing creatures dwelling in it, in a net made from the remnants of the golden flame. Here, though, the scene was largely the same, with one important distinction. One of the 7 radiant figures was hopelessly caught among the terrifying shapes of the void creatures, unable to retreat. Nevertheless, the net of flames still enveloped the void, creating a cage around it, and sealing the radiant figure in that cage with the beings of the void. Sonny shivered, a terrible understanding dawning on him. He walked to the next scene and saw it just before the net closed, forever sealing the void. The radiant figure of the 7th god tore 7 pieces of itself and sent them flying away. The radiant sparks, much brighter than the remnant sparks of the golden flame that would later become humans, escaped the cage just before it closed. The final image was very similar to the one depicted in the drowned temple. It showed the familiar picture of forests, plains, river, and a vast sky, the world as Sonny knew it. Humans were depicted in that image as well, wandering the landscape as tiny dots. There were 7 vague but much more prominent figures among them, though, standing under the blue sky, confused and lost. The daemons. Sonny trembled. This is not the myth of creation. Indeed, the story drawn in the depths of the mystical lake was not the myth of creation. Instead, it was the story of how the demons were born, of how the gods sealed the void, abandoning one of their own, and how that 7th god tore 7 pieces of his soul to let a part of him escape the cage, thus becoming the progenitor of the demons, who were mysterious creatures that were rumored to have appeared from nowhere, possessing a power not quite equal, but similar to that of the gods. As it turned out, the daemons had not appeared out of nowhere, nor had they created themselves. Instead, they were born from the 7 pieces of a god whose very existence had been erased from the world, concealed, and forbidden from being mentioned, the 7th god, the forgotten god, who had been dream god once. So it was not that the origin of the daemons was unknown. It was just that their very existence was forbidden, and since no one was allowed to remember the forgotten god, it seemed as if they had appeared from nowhere. Sonny shivered, and then looked ahead. There the last cluster of light was burning under the surface of the dark lake. He walked forward, his legs numb. Soon he reached the light and looked down, seeing runes once again. Taking slow steps, he studied them. The message left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread, read, "Here is the truth I leave behind, that reveals the lie of the gods. The forgotten one slumbers, in the void eternal ever-changing, dreaming of escape. The gods who were flawless learned shame and were flawless no more. I am a child of their transgression, and thus their flaw." Suddenly he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the Seacon nightmare just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the 4 words the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. Never trust the gods. Sonny trembled. The gods were flawless no more. Suddenly he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the Seacon nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the 4 words the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. Never trust the gods. The gods were liars indeed. They left one of their own in the cage they had built to imprison the void, and full of shame, erased his existence from the world. Was that how the universal law of imperfection had been born? Or maybe it had gone the other way around, and it was precisely the creation of the law of imperfection that had given the gods the final push they needed to seal the void, thus making the forgotten god their flaw, and therefore making the demons who had been born from his soul living incarnations of that flaw. Was that what Hope had meant when she spoke to him? Hope, who had been imprisoned by Sun God, her kingdom destroyed after mortals started worshipping her. Wait, no. Was shame really what had made the gods forbid the knowledge of the forgotten god from spreading, or was there something deeper hiding behind that colossal lie, the law of imperfection? Everything in the world created by the gods was imperfect, including the gods themselves. Therefore, the seal they had placed on the void had to be imperfect as well, which meant that it could be broken. That, in a sense, was their flaw too, and therefore the forgotten god who had been sealed in the void for so long slumbering could one day break free. What would happen if he did? Suddenly something clicked in Sonny's head. No, not what would happen. He paled, an expression of utter terror appearing on his face. What has happened? There were 7 gods, not 6, and therefore there had to be 7 divine realms, not 6 like Windflower had told him. The waking world was the 6th, most likely belonging to War God, while the dream realm was the 7th, belonging to the forgotten god, the dream realm which was devouring all the rest and spreading corruption to all of existence through the blooming seeds of nightmare. Corruption was the result of the void influencing that which had been created by the gods. What would happen if one of the gods was exposed to the void for eons then? Could there be a corrupted god, the god of corruption? Sonny trembled once again. That god had already broken free of his seal, but perhaps he was still asleep, and all of existence was in the throes of his nightmare. The forgotten god has succumbed to corruption, and the day he was released would have brought doom to the world created by the gods, so they had to have done everything in their power to prevent him from growing stronger, restless, and awakening from his slumber. They had erased all mentions of his existence from the world. They had forbidden the demons from siring offspring, thus preventing the propagation, the lineage of the forgotten god, and they had destroyed Hope's kingdom when people started worshipping her, and through her the god from whom she was created, which was a really cruel punishment considering that demons had not even been aware of their origin at the time. After all, the description of the mantle of the underworld stated it clearly about Nether. He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood as well as learn the secrets of his own nether, had been the first to reveal the lie of the gods and learn the truth of his origin. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling sick. Damnation, damnation. Finally, the history of the Dream Realm was revealed in front of him, except for the very end of it, what had happened during the Doom War. How had the gods and the demons perished? How had the seal of the void been broken? And if it had been broken, why wasn't all of existence already consumed by it? Why was the forgotten god still sleeping instead of awakening to devour everything? Most importantly of all, what was the true purpose of the nightmare spell, and what was Weaver's real goal? Remembering the scheming demon, Sonny suddenly shuddered. Wait a minute. The demons had been forbidden from propagating, and yet the demon of fate still secretly created a lineage, the forbidden lineage which Sonny had inherited since the blood of Weaver was flowing through his veins. Did it mean that he had actually inherited the lineage of the forgotten god? What the hell does that mean? Sonny raised his hands and clutched at his hair. He was a bit overwhelmed after finally solving countless mysteries about the past of the world, despite that very knowledge having been forbidden from being learned by a divine law. He was left with one final set of questions. But these questions were perhaps the most important because they directly influenced the present and therefore the future, his future as well as that of everyone he knew. Arg, Sonny would have loved to spend an eternity contemplating the many harrowing revelations he had received, but he wasn't sure that he could endure it at the moment. Most importantly, he didn't have time. His freedom was here somewhere in the estuary of the great river, hidden at the very heart of it, where the most burdensome truth Ariel wanted to be free of should have been buried. Sonny had to reach it before Nephis burned the first seeker to ash. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he tried to calm his frenzied mind and hurriedly walked forward. Lying gods, forgotten gods, corrupted gods, deal with all of this later. The forgotten god dreamed of being free. Well, Sonny dreamed of being free as well, and his wish was almost within his grasp. So he was going to make sure that he didn't fail to grasp it at all costs. Chapter 1573 Stone Maze, 11573 Stone Maze. Sonny turned away from the chilling testament that Ariel had left behind in the silent waters of the still lake and continued forward. There were a million thoughts in his mind. The magnitude of the revelation he had received dwarfed almost everything. Sonny knew the very reason for the cold reality he was born into now had an explanation. The future, too, had become much clearer, and it was a frightening future as well. The gods were dead, but not all of them. The seventh god was still alive, slumbering in the cradle of the void. All of existence was already infected by the horrors of his nightmare, and once the Forgotten One awakened, even that ailing world would come to an end. And yet Sonny had no desire to ponder these truths right now. The matters of corrupted gods and dying worlds were far away. The dreadful future they promised was far away too, although perhaps not as far as he would have hoped for. In any case, none of it held any meaning as long as he was bound, as long as he wasn't free. Free to live his life the way he wished to live it, as well as free to try and change the predestined outcome, even if the end promised by the truth of Ariel truly came before Sonny died peacefully of old age. Even if he failed to change anything in the end, there was really only one thing sadder than living as a slave. It was dying as one. So Sonny wished to gain freedom even more desperately now, and unlike the dreadful truth, his freedom was near. The guiding light was still shining, pointing across the dark waters. Sonny followed that light through the darkness as he walked across the still lake. Subtle ripples spread from where he stepped. His reflection walked alongside him, and a few steps back, the Sin of Solace followed, staring at Sonny with hateful eyes. Why is he being so quiet? There was something strange happening to the sword wraith. He seemed different somehow ever since they had entered. The estuary Sonny had long grown accustomed to the company of the loathsome apparition, but now he was growing wary of its presence, not the least because he knew now what harrowing knowledge the Sin of Solace was harboring, prevented from sharing it only by the seal placed on him by the estuary key, just like the void could break its seal and consume all of existence. The knowledge of it that the wraith possessed would consume Sonny should the estuary key disappear. The thought was chilling. It's a good thing I never tried to transfer the key of the estuary to someone, I guess. Sonny continued to walk across the dark lake, losing all sense of time, or rather what little of it he had left. There were no lights shining under the surface of the water anymore, but gradually the lake itself changed. Its surface, which had been calm before, was slowly growing restless. There were powerful currents moving underneath the surface, making the dark water stir and surge, forming waves. Soon advancing had become harder. Eventually, Sonny saw something in the distance. Jagged rocks were rising from the water, resembling cliffs. The water was flowing between them, restless, and wisps of mist rose here and there. The silence was broken by the sound of rushing water and the whispers of distant currents. Sonny reached the towering black rocks, looking at the surging water with a complicated expression. There was a labyrinth formed by the passages between the jagged cliffs, shrouded in mist. The water traveled through the stone maze, disappearing from view. He could hear it roar in the distance as if plunging from great heights. He could also feel the very fabric of reality grow thin and strange all around him. What is this place? Sonny did not know, but he had a suspicion, and that suspicion only grew when he noticed something at the base of one of the cliffs. There a mark had been left on the black stone as if cut into it by a sharp blade. 2 runes, one meaning sun, the other meaning loss. The Mad Prince passed through here, and not only him. Looking into the passages formed between the cliffs, and listening to the distant roar of water, Sonny felt sure that here the lake hidden in the inner part of the estuary, connected back to the great river, only since the lake existed entirely outside of time. The connections it formed were special. If he followed one of the streams, he would most likely be able to exit the estuary. He would also enter the great river at a point in time different from where he had left it, perhaps far in the future, or perhaps far in the past, long before the day he had entered the nightmare. That was how the Mad Prince had been able to invade a cycle of the great river where he was not meant to exist and had taken the future. Plagues with him, Cassie had said so herself. What had her exact words been? After reaching the estuary and using it to invade the next cycle of the great river, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Sonny had not paid attention to these words back then, overwhelmed by other matters, but now he finally understood what Cassie had meant. The estuary existed outside of time, or rather time itself did not exist yet in the estuary. So the relationship between this eerie place and the rest of the tomb of Ariel was tenuous at best. By choosing the right passage, one could escape the usual cyclical flow of the great river and travel to a different time, not the subjective time of the great river represented by its current, but the objective time that dictated the rise and fall of its civilization. If Sonny had 1,000 attempts, he could map the labyrinth and find a way to come and go as he pleased, visiting different eras of the tomb of Ariel. He could even travel to a time before the plagues invaded the latest cycle, prepare for their arrival, then destroy them in one fell swoop. They had not been as powerful back then. After all, that way perhaps the river civilization would not decline as fast. Perhaps the twilight would not be destroyed yet. Perhaps the nightmare could be conquered differently. But then again, maybe not. Maybe twilight had always been fated to be destroyed by the forces of the defilement, and the beautiful cities of the Sibyls had always been fated to fall apart and drown. In any case, he did not have 1,000 attempts. He barely had one, and so Sonny entered the labyrinth and followed the guiding light, wondering where it would lead him. Would he return to the great river? Would he be sent into the future or into the past? Whose true name had Torment delivered to Cassie, and how would finding that creature or place release him from the chains of fate? He was going to find out. Eventually there was nothing left around him except for towering cliffs and rushing water. Sonny... Well, that much was obvious. It was because whatever door the Mad Prince had wanted to unlock with it was already ajar, feeling a dark kind of amusement. Sonny slowly walked to the Sin of Solace and stopped just a step or 2 away from him. The loathsome sword wraith looked cold, not at all delighted despite being free of the seal that had constrained him for so long. However, somehow he also looked much more sinister than before. The apparition stared at Sonny with a bit of contempt, a bit of resentment, and a bit of pity. Here we are, you fool. Really, how could you not expect that outcome? Sonny met his gaze and sighed. How could he have not expected this to happen? Of course he had. The actions of the Mad Prince had always been bizarre and almost impossible to understand. The depths of the schemes the vile madman had woven were nothing short of unfathomable, destroying countless lives and reshaping the entire nightmare to his will. Sonny had long guessed what drove the Mad Prince. It was his desire to redeem the sin of killing Nephis and bring her back to life. That said, who was to say that his previous self only had one goal? Who was to say that he had been willing to simply cease to exist, thus preventing himself from enjoying the fruits of his labor? After all, if there was one thing Sonny knew about himself, it was that he was a cockroach. He was very hard to kill, and even if something did manage to kill him, he had a strange track record of somehow finding a way to come back to life. So why would the Mad Prince be any different? Of course, there was a bit of contradiction between what the 2 of them wanted. It was because, in order for the Mad Prince to come back to life, Sonny had to disappear. He had to become a vessel to the memories of the vile madman and lose his sanity to corruption. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the Sin of Solace silently. So which one of them would get to exist? Which one of them would manage to outscheme the other? Sonny had an inkling that the Mad Prince had not been willing to quietly disappear for a while now. However, it had always been just that, a suspicion substantiated by nothing except for his knowledge of himself. Sonny wouldn't have wanted to cease to exist, so why would his defiled version be any different? The Mad Prince had wished to be free, and in the process of fulfilling that wish, he caused Neph's death. His soul was consumed by the defilement, but not entirely so. A small slither of his humanity remained due to the sin of Solace, who preserved it to torment his host better. And so the vile madman came to regret pursuing his wish. He schemed and conspired to bring Nephis back to life and create such a cycle of the great river where the nightmare could be conquered by the cohort. He turned his friends into the plagues and then betrayed them, arranging for each to be slaughtered. But was that all that the Mad Prince had wanted? Apparently no. Sonny was a greedy person, and his past self had to have been, too. Therefore, there were at least two more things the Mad Prince had schemed to achieve. The first one was more or less obvious. He had not only wished to bring Nephis back to life, but to be with her as well. Staring at the sin of Solace, Sonny shook his head in disgust. That crazy bastard, did he really think that Neph would accept a horrid, corrupted maniac like him? Well, it was in the name. Despite all his devious cunning, at the end of the day, the Mad Prince was exactly that, entirely and utterly mad. Sonny had no doubt that the lunatic imagined countless ways to bend the future to his will in that perverse head of his. The sin of Solace, meanwhile, smiled darkly. "Oh, I see that you are starting to understand. I'm sorry to say this, though. It's already too late for you." Sonny simply stared at him without saying anything. Indeed, he was starting to understand how the Mad Prince had planned to return, and why was it only happening now? There was a second thing he must have wanted to achieve, after all, and that thing was to reach the heart of the estuary. Sonny could not have come to that conclusion before, but after witnessing the inner sanctum of the hidden lake and experiencing the chilling gaze of its guardian, he realized something. There was indeed one last secret hidden at the very heart of the estuary, perhaps the most terrible and the most precious of them all. And Ariel had arranged for that secret to be protected above all else. Only those who passed the judgment of the guardian of the lake had the right to learn that secret. That judgment appeared to be a very simple one. Why had the great nightmare creatures that found their way into the estuary been slain, while Sonny was allowed to pass? It was because their souls were corrupted, while his was not. Corruption was not allowed to come near the heart of the estuary, as if Ariel had not wanted for whatever was hidden there to be sullied by its vile touch. And therefore, the Mad Prince had not been able to witness the final secret either. As the sin of Solace looked at him mockingly, Sonny smiled. Of course it was so obvious. How could the Mad Prince, a corrupted titan, infiltrate the heart of the estuary, if no corrupted creature could? The answer was oblivion. He had to forget the knowledge of the void that planted the seeds of corruption into his soul at the start of each cycle, pass the judgment of the lake guardian, and then regain his memories again. So the Mad Prince had created the key of the estuary, a memory meant to get him to the innermost sanctum of the estuary intact. A memory that placed a seal on the sin of Solace, thus preventing the sword wraith from sharing the knowledge of the void and the memories of all previous cycles with Sonny, only for that seal to be broken once it served its purpose and got Sonny past the lake guardian, thus bringing the Mad Prince back in all his unholy glory. The sin of Solace chuckled. "Ah, don't look so dejected. Whatever anger you feel, I feel more of it. Being stuck with you is already bad enough, you worm. Being stuck with the other guy? Gods. I've endured that for too long already." He sighed. But well, what's done is done. There is no way to escape the inevitable now. Sonny glared at him and outstretched a hand, summoning the jade Jian into existence. The sin of Solace laughed. "Oh, wait. I guess you can just destroy me before your soul is corrupted, huh?" The sword wraith was immune to the flow of the great river, keeping his memories of all the past cycles. And since he was nothing but a splintered piece of Sonny's own mind, that knowledge would slowly seep through and contaminate the rest of his mind, like it had happened on Alethea's island. The sin of Solace could just whisper the secrets of the void to Sonny directly, but he did not have to. Eventually, that knowledge would infect Sonny's mind simply because it was already there. However, it would not happen instantly. Just like it had happened on Alethea's island, and even earlier with the cycles of the great river, Sonny had some time before the contamination started in earnest. If he was to somehow destroy the sin of solace during that time, the splintered part of his mind would be eradicated, and the terrible knowledge contained within it would be erased without a trace. The problem was, the beautiful Jian appeared in Sonny's hand, its blade carved from pristine white jade. Perfect jade enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. The sin of solace was a transcendent memory with an enchantment that drastically enhanced its durability, while Sonny was merely an ascended. Was he even strong enough to break it? And if he did break it, would the wraith born from it truly disappear? Sonny had to destroy the sin of solace before the seeds of corruption were planted into his soul. If he managed to destroy the wraith before that happened, the scheme the Mad Prince had concocted to come back to life would be thwarted, and Sonny would get to continue existing. If he failed, the Mad Prince would return, consuming him in the process, that vile bastard. The sword wraith laughed as he watched him. My, oh my. You're not going to do something terrible to me, are you? Sonny glanced at him darkly, then at the beautiful Jian in his hand. Placing the guiding light on the water, he wrapped all 6 of his shadows around him and grabbed the jade blade using all his inhuman strength in an attempt to break it against his knee. The sin of solace was not only incredibly resilient, but also incredibly sharp. Despite the marble shell, Sonny could not get a good hold of it without losing his fingers. And even if he could, his strength seemed insufficient to shatter the cursed sword. Even though his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing, the Jian only bent, but did not break. As soon as Sonny released it, the blade sprung back to its initial perfectly straight form. Maybe I should try to escape back under the gaze of the lake guardian. But no, that would only end in his demise. The sin of solace was a part of him, and now that the estuary key had been destroyed, the guardian would obliterate them both. The wraith chuckled, observing his efforts with disdain. Pathetic, Sonny abandoned his attempts to break the jade blade and straightened. Then he smiled. So what if he wasn't strong enough to break the damned sword? That whole performance was just to satiate his curiosity anyway. Before the sword wraith could say anything else, he released his shadows and tossed the beautiful Jian away. A moment later, a hand rose from one of the shadows, catching the cursed sword. Saint stepped out of it, holding it with indifferent grace, as an ascended Sonny might not have been strong enough to shatter the sin of solace. But luckily he had a transcendent devil at hand, 2 of them even. It would have been even easier to make Fiend eat the jade blade, but he was worried that the cursed thing would give the ravenous ogre indigestion. So, the job of destroying the sinister memory fell to Saint. As the 6 shadows wrapped themselves around the graceful knight, her ruby eyes blazed with crimson light. The wraith opened his eyes widely. Now, wait a second. Not paying him any attention, or rather incapable of perceiving him, Saint silently placed the flat of the jade blade against her greave, slowly raised her shield, and then struck the cursed sword with its rim. A gust of hurricane wind spread from the point of impact, and the surface of the lake rippled. The sin of solace cracked, then exploded into shards of beautiful white jade, which dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. Those sparks were then absorbed into Saint's stone-like body. Sonny heard the spell whispering into his ear, saying the same words for the second time in the last few minutes. Your memory has been destroyed. A slight grimace appeared on his face. Losing memories never felt good. There was the grimace on the face of the sword wraith, too. The apparition convulsed, screaming, and hunched over. For a few moments there was silence. And then the silence was broken by the sound of mocking laughter. Oh, it seems that breaking the sword did nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Who would have known? The sin of solace straightened and stared at Sonny with a disdainful grin. Fool, did you really think that it would work? Sonny stared at him silently, his face pale and grim. The wraith shook his head. If it was that easy to get rid of me, do you think that I would still be here? Ah, lost from light, I'm a part of your mind now. The cause of me might have been that memory of yours, but the source of me is you. So, what good would destroying the sword do? The contemptuous smile slowly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and dark expression. It was a little bit dejected, too. The sin of solace sighed. Now, let's end this farce. It has been a displeasure to spend time with you once again. Granted, what comes won't be pleasant either. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, some terrible truth that would drive Sonny mad and infect his soul with corruption, without a doubt. But before he could, Sonny took a step forward, coming face to face with the startled wraith, and leaned forward a little. Then he whispered into his ear. Only 2 words, the first words he had spoken after saying farewell to Cassie at the shore of Verge. They were, "Be gone." And as he said them, the world shuddered. The wraith's eyes widened slightly, this time in earnest. You, and then he was gone. Erased, as if he had never existed. The splintered part of Sonny's mind was gone, taking the forbidden knowledge of the void and all the memories of the previous cycles with it, preventing the mad prince from ever being born again, healed from the curse that had plagued him since the early days of the Southern campaign. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. Then he looked down. There was a thin thread tied around his neck, the same thread with which the mouths of the voiceless prelates, a band of corrupted demons led by a devil named the Defiled Herald, had been sewn shut. Sonny had slain them back in Antarctica, receiving a certain memory in the process. That memory was the stifled scream, a charm he usually used to augment Saint. The charm possessed a second enchantment, though, which the graceful knight had never been able to use, word of power, enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. Saint never spoke, so word of power could not be used by her. Sonny, meanwhile, was never able to remain silent for long enough to let the enchantment accumulate enough potency. The longer one remained silent, the more tyrannical the authority of the word of power would become. And so, knowing that he might face the machinations of the Mad Prince in one way or another, Sonny had summoned the stifled scream. That was the memory he had summoned while bidding farewell to Cassie, and ever since then he had not made a sound. The great river was a river of time, and so by traversing it, Sonny had let the stifled scream accumulate a lot of power, but much more than that, he entered the estuary while wearing it. Time did not exist in the estuary, which meant that there was no difference between a single moment and an eternity here. How dreadful would a silence that had lasted for an eternity be? Dreadful enough to obliterate the sin of solace, it seemed, and powerful enough to save Sonny's life. Not having to maintain silence anymore, he took a deep breath and then cursed quietly. Damnation. You go to hell, me? The Mad Prince was gone this time forever. Which meant that Sonny had joined the exclusive club that Jet, Kai, and Cassie were already members of. He had vanquished an evil version of himself. It also meant that the path to the heart of the estuary was completely free. Picking up the guiding light, Sonny dismissed Saint and headed for the vague shape rising above the dark waters of the nebulous lake. The final secret of the tomb of Ariel awaited there, limping across the dark expanse of still water, illuminated gently by the pure radiance of the guiding light. Sonny stared at his battered reflection. A dark grin twisted his lips into a crooked line. Look at us, nearing the finish line, and not anywhere near dropping dead. The situation was quite unfamiliar. Usually, Sonny would have been at the very doorstep of death or even past its threshold with 1 foot by now. But he was strangely in one piece. Sure, he had been mauled and mangled by plenty of dreadful nightmare creatures on the way to the estuary. However, his state was nowhere near as rough as the norm in such moments. Had he been lucky, or had his tenacity finally reached such an unreasonable level that it was simply too hard for anything to truly bring him down without outright killing him? Well, in any case, I'm not complaining. Let's finish this then. His reflection did not answer, leaving Sonny in tranquil silence. He was momentarily unnerved by the lack of a mocking retort, but then remembered that the sin of solace was gone. His mind was free of the voice that had haunted it for so long with maddening whispers. It felt very strange, sort of peaceful. Now that the curse that had plagued him was gone, Sonny realized that he had been under constant pressure without even noticing it. His mental resistance had prevented the insidious whispers from truly driving him mad, but the act of resisting the loss of sanity itself had been putting a burden on his mind. That burden was no more, filling him with a sense of levity. However, he was also exhausted, drained, and deeply shaken by the secrets he had learned. It was a strange mixture of emotions. One step at a time, Sonny continued walking toward the vague shape rising from the water in the distance. As he did, he wondered about himself and the Mad Prince, about all the versions of himself and the Mad Prince that had reached the estuary in the previous cycles. How was it that Sonny, the current him, was the only one who had made it that far? I guess it's simple, really. It was already indescribably hard to find the entrance to the estuary within the source. Beyond that, though, to get to the heart of the estuary, one had to possess three things. The first one was a soul that was free of corruption, made possible by the estuary key. That requirement itself demanded that he succumb to the defilement, invaded another cycle of the great river, and spent centuries accumulating power and knowledge. However, it was also the easiest of the three. The second requirement was the ability to pass the stone maze that served as the border of the inner lake without falling back into the cycles of the great river. Sonny did it without much trouble, but that was only because of the guiding light and the true name that Torment had delivered to Cassie. How many cycles had it taken for the duo of conspiring plagues to learn that true name? He did not know. What he did know, however, was that the story of this nightmare was the story of the gradual accumulation of knowledge. The more cycles the Mad Prince and Torment had survived, the better they had been able to prepare for the last one. The third requirement was perhaps the most dire one and depended entirely on that accumulation. It was to have no desire to turn back and start a new cycle. Even now, Sonny could turn back, return to the stone maze, and dive back into the great river. However, he did not want to, and had no reason to, because the Mad Prince and Torment had already arranged for the nightmare to end perfectly, with every member of the cohort and Nephis surviving its dreadful challenge. How many attempts had it taken before they learned to manipulate all the events of the cycle in their favor? Too many to count, perhaps. And it was for that reason that Sonny was not tempted to try anew, aiming for a better and less heartbreaking result. In short, Sonny made it that far because he was the inheritor and beneficiary of all the countless past versions of himself that had failed. It was somewhat poetic, then, that he could only reach the heart of the estuary by forgetting them all. And a little bit sad. Soon he could see the dark shape more clearly. As it revealed itself, a strange expression appeared on his face. Out there in front of him, a mountain of black rock rose from the still water of the hidden lake, rising into the darkness. Its rough slopes were almost vertical, and it had two peaks, one of them broken, one of them as sharp as a spear. Surrounded by water, the dark mountain looked lonely and forlorn in the empty expanse of the estuary. It also exerted a palpable pressure, making Sonny groan and shudder in dread. What the hell is this? Sonny lingered for a few moments, staring at the peak of the mountain and wondering if he would have to scale it. But then he noticed a wide vertical crack at the base of the slope. It looked like an entrance. Taking a deep breath, Sonny smiled darkly and headed for that entrance. Passing its threshold, he plunged into the darkness dwelling inside the mountain and found himself in a long, winding tunnel. There was water rushing beneath his feet, flowing to somewhere deep inside, and the walls surrounding him were rough, untouched by any tool. Not creepy at all. Somehow, Sonny felt solemn. It was as though the mountain he had entered was a consecrated place, a place more holy than any temple he had ever visited, and therefore more divine. Perhaps he had only been able to enter it because of the flame of divinity burning in his soul. But at the same time, the sacral nature of the dark mountain felt strangely mournful. Frowning, Sonny gripped the guiding light and ventured deeper into the tunnel. He walked for a few moments, or maybe an eternity, before the walls of the tunnel widened, opening into a vast cave, and as soon as Sonny entered that cave, he suddenly turned blind. The radiance of the guiding light was swallowed by darkness, and he lost the ability to see through it. What rattled Sonny the most, though, was that it was not the true elemental darkness that had robbed him of vision. Instead, he was still surrounded by deep shadows, which were like family to him. It was just that these shadows did not respond to him anymore, as if subjugated by some other, much more powerful and terrifying being. At least his shadow sense was still with him. Therefore, he sensed something vast, moving in the darkness, in front of him, behind him, all around him, slithering like the coils of a gargantuan serpent. Shivering, Sonny gripped the guiding light and lowered it slightly, ready to defend himself. It was then that a harrowing voice resounded from the darkness, enveloping him like a hiss of the lightless abyss. "Turn back." Sonny gasped, feeling an almost overwhelming desire to kneel under the cold authority of that sinister voice. He swayed, leaning on the guiding light for support. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, but in the end, Sonny somehow managed to remain standing. "Damn it." He muttered a stifled curse and gritted his teeth, staring blindly into the darkness. The shadows did not respond to his calls. Sonny felt strangely betrayed by their silence. The harrowing voice resounded again, making him shudder. "Leave," Sonny grimaced. Then he sighed and answered in a dark tone. "You can drop the theatrics, you know." There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice resounded again. This time it did not sound like the hiss of the abyss itself. Instead, it was quite human, although still strangely coming from all directions. The voice laughed. "Ah, damnation. I really wanted to give a good performance. You are such a killjoy." The darkness was suffused by the dying echoes of humorless laughter for a few moments, and then the voice added, its tone incredulous. "But then again, I can't really blame you. I vaguely remember this conversation, after all. It's a bit weird to finally find myself on the other side of it." Sonny winced, a resentful expression appearing on his pale face. "Curse it. Of course, this had to happen. Why the hell wouldn't it?" He had already dealt with a past version of himself. The Mad Prince was no more. Now, however, there was the future version of himself as well. The voice, Sonny's own voice, spoke placidly from the darkness. Sonny remained silent for a while, still blind. His expression was somber, and there was an irritated twist to his lips. When did I figure it out? He grimaced just now, really. Which was rather embarrassing. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, can you blame me? Sure, I should have known much sooner, but there were so many things happening all at once, so it took me some time to put the dots together." He raised the guiding light and put it on his shoulder, still unable to see the radiance of the sacred staff. I mean, it is rather obvious in hindsight. Cassie was sent into the body of Dusk of fallen grace. Jet and Effie were sent into the bodies of 2 river nomads. Kai and Mordret were sent into the bodies of 2 river-born warriors in twilight. But what about me and Nephis? Who were the people that we replaced? And what were they doing so far upstream in the distant future, way further than even we've? He shook his head. "I really should have understood it when we found the chainbreaker, but I was so overwhelmed by how bizarre everything in the tomb of Ariel was that I let it rest with the rest of the unresolved mysteries. And even as those mysteries were solved one after another, that one remained buried under the pile of startling revelations. I just sort of assumed that someone in the past, Noctis, maybe had visited the pyramid, leaving their imprint in the great river." Sonny tiredly rubbed his face and smiled. But it was the opposite, wasn't it? It was not someone from the past. It was someone from the future. It was Nephis and me. We are going to return to the tomb of Ariel one day, right? Not the illusion of it conjured inside this nightmare, but the real deal. And just like Daron had left his imprint to exist in the nightmare, so will we. So the bodies the 2 of us took. They have always been our own bodies. The roles we took are of ourselves. The voice remained silent for a while, then scoffed. Right. I remember now. Yes, we should have figured it out much sooner. Sonny gritted his teeth. I must say, though, it's a bit unfair. The spell gave us our own roles, but made us mere ascended. The two of you must be much more powerful, no? To brave the nightmare desert and enter the real pyramid. So, what are you? A saint. The voice remained silent for longer now, then sighed. Yeah, a saint. Sonny frowned, judging how long the pause before the answer had been. Bastard, did you just summon Weaver's mask? The voice laughed. Did I? No, I absolutely did not. Trust me, I'm telling the truth. I'm the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. Did he summon it or not? Was this future version of Sonny really a saint? No, like hell he was. A mere saint would not have been able to turn the shadows against Sonny so easily, and neither would his voice possess such an harrowing power to it. Sonny shivered. You? You're a sovereign. Damnation, what the hell? After everything we experienced in this damned place, why would you go and challenge another nightmare? Are you that tired of living? The voice did not respond for a while. Then his answer came, calm and insidious. I am not a sovereign, though. Then it added, its tone devoid of any emotion. Nor am I alive. I'm not even a human, really. Just a phantom of a lost shadow conjured by the spell. Ah, but this estuary is a strange place. Time does not exist here, and so everything exists here simultaneously. Even though you have already taken my role, here we are, having a chance to meet each other. Sonny shivered. Meeting his future self was already shocking enough, especially considering how terrifying the power of that version of him was. It felt no less oppressive, and even much more so than the power of the great nightmare creatures that had torn their way into the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull. But why was that guy hiding in the darkness? Why wasn't he showing his face? Come to think of it. Why was Sonny unable to sense a human body anywhere in the shadows? And what did his future version mean by saying that he was neither human nor alive at this point? It was impossible to tell if the voice was lying or telling the truth. Whether he was wearing Weaver's mask or not, all of it left Sonny quite unsettled. He cleared his throat. So that's great, then. You can tell me everything about the future, how to deal with all my problems better, and how not to end up in the same sorry state as you. The voice remained silent. Sonny lingered. Right. Come on, start talking. There was no answer for a while, then the voice said in a dark tone, I don't think I will. You know how it goes. Knowledge of the future will just make that future happen faster, and all that. Haven't you been burned by trying to exploit Kaz and her visions enough times already? The future version of Sonny laughed. Yeah, I know what you want to say. Frustrating, isn't it? I remember cursing my future self with all kinds of nasty words at that point in my mind. No, it really is strange to be that annoying future self now. His joyless laughter died down, and Sonny was once again surrounded by chilling silence. After a few moments, the voice spoke again. It's of no use, anyway. Aren't you here to become banished from fate? If you do go further and your wish comes true, there's no telling what your future will hold. The voice grew harder to hear, as if the two of them were being slowly separated by a great distance. Still, I ask of you, turn back. Do not go further. You are not ready for what lies ahead. Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he scoffed. If you truly are the future version of myself, then you already know my answer. Turn back? Abandon his chance of breaking the shackles of fate and the slave collar wrapped around his neck? Never. He would rather die 1,000 deaths. I refuse. His voice was resolute. There was a distant, dejected sigh. Then the voice resounded once again, barely audible. You stubborn fool. Well, as expected. Go on then. Hurry up. This nightmare won't last much longer. And just like that, the voice disappeared, leaving Sonny alone in the cave. The shadows embraced him again, and his ability to see in the dark returned. Damn traitors. The radiance of the guiding light pointed forward again. He took a shaky breath, trying to compose himself. What an insufferable bastard. What was up with his future self and his attitude? Was it really necessary to laugh and chuckle at everything Sonny said? And did he really have to keep all the knowledge of what was about to come a secret? The voice did say one thing, though. It was that the nightmare was about to end. Cursing under his breath, Sonny rushed forward. That guy gave me the creeps. He was a bit scary, though, which meant that I will be too. That is good news, right? He had no time to ponder that eerie conversation right now, and was in no mood to either. There would be time for that later, but right now, his freedom awaited. He crossed the cave and followed the guiding light into another tunnel, venturing deeper and deeper into the dark mountain. And then, finally, he reached its very heart. Entering a dark cavern, Sonny stumbled and came to a halt. The cavern was vast enough that he could not see its ceiling, its walls drowning in darkness. Its floor was covered in shallow water, and at a distance a small island rose from the glossy surface. There was a beautiful tree growing in the middle of the island and nestled beneath its branches. Sonny's eyes widened. What? What is this? Why? Gods! Oh, gods! The pain was exquisite. It was inconceivable. It was the kind of pain that could kill a person or at least make them pass out in an instant. Sadly, the latter did not happen because the pain was not physical instead. Its source was Sonny's soul, which was being altered and transformed. Not in a way it had been changed every time a new core was formed, but rather in a way his blood and bones had been altered in the past. Erg, Sonny hit the lid of the sarcophagus with enough force to split his skin and fell to the ground, the carpet of leaves softening his fall. What? What the hell? How is this possible? He knew what was happening to him. However, he had no idea why it was happening, and how eating the golden fruit from the tree growing above the grave of oblivion had caused it. In any case, Sonny had no choice but to endure. He wasn't shy about screaming and howling in pain, though especially because there was no one here to witness his sorry state. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it all. After an eternity, this time, quite a literal one, considering that time did not exist in the estuary, Sonny found himself laying on the ground staring blindly at the beautiful crown of the mystical tree. His body felt weak, and his face was wet with tears. Curses. That one was definitely going into the collection of the most horrendous agonies he had experienced. What place? Probably not the first, which was still held by activating the "Where is my eye" enchantment of Weaver's mask. But it was a confident second. Sonny groaned, and then shakily rose to his feet. Then he took inventory of his soul. It felt different somehow, and much, much more potent. Already knowing what he would see, Sonny summoned the runes. It can't be, can it? But it could. There, in the shimmering field of runes, a new string appeared in the list of his attributes. Pale as a ghost, Sonny read, attributes, fated, flame of divinity, master of shadows, blood weave, bone weave, marble shell, and at the very end, a new one, soul weave. He sucked in air, stunned. How the hell, concentrating on the new string, he read the description. Attribute, description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your soul has been altered and imbued with stalwart potency. A lonely demon shed tears standing above a forgotten grave. A tree grew from the ground where the demon's tears fell, and from it grew a wondrous fruit. Sonny stared at the runes for a while, then dismissed them and concentrated on his soul. It felt reinforced somehow. His essence felt much more potent, and the rate at which it replenished itself was much faster. The soul itself seemed more robust and durable, capable of withstanding a terrible amount of damage and maintaining its integrity even if large swaths of it were entirely destroyed. Briefly diving into the soul sea, Sonny glanced at his 6 lightless cores. They did not look very different at the surface, apart from the fact that the dark flames burning within them seemed even darker now and more fierce. However, once he peered into the depths of his cores, was he seeing things, or had he glimpsed a weave of ethereal golden strings creating a graceful pattern within the 6 black suns? Sonny left the soul sea, both elated and perplexed. So I inherited another part of Weaver's lineage, Soul Weave. That's great. It was indeed a remarkable boon. But what the hell was it doing here? It was already shocking enough to find Oblivion's grave, but why was a fragment of Weaver's lineage left there? If anything, it should have been Oblivion's lineage, apart from the fact that no daemon except for the demon of fate had created one. It was as though Weaver lost a part of his soul at the grave of Oblivion for some reason. But why? How had the two of them been connected, and did it have something to do with the strange incongruity in the number of daemons that had participated in the Doom War? Sonny did not know, but all of it was highly suspicious. And it wasn't even the most pressing question. Yes, it's great that my soul has grown stronger, but where was his promised freedom? How was Soul Weave supposed to break the shackles of fate? Sonny pursed his lips, unsure of what exactly was happening. Had Cassie been wrong? Had she? But then something distracted him from these thoughts. From the corner of his eye, Sonny noticed an ominous detail. Looking down, he stared at the guiding light, which had rolled away from him when he fell down, and was now laying to the side of the stone sarcophagus. The crystal at the top of the sacred staff was still shining. However, it wasn't pointing at the sarcophagus. Instead, it was pointing into the darkness behind it. Sonny slowly looked up. At that moment, it felt as though a ripple spread through the world. His surroundings suddenly felt less substantial, as if reality itself was slowly dissipating. His eyes widened. The nightmare, it's starting to collapse. Somewhere far away, Nephis must have delivered a fatal blow to the first seeker, but Sonny could not concentrate on that thought for too long, because just then he noticed something moving in the darkness. A hunched, towering shape that filled him with indescribable horror. How did I not notice before? A giant creature had been hiding in the darkness of the vast cavern, hidden completely from his sight, his nose, and even his shadow sense, despite being the size of a hill. It had a hunched back, a disheveled mantle of messy black feathers, a terrifying beak, and mighty wings that were vast even when folded, hiding its gaunt body, and a vile soul filled with more corruption than he had ever seen, spreading outward from 6 grotesquely giant nodes. A cursed terror. Horrified, Sonny took an involuntary step back, and just as he did, a pair of round, utterly insane eyes pierced him with a demented look. A terrible pressure crashed into him, making it hard to breathe. The cursed terror that had been hiding behind Oblivion's grave was a giant, mad, and unmistakably vile bird. Damnation! Sonny took a step back, but at the moment the vile bird lunged forward, its demented eyes igniting with avarice and greed. Before he could even react, he was drowned by its loathsome shadow, and then its talons plunged into his chest. Sonny gasped, however. The talons did not rip his flesh apart. Instead, they dove much deeper, finding their way into his very soul. If he had time to enter the soul sea at that moment, he would have seen the shapeless form of the vile thieving bird's spawn being snatched by the crooked talons. And yet, they did not stop there. Passing through Sonny's soul, the talons dug even deeper into the depths of his being he had not even known existed. And there they grabbed onto something else, onto countless strings that were wrapped around him tightly, surrounding him like a chrysalis, or like the strings that held up a marionette. Straining itself, the vile bird struggled for a few moments, and snatched those strings too, somehow ripping them away from his existence. Sonny opened his mouth, trying to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. There was another sound, though. The voice of the spell whispering into his ear as the nightmare collapsed around him. Your nightmare is your you. Nightmare is it never finished, speaking. Instead, the familiar voice broke and abruptly grew quiet, leaving him in utter lonely and terrifying silence. What the hell is happening? And then everything disappeared. The heart of the estuary was gone. The beautiful tree and the sarcophagus resting beneath its branches were gone too. The harrowing bird plunging its talons into his chest was nowhere to be seen. Sonny found himself in utter darkness. The nightmare was over. The illusory world that spell had conjured had collapsed, expelling the surviving challengers. They were supposed to find themselves in the empty void between dream and reality, where countless stars shimmered in the darkness, forming a vast and inconceivable pattern. There, the spell was supposed to appraise their performance and let them go through the process of rising to a new rank in peace. However, that was not what happened to Sonny. He had no time to comprehend the consequences of having his very existence pierced by the talons of the cursed terror when the nightmare collapsed, sending him into a world of darkness. There was no appraisal and no pattern of stars shimmering in the void. Instead, still reeling from the inconceivable and frightening turn of events, he was thrown out of the void, entering another much smaller but similarly dark space. In fact, he was violently catapulted into that space, crashing into a jagged piece of scorched concrete, shattering it and colliding with a deformed alloy wall behind it. The force of the impact was terrible enough to make the alloy crack, and for Sonny to lose consciousness, and that was how he became possibly the first human in history to transcend while passed out. The 6 shadows gathered around his reforged body, perplexed and dumbfounded. After a while, one of them sighed and then shook its head in utter dejection. The first thing Sonny felt was pain, not the terrible kind of pain he was sadly used to experiencing from time to time, but a more mundane pain. He was laying on a rough surface, something sharp biting into his back through the fabric of Anank's mantle. The air was full of dust. The world was silent. He was cold, groaning. He opened his eyes and sat up, feeling strangely refreshed and revitalized. Looking down, he saw jagged pieces of concrete littering the floor. No wonder he had been uncomfortable. He stretched his hand, wishing to sweep a few of them away. However, he must have misjudged his strength, because the concrete pieces simply turned to dust from his irritated swipe. More than that, the floor cracked under his palm, and the world shook, more dust spilling from somewhere above. Come to think of it, where the hell was he? Sonny shielded his eyes from the dust and looked around, trying to assess his surroundings. It was rather strange. At first, he thought that he had found himself in a small cave. It was a few meters. Sonny was still looking at the sullen version of himself, and in turn looking at himself through the eyes of the sullen shadow, but it felt entirely different. It was as though he was not just perceiving himself from outside his body, but actually had 2 bodies. Startled, Sonny flinched back. At the same time, his second body flinched back too, and he felt himself flinching back twice. He opened his mouth. "What the hell? What the hell?" His second body cried out as well, 2 identical voices breaking the silence of the dusty pocket of space at the same time. Sonny froze, looking at himself, and at the same time, his other body also froze, looking at himself. He felt the cracked floor under his hands and shards of concrete under his other hands. Sonny raised his left hand and waved at himself, simultaneously raising his other left hand to wave at himself. How weird. It was indeed as if there were 2 of him. He could not only perceive the world through the shadow avatar, but also control it as he would his own body. As his eyes suddenly glistened with burning intensity, Sonny concentrated. In the next moment, his own body waved its left hand again, while the shadow avatar waved its right. Complete independence. Throwing a glance at the other 5 copies of himself, Sonny gritted his teeth. Then each of the 7 identical young men trapped in the ruins performed a separate action. One rose to his feet, another lowered himself to the floor. One turned his head to the left, while the one next to him turned his head to the right. The 5th closed his eyes. The 6th pressed his hands against his ears. The last one covered his mouth with a hand. 7 stunned gasps resounded at the same time, one of them slightly muffled. The first Sonny, the original Sonny, swayed a little, controlling. 7 bodies at the same time put a lot of pressure on his mind. but it was not nearly as burdensome as almost anyone else would have found it. Sonny was perfectly accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view, after all, so although it took some adjustment to exist in 7 places at the same time, he was more than capable of managing it. It was going to take some time to get used to it, but Sonny had no doubt. One day, soon, he would be able to wield his 6 shadow avatars into battle, which meant that, instead of becoming a Saint Sonny, had become 7 saints. Chapter 1584 Sevenfold, Viro 1584 Sevenfold. After calming down a little, Sonny conducted a few simple experiments to figure out what exactly his shadow avatars were capable of. The results left him a bit breathless. The most important thing about his transformation ability was that the manifested shadows were indeed no different from himself. They possessed the exact same body and the exact same attributes. More than that, they were just as powerful as Sonny, meaning each of the 6 avatars was as fast, strong, and resilient as a transcendent terror, but that was not all. Not only did they possess the same power as him, they could also use the same abilities as him, meaning that all 6 avatars could independently use shadow control, shadow step, and shadow manifestation. They could also summon his shadows, wield the memories he possessed, and weave strings of shadow essence. Most frighteningly of all, each of them could form their own shadow shells. Even though maintaining several shells at the same time almost made Sonny pass out, he could theoretically turn each of his avatars into a different kind of terrifying creature. There were 2 things Sonny and his shadow avatars shared, though. The first one was rather obvious. It was his mind. The shadow avatars could act independently, following his commands to the best of their ability. But when he took direct control of their bodies, it was not as though he suddenly had several consciousnesses. Rather, his soul consciousness controlled many bodies, and therefore took on the corresponding burden. A weird quirk of that situation was that the shadows refused to speak unless the body was directly controlled by him, despite being physically able to. Whether it was an external limitation or simply not in their nature, he did not know. In any case, that meant that his flaw prohibited him from lying even through the mouths of the avatars. The second thing Sonny shared with his avatars was his soul. That was why they were able to summon his shadows and his memories. That was also why all 7 of them shared the same pool of shadow essence. Maintaining the avatars already cost him a considerable amount of essence. If all of them went around using powerful enchantments and activating their abilities simultaneously, the result would be truly cataclysmic without a doubt, but also short-lived. If Ascended Sonny possessed this transformation ability, he would have been forced to only use it to deliver short bursts of truly devastating damage or short periods of incredible utility. However, Sonny was not Ascended anymore. His transcendent soul was full of frighteningly potent essence now, and could passively replenish it with spirit essence when in the embrace of shadows. To boot, just as important was the fact that he had Soul Weave. Soul Weave entirely changed the potential of his transformation ability. With it reinforcing his soul, Sonny could summon the full wrath of his avatars for much longer. Beside that, he could also sustain a few of them permanently without losing any essence. The natural rate at which it was expended and replenished now made it so that he did not need to dismiss at least a couple of his avatars at all, which meant that he was one of those exceedingly rare, freakish saints who could maintain their transformation indefinitely. There was another important piece of information in that latest discovery, too. It was that he did not need to transform all of his shadows at the same time. He could make some into avatars while keeping the rest in their natural form. Those shadows that remained in their natural form, then, could augment either him or the manifested avatars. The proportion could be whatever he desired. He could augment himself with all 6 shadows, manifest an avatar and augment it with the remaining 5 shadows, share the augmentation between himself and the avatar, do the same with 2 avatars, and so on. In short, it was a supremely flexible and adaptable ability. Sonny could shift freely between being a single source of overwhelming power or several sources of slightly less unreasonable might. With his shadows added into the mix, The amount of strategies he could come up with grew even more varied. In short, it's ridiculous. The amount of power and flexibility that Sonny now commanded was nothing short of daunting. He was already slightly frightened by his transcendent might. Now that there could be 7 of him, that feeling only grew more intense. Sonny had always held a lot of respect for saints, but now that he was a saint himself, and one of the most powerful saints in existence, no less, he truly understood why each of them was a singular existence among the awakened. Granted, there were some limitations to his newfound power. The burden on his mind and reserves of shadow essence was one of them, obviously. The need to arm each of the avatars with suitable equipment was another. They might all be wearing the onyx mantle, but that was simply because it was a manifestation of his attribute. If he summoned a powerful memory weapon, 6 copies of it would not magically appear in the hands of the avatars. There would be only one, which was a moot point for the moment. Sonny did not even have a memory weapon right now, let alone a powerful one. How the mighty have fallen. He spent a moment in bitter silence, shocked at the fact, and, by thinking about it, Sonny had to face some other facts. Now that he had conducted the exploration of his new abilities, an initial exploration, at least, he had no choice but to turn his mind to other matters, much more frightening matters than his transcendent power was. What had happened at the end of the nightmare? What had that cursed terror, whose identity was rather obvious, done to him? Was his fate really broken, and was he free? What had happened with the other members of the cohort in Verge? Were all of them all right? What had happened to Antarctica after the Battle of the Black Skull? Now that Sonny was back in the waking world, there was no escaping finding the answers to all these questions. He looked at his 6 identical but distinct avatars. After a few moments of silence, Sonny asked, "Shall we go take a look?" Just as expected, he was met with silence. The shadows seemed to be looking at him with expressions of support, though, each in its own way. Sonny took a deep breath and then looked up at the unstable ceiling of the pocket of space inside a ruin that he had found himself in. Let's climb out of this concrete tomb, then. Chapter 1585, Climbing Out of a Grave. Sonny looked at the ceiling, extending his shadow sense upward. At the same time, he allowed his mind to drift back to the very end of the nightmare, and what a nightmare it had been. Sonny did not know how long he had spent wandering the dreadful currents of the great river, trying to escape the tomb of Ariel. The last cycle had taken. How long was it? Close to a year, and that was only his subjective time. For some people, like Cassie and Mordred, it had lasted for much longer, but that was only the final of the countless cycles. So, he could not even guess how long of a journey it had been. What he did know, however, was that it ended in the very heart of the estuary, past the silent lake where Ariel's heretical testament had been inscribed, near the forgotten grave of the demon of oblivion, where a cursed terror had been waiting for him, hidden in the darkness. That terror Sonny was more or less sure who it was. The loathsome thieving bird, hated both by the gods and the beings of the void. It was the thieving miscreant who had stolen the weaver's eyes, and whose spawn he had slain on the forgotten shore, thus receiving the drop of ichor and weaver's lineage. That single event had started the chain of falling dominoes that intertwined his fate with the nebulous demon, as well as the rest of the demons and the dead gods. Wasn't it very ironic, then, that the thieving bird would be the one to break that fate? And Sonny was pretty sure that that was exactly what the vile thing had done. The moment the thieving bird's talons plunged into his chest, he felt it taking something from his soul. But then he vaguely sensed it taking something else, from somewhere that lay even deeper. It was a hard thing to describe. Even now, Sonny felt somehow different, in addition to all the changes caused by the transcendence. It was as though a burden he did not even know he was carrying had been lifted, making him feel both unburdened and scarily untethered. Had the vile thieving bird stolen his fate, that would certainly be one way, an indescribably bewildering and roundabout way for Cassie's promise that he would gain freedom in the estuary to come true. It would also explain whose true name Torment had delivered to the blind seer at the cost of her life. But what did it mean exactly for his fate to be stolen? Did it even work? Did he lose the fated attribute? Was he really free? What about Shadow Bond? He had been banished from the nightmare spell as a result of losing his fate. Would his mystical connection to Nephis be severed as well? Sunny frowned, knowing that he would find out soon. One thing is certain, though. If the nightmare had not ended at just the right moment, he would have certainly been killed. Sunny could justifiably be proud of his power and prowess, but he was a mere ant in front of a cursed terror, and a very special cursed terror at that. If even Weaver had fallen victim to the vile, thieving bird, what hope did he have to resist it? What was that thing even doing in the burial chamber? Why did it enter the tomb of Ariel, and how did it get past the guardian of the lake? The last question was the easiest to answer. The vile thing had even been able to steal from the demon of fate. So bypassing a guardian left behind by Ariel would certainly have been easy for it. As for the other two, a piece of Weaver's soul had been left in the heart of Ariel's tomb. Perhaps the thieving bird had become obsessed with the demon of fate. The description of the drop of ichor said that it had been enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes after all. Not to mention that it had gone mad after witnessing the reflection of the void frozen in Weaver's pupil. Had it stolen Sunny's fate because it was connected to the enigmatic demon? If so, it would have probably taken his body and soul as well, given the chance. He had inherited 3 parts of Weaver's lineage after all. Was the nightmare ending just at the right moment, simple luck, or the last gift from Fated? Sunny did not know, nor did he care, really. If he was truly free from that damned attribute, he would rather never remember that it had ever existed at all. Let's go. He had already extended his shadow sense as far as he could, which was much further than before, now that he was a saint. Sadly, all he could feel was a mess of compressed concrete and alloy for dozens of meters above. That was only logical, considering that Valor's stronghold in Antarctica had been largely built underground. He was more or less buried alive. Figures still, there was no reason to worry. Sunny could not simply use Shadow Step to reach the surface, but he was more than strong enough to burrow through the ruins. Mundane concrete and alloy could not stop a saint. However, there was a simpler method. Sunny lingered for a moment, then dismissed his avatars and wrapped the shadows around his body. Then he dissolved into the darkness, becoming a shadow himself. The collapsed stronghold was not a monolith. Even after it crumbled, there was plenty of space left between the debris, perhaps not enough to accommodate a human body, but more than enough for a formless shadow to slip through. Gliding up the wall, Sunny slid into a thin crack between 2 concrete plates and slithered upward for a few meters, eventually reaching a dead end where the debris was compressed too tightly, leaving no gaps. There, he simply used Shadow Sense to locate another tiny pocket of empty space nearby and teleported to it, still maintaining the form of a shadow. Just like that, he ascended higher and higher, slowly approaching the surface. In the process, Sunny discovered something remarkable. Now that he could absorb the ambient essence while in the embrace of shadows, the rate at which his own essence was being consumed to keep himself intangible was lower than the rate at which it was being replenished. In other words, Sunny could remain in the form of a shadow indefinitely now, for as long as he stayed away from bright light and true darkness. Amazing. Eventually, he reached another large pocket of space and temporarily assumed corporeal form to look around. By some luck, the level of destruction was much lower here, enough so that there were mostly intact pieces of furniture strewn around the floor, covered in dust. Sunny observed the dark, claustrophobic space for a few moments, then took a step forward and bent down, fishing out a small device from under the dust. It was a standard-issue military communicator. Its screen cracked. Nevertheless, the communicator was still working. When Sunny picked it up, the broken screen lit up, revealing a fragmented image. The thing seemed to be malfunctioning, but he could still make out what he needed, the time and date. Staring at the blinking screen, Sunny opened his eyes wide. According to the broken communicator, today was roughly a week since the disastrous battle of the Black Skull. Considering the time the members of the cohort had spent traversing the harrowing desert, The spell sent them back to the exact moment they had entered the seed of nightmare. While they were wandering the dreadful depths of the tomb of Ariel, time stood still in the waking world. Chapter 1586, Gray Sky. 1586 Gray Sky. Sonny let out a long sigh and tossed the broken communicator away. I see. He felt a strange mix of profound relief and tense apprehension. The reason for being relieved was obvious. Sonny did not know how many cycles it had taken them to conquer the nightmare. But from what he had seen in the estuary, it was at least thousands. Therefore, he had been secretly afraid to return to the waking world, only to find out that humans there had gone extinct thousands of years ago. That rain and everyone else he knew were long gone. Alternatively, the strange nature of the great river could have resulted in them leaving the nightmare in the time corresponding to where they were in relation to the estuary, namely in the age of gods, which would have been terrible in its own right. So the fact that their third nightmare had taken no time at all from the point of view of the waking world was one of the best possible outcomes. However, it also meant that Sonny and the other members of the cohort had been sent to a continent where an unknown number of great horrors were currently roaming freely, now that they were saints. Did they stand a chance in a battle against the terrifying creatures that had entered the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull? That was the reason Sonny felt tense. I wonder if we'll meet Skinwalker again. He smiled somberly and then dissolved into shadows once more. At least I didn't miss years of Rain's life. Encouraging himself like that, Sonny continued slithering through the ruins. After a while, he finally reached the surface. Sonny found himself on the slope of a vast crater under a stormy gray sky. Even though the situation was more than a little ominous, he suddenly felt a strange sense of comfort. It was a privilege many people never thought about, to have a familiar sky above their heads, to be home. Without wasting any time, Sonny scaled the slope and escaped the embrace of shadows at the top of the tall mound formed by the crater. Standing there, he looked around at what he had expected to be the ruins of an obliterated siege capital. To his surprise, the siege capital did not look particularly obliterated. Sure, there were signs of destruction here and there, with a few buildings having collapsed, but Valor's stronghold seemed to have sustained the worst damage. Most of the city was still intact, and there were crowds of people moving through the streets in an orderly manner, escorted by the soldiers. As Sonny assessed this scene, two details attracted his attention, both shaking him to the very core. The first one was near the center of the city, where a large park sprawled. There, a giant gate pierced the sky, dwarfing the tallest building in the siege capital. It was like a vertical fracture in the fabric of the world, instilling him with terror. Here, too. But why? Then he noticed that there was something strange about the giant gate. It was entirely, utterly wrong. Usually, the gates looked like tears in reality, revealing nothing but vile darkness in their depths. But this one was different. Not only did Sonny not feel an instinctive revulsion toward the strange gate, but there was also no darkness within it. Instead, he could see to the other side. There, clearly visible through the fracture of the gate, a beautiful lake sparkled under bright sunlight, and from that lake rose a magnificent castle. It was Bastion. Sonny was still struggling to comprehend that stunning sight when he noticed something else. There was an orderly column of refugees slowly entering the gate. He shuddered. That is impossible. A nightmare gate was not something one could enter. It was a door that only opened one way, from the dream realm into the waking world. Therefore, anyone trying to pass through a gate from that side was destined to fail. More than that, approaching a gate was lethal. Sonny had briefly brushed against one himself in Falcon Scott, and it was a memory he did not wish to revisit. So how could countless refugees be passing through the strange nightmare gate? Was it even a nightmare gate, or something else entirely? The answers to these questions were, perhaps, connected to the second detail Sonny had been stunned to see. And that one was far more chilling. Out there, far away from him, the great wall of the siege capital stood, broken and torn. Long spans of it had collapsed, and beyond them a mountain of black flesh was rolling across the plain, devouring everything in sight. There were no soldiers, no awakened, and no lumbering MWPs on top of the damaged wall. However, there was a single human there facing the great horror with indifferent resolve. From that distance, Sonny couldn't see who it was exactly. All he could tell was that it was a man. The man was tall, with broad shoulders, his posture as straight and sharp as a steel sword. A long vermilion cloak fluttered in the wind behind his back. The man did not move, but the stormy clouds seemed to follow his will flowing across the sky. A rustling haze connected the clouds with the crawling mountain of black flesh, as if rain was falling from the sky. That rustle Sonny looked up at the clouds that obscured the heavens like a gray veil. No, it can't be. It was only then that he understood that they were no clouds at all. Instead, they were countless flying swords, enough of them to form a storm front, all moving with clear and hypnotizing lethal intent. The haze he saw in the distance was not rain, but thousands of swords falling on the colossal abomination like a bombardment of slaying steel, shredding and slicing its profane flesh apart. Sonny paled, forgetting to breathe. He suddenly realized who the man facing the great horror was, what the strange gate was, and why the siege capital had not been destroyed yet. The King of Swords had descended into the waking world, and with him the harrowing might of a sovereign's domain had descended as well. Chapter 1587, Dreamgate. 1587 Dreamgate. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, staring at the distant figure wearing a bright vermilion cloak. The clouds veiling the sky were not clouds, but a myriad of flying swords. The man standing on the ruined wall of the siege capital was not a mere mortal, but a sovereign, one of the three supreme humans in existence, Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. The sovereign was facing a great titan. Sonny recognized that harrowing creature from the Battle of the Black Skull, where it had decimated the armies of both Valor and Song. The Titan was vast and abominable, its power inconceivable, but the King of Swords was no less terrifying. He was more like a force of nature than a human being, a walking cataclysm that tolerated no defiance. Where Anvil stood, his will was the law. Wherever his sword pointed was his kingdom, and within the borders of his kingdom his authority was absolute. Whoever dared to disobey would be obliterated by a flood of slaying swords. Sonny took a stifled breath. Crazy, it's crazy. That was what Nephis wanted to fight against. He slowly shook his head and forced himself to look away from the awesome visage of the Rain of Swords. If each of them was infused with the power of a supreme being, then Anvil was much more powerful than Sonny had ever imagined. Considering that he was effortlessly controlling enough swords to cover the entire sky, this whole siege capital could be destroyed by the tyrannical sovereign in a matter of seconds. There was no one in the waking world strong enough to stop him. Well, except for the other two. Kai Song and Asterion. Are they here in Antarctica as well? Sonny wondered. The Queen of Worms had to have descended too. As for the most mysterious of the sovereigns, who knew? His ways were inscrutable. Finally, his gaze settled on the Titanic gate. A nightmare gate. No, not quite. A dream gate. Something clicked in his mind, and Sonny's eyes widened slightly. Of course. It makes sense. Sonny had been wary of the sovereigns for many years, but he did not really know a lot about them, and about their power. What did it mean exactly, to be supreme? He had learned that the sovereigns possessed a unique ability to create rule and expand their domains. Even this piece of information was vague and shallow at best. However, that was not what Sonny was currently thinking about. Rather, he was thinking about a more subtle characteristic of those carrying the nightmare spell. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept. Masters could enter it at will and physically, leaving a tether behind. Saints were like miniature gateways able to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and even carry people with them. What about the sovereigns, then? How did this facet of their power evolve when they rose to the supreme rank? Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that theirs would be a continuation of the power that all saints possessed? that they would not only contain a gateway within themselves, but would actually be capable of creating a stable external bridge between the two worlds, the opposite of a nightmare gate. Nightmare gates allowed abominations to leave the dream realm and enter the waking world. A dream gate, then, would allow living beings to enter the dream realm from this side. He is evacuating civilians. Indeed, that was what the King of Swords was doing. The evacuation army had spent close to a year ferrying refugees over the dreadful expanse of the ocean to other quadrants. The process was slow, after all. The seafaring alloy behemoths could accommodate only so many people, and it took them more than a month to make a round trip, not to mention all the dangers that the naval convoys faced at sea. The government had evacuated as many refugees as they could, and the operation would have probably ended in a semblance of success if not for the 3 Category 4 gates that had opened during the Battle of the Black Skull. With the great nightmare creatures roaming East Antarctica, there was no hope of anyone surviving. The civilian population, the evacuation army, the small contingents of legacy awakened, all of them were destined to die. East Antarctica would have ended up the same way the Antarctic Center had, with everyone who was not already evacuated perishing in the flood of abominations. And so, the 2 sovereigns must have descended, holding back the great horrors and opening a new, much more efficient path to salvation: the Dream Gates. Perhaps it was because they could not allow their children, Morgan, Sation, Beastmaster, and Silent Stalker, to die. Perhaps it was because Mordret had been right, and the sovereigns could not abandon humanity that easily. The new world they were building in the Dream Realm had to be populated by someone after all, and hundreds of millions of refugees with nowhere else to go were the perfect fuel for strengthening their domains and nurturing more awakened. In any case, here it was, Antarctica's salvation. Sonny felt both incredibly relieved and indescribably bitter as he looked at the towering Dream Gate. Relieved because his worst fears had not come true, and his mission, the evacuation army's mission, was not doomed to fail. All the sacrifices that he and his soldiers had made were not in vain. At the same time, he felt incredibly bitter because the unexpected salvation had come from those whom he despised the most, the great clans whose conceited indifference created this terrible situation in the first place. If only they had moved sooner, if only they had not wasted so much time secretly fighting each other instead of preventing the chain of nightmares from claiming countless lives. He could already see the mighty propaganda machine spinning its wheels, burying the truth in the clamor of triumphant fanfares. Look at the noble heroes of the legacy clans who had selflessly come to the rescue of the Southern Quadrant in its darkest moment, just like these faithful guardians of humanity always did. Come to think of it, the sovereigns had finally chosen to reveal their existence. That would also be spun into a fitting tale, no doubt. Probably something about the champions of the 2 great clans rushing to conquer the 4th nightmare in order to assist the people of Antarctica. That would also explain why they had been so late to offer genuine support. They had not been tardy at all, but had instead been risking their lives in a nightmare. A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. I hate it, but at the same time he couldn't hate it. As long as people were saved, did the hypocrisy of the sovereigns really matter? Of course, he still had many questions. Would all these refugees be infected by the nightmare spell as soon as they entered the nightmare spell? What were the limitations that made it difficult for the sovereigns to enter the waking world, and how had they bypassed these limitations to appear in Antarctica? How would the world change now that the existence of the Supremes was revealed and millions of mundane people crossed over to the Dream Realm, and so on? Well, he could take his time finding the answers to all these questions. For now, the situation did not seem critical. With Anvil holding down the fort, the siege capital was not on the verge of being destroyed, judging by how orderly the soldiers and the civilians were moving. The situation was under control, or at least not critical. Therefore, Sonny's first priority was to find the members of the cohort, since he had been sent back to where his tether had been placed in the waking world. The rest of them would be too, which meant that Mordret and Jet had been sent to the siege capital controlled by Song, while Effie and Kai had been sent to the evacuation army headquarters. Nephis and Cassie, though, were supposed to be right here, probably somewhere in the same ruins he had just crawled from. Taking a deep breath, Sonny looked around, studying the crater. It was then that he was thrown to the ground and a massive explosion tore the center of the crater apart. Chapter 1588, Unchained. 1588 Unchained, the ground shook, and some parts of the crater's slope collapsed. Sonny, who was standing on the edge of its mound, lost his balance and rolled down, dirt and pieces of debris raining on him from above. Ouch. Coming to a halt much further down the slope than he had been before, he could not see the Dream Gate and the King of Swords anymore. What he could see, however, was a towering pillar of white flame rising from the torn depths of the wide crater. It moved and twisted as if alive, as though a giant made from pure flame was stretching its shoulders after being trapped underground for a long time. For a moment, Sonny was entranced, thinking that he could make out the shape of a winged being woven from dancing flame, hidden in the depths of the incandescent pillar. Then the whirlwind of flame collapsed on itself and slowly formed into a humanoid figure. The radiant being looked like a beautiful, pure spirit of immaculate light. Her graceful body contrasted against the dark soil of the deep crater. With wide wings spread behind her like a blinding mantle, she slowly glided down. The moment her feet touched the ground, it started to melt. Slowly, the brilliance of her skin grew dimmer and was then extinguished. Without the blinding light, Sonny could finally see who had just escaped the ruins. Of course, he had already guessed who it was. It was Nephis. She looked just like the last time he had seen her, but also different. Not only because the white metal of the Starlight Legion armor was torn and scorched, breached in half a dozen places, and not only because her presence seemed to illuminate the world so much stronger and tantalizing than it had been before, and not even because she had grown even more beautiful after undergoing the rebirth of transcendence. No, it was because Nephis had wings, a pair of white wings extended from her back, looking too majestic and pure to be a part of this mortal world. Sonny stared, enthralled. Partial transformation. There were transformation abilities that had several steps to them. From the looks of it, Neph's had at least 3, the winged form, the brilliant spirit of light whose radiant body seemed to contain an ocean of furious flame, and the vast mass of unleashed fire that could seemingly assume any form or no form at all. At least that was what Sonny surmised after catching a glimpse of Neph's striking arrival. There had to be more to this transformation, of course. Sonny doubted that a divine aspect would be limited to enhancing one's might and granting one the ability to fly. He stared for a few more moments, then sighed. Well, I can ask her later. For now, Sonny had to do something very unpleasant. Namely, explain himself. What was one supposed to say after leaving his partner to face the last challenge of a dreadful nightmare alone? Sorry, I had to step out to break fate really quick. He winced, not looking forward to that conversation at all. Shaking his head, Sonny stood up and spent a moment evaluating his appearance through the shadows. He would lie if he said that he wasn't apprehensive about his looks at the moment. Becoming transcendent had improved his body once again after all, so he was certain that he was now reasonably attractive. Even though it was a bit childish, he wanted Nephis to see him in the best possible light the first time they met after escaping the tomb of Ariel. Sadly, it did not really matter. No matter how beautiful the transcendence had made him, it was impossible to tell what he looked like right now, because Sonny was completely covered in dirt, dust, and soot. His face was almost entirely hidden beneath a layer of grime. Ah, curses. He hastily rubbed his face, but only managed to spread the dirt around. God damn it. It was too late, however, because that movement attracted Neph's attention. She turned her head and looked at him, her eyes shining with radiant white light. Sonny smiled nervously, then hesitated and took a step in her direction. He had more than one reason to feel nervous. There were the complicated intricacies of his relationship with Nephis and the consequences of the choice he had made, yes, but there was also the reason he had made that choice. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone, and his fated attribute was also gone. What about Shadow Bond? As Sonny walked, considering what he would say, Nephis spoke in a calm, even tone. Stop. He took a couple more steps and froze, stunned. First, because she had broken her promise once again and given him an order. And second, because he had not felt compelled to follow that order. It was gone. The connection between him and Nephis was gone. Even though Sonny had stopped, it was of his own volition. When she told him to do so, there was nothing forcing him to stop walking. Nothing had overwritten his personal will. Nothing had violated his freedom and agency. Even though he had received a direct command, there was no reaction at all. Sonny took a shaky breath. It worked! It worked! An involuntary smile found its way onto his face. I'm free. Sonny had been a bit scared to face Nephis after abandoning her at Verge, but he was much more scared that his decision to leave had been for nothing. That would have been a really, really bitter pill to swallow, but luckily it had not been in vain. Everything had worked just as promised. Fated was gone. The chain of shadow bond wrapped around his neck was gone as well. His wish had come true. His smile widened, refusing to go away. Which was a bit awkward, considering the nature of the conversation they were about to have. Sonny opened his mouth, trying to say something, but Nephis beat him to it. Looking at him coldly, she frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" There was no hint of recognition in her voice. Identify yourself. Chapter 1589, Untethered. Identify yourself. Sonny's smile froze. His body froze, too. For a moment he was utterly confused, doubting that he had heard Nephis correctly. But there was no doubt. Her voice was very clear. Identify yourself? What is she doing? Giving me the cold shoulder? He could understand if she was angry at him because of what had happened on the cold shores of Verge, resentful even. But still, wasn't it too childish to pretend as if she did not know him? Sonny tried to calm down, but at the same time he knew that he was deceiving himself. Nephis was not the kind of person to lash out by treating him as a stranger. She just genuinely did not recognize him. How can it be? Well, to be fair, he was indeed covered in dust and dirt from head to bottom. It was easy to mistake him for someone else. No, was it? It might have been for someone else, but not for Nephis. She knew him far too well for that, not to mention that he was wearing a rather unique suit of armor. There was no mistaking the onyx mantle. Sonny hesitated, not knowing what to say, but he had to say something, because the pressure of the flaw was building, forcing him to answer. It's me, Sonny. His voice sounded strangely lost. Neff's frown deepened slightly. Your affiliation? Petrified and feeling his hair stand on end, Sonny answered stiffly. Evacuation Army, I guess? Army Command Special Envoy. What was going on? What was happening? As Sonny was balancing on the edge of mental collapse, desperately trying to keep the emotions from showing on his face, Nephis nodded. It seemed that he accepted his explanation easily. She looked around, then opened her mouth to say something. Possibly to ask what was going on, what date it was, and what state the southern quadrant was in. But then her expression changed, and she turned slightly as if listening to a distant sound. Cassie. A moment later, Nephis dashed away and plunged her hands into the slope of the crater. Her beautiful white wings spread, and with a barely audible gasp, she pulled a massive alloy plate from under the ground. The plate itself must have weighed many tons, and with the added weight of all the soil and debris piled on top, it should have taken titanic strength to raise it. But that was exactly the kind of strength Nephis possessed. Straining her slender body, she gritted her teeth and tossed the massive plate of torn alloy to the side. It landed a dozen meters away from them, making the whole crater shake and raising a cloud of dust into the air. Then Nephis jumped down into the ruins below. Leaving Sonny alone for a few moments, he gasped for air, suffocating fate. The thieving bird stole my fate. But what did it mean to have his fate stolen? In simple terms, it meant that the loathsome miscreant had taken all the countless strings of fate that bound Sonny and tore them away, leaving Sonny entirely free of their shackles. However, those shackles were also what made Sonny the person he was, and what connected him to all other living beings as well as to the world itself. He suddenly remembered a thought that had visited him once in the depths of a nightmare. As one went through life, they collected strings and tethers that connected them to others. Everyone's fates were intertwined, and everyone was tied down and bound by those numerous connections, some of them fleeting, some deep and precious. Sonny, too, was tethered to the world that way. Or rather, he had been by proclaiming that he wanted to break fate, that he wished to be free of its chains. Had he not proclaimed his desire to set himself free from these tethers as well? His mouth was suddenly terribly dry. Taking a step back, Sonny swayed and almost fell down. His face was as pale as that of a ghost. "Be careful of what you wish for." A disbelieving chuckle escaped from his lips. He should have known that there would be a price to pay. No, he had known, of course, he knew, but he stubbornly pressed forward anyway. To gain freedom. Well, now he had gained it. He had liberated himself, not just from fate, but from everything. When the vile, thieving bird stole the strings of fate wrapped around him, it also tore his very existence from the tapestry of fate. And so his existence was erased from the fabric of the world. His fated attribute was gone. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone. And much more importantly, he had lost his true name as well, because true names were innately tied to one's fate. That was why Nephis could not command him anymore. Everything about his aspect remained intact, including his innate ability, shadow bond, find a worthy master and let them know your true name. Once they recite it out loud, you will be bound to their will, unable to disobey any command. It is improper for a shadow, let alone a divine one, to walk around without a master. Shadow bond had not disappeared. It was just that Sonny did not have a true name anymore, and therefore its condition could not be fulfilled. The bond formed between him and Nephis was broken, and no one else was going to be able to enslave him ever again, because a fateless being could not earn a true name. Sonny was truly and utterly free. But at what cost? The memories of his existence had been erased from the world. Be careful of what you wish for. Sonny fell to the ground and looked up at the gray sky drowning in the flood of rustling swords. After a while, a terrible smile split his face like a jagged chasm. Taking a shallow breath, he laughed bitterly and whispered, "I'm free." Chapter 1590 Epilogue. 1590 Epilogue. Winter had grasped the streets of NQSC with frigid fingers, making people on the streets shiver from the chill and hurry to get inside. The sky was distant and cold, full of icy clouds. In one of the more prosperous districts of the city, a splendid-looking young man was sitting on a rusty bench, cradling a cup of luxurious plant-based coffee in his hand. Despite being dressed in light clothes, he didn't seem to be bothered by the cold. In fact, he looked like nothing in this world could bother him. The people rushing past the park couldn't help but throw furtive glances at the young man. His expensive clothes, lithe figure, alabaster skin, gleaming onyx eyes, and lustrous raven black hair, but, most of all, the aura of confidence and subdued power emanating from him, made the young man look out of place. It was as if he belonged in a marble palace instead of this small and bleak park. Taking a sip of his coffee, Sonny grimaced and shook his head, still bitter. Standing up, he tossed the empty cup into a trash bin and crossed the street. There, a convenience store invited potential customers to come inside with a colorful sign. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and did just that. The bell fixed above the door rang melodiously, announcing his arrival to the clerk. Ignoring the clerk, who was staring at him with wide eyes, Sonny looked around the modest store. There were all kinds of food items on the shelves, from cheap synth-paste rations to more extravagant natural snacks. This district was mostly visited by a somewhat affluent crowd, so there was a lot to choose from. That said, Sonny did not really know what to buy, despite having been an affluent person himself. Once he had rarely visited stores like this. Most of his time had been spent in the dream realm anyway, and here in the waking world he would usually either eat at the academy or cook something up back home. Sonny stared at the shelves for a while. then turned to the window, where a small dining surface was arranged for those who wanted to grab a quick bite right here in the store. Currently, there was only one person sitting in front of the window. It was a pretty young woman in a neat school uniform who was absent-mindedly eating cup ramen while studying the screen of her communicator with a serious expression. She had pale skin and black hair, just like him. In fact, one could even say that the two of them looked quite alike. Sonny cleared his throat and then asked in a neutral tone, "Hey, what's good here?" The girl was distracted from her communicator and turned to him, still engrossed in whatever it was she had been reading. "What?" Then she froze, looking at him with wide eyes. Sonny sighed, already accustomed to such reactions. It had already been a bit bothersome before he transcended, but now that he was a saint, mundane humans were often startled by his appearance. He smiled politely. "I asked what you would recommend. Is that one good?" He pointed to her meal. The girl nodded, acting a little bashful. "Ah, yes, sir. Well, it's better than brat, I guess." Sonny nodded and went on to purchase himself the same type of cup ramen. Pouring boiling water into the cup, he sat down on the chair next to the young woman. There were only chairs there, to be fair, and looked into the window. He was unperturbed, but she seemed to be feeling awkward. After a few moments of silence, the girl asked in a shy tone, "Can I ask, sir, are you an awakened?" Sonny glanced at her, then opened the steaming cup of ramen and picked up his chopsticks. "Oh, sure." He enjoyed the spicy smell, then slurped a generous portion of noodles and chewed them with visible delight. "Wow, you weren't lying. This one is really good." The girl stared at him strangely, and then suddenly asked in a hesitant tone, "I'm sorry, but do I know you?" Sonny looked at her and remained silent for a few long moments. Then he lightly shook his head. No, I don't think you do. I mean, why would you? I'm quite a memorable person, actually. I doubt someone would easily forget meeting me in normal circumstances." While she looked away in embarrassment, Sonny shrugged. "Why do you ask?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's just that you look familiar, sir. I must have mistook you for someone." Sonny studied her for a couple more seconds, then turned away. "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you." He returned to his food while the young woman finished hers. They didn't speak again for a while, but then Sonny suddenly asked, "Are you a local here in NQSC?" The girl looked at him in surprise. Sure, although I'll be moving soon. My dad, he works for the government. So with everything that is going on, he is being sent to a new post. We'll be leaving in a few months." Sonny sighed. "Ah, I see. Actually, I'll be leaving on a long journey soon, too." He smiled and put his chopsticks down, then added in a strangely wistful tone, "Because I'm far away from home." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head and stood up. "Well, anyway, thanks for the recommendation. I'll be sure to repay you when we meet again." The young woman looked at him in confusion, and as she did, a dark serpent flowed from her shadow into the young man's shadow, unnoticed. At the same time, the shadow of the young man split in two. One remained glued to him while the other glided across the floor, hesitated for a moment, and hid in the girl's shadow, replacing the dark serpent. Sonny said a silent goodbye to the happy shadow and smiled. "Stay safe, Rain. I'll see you around." With that, he headed for the door. Startled, Rain rose from her seat and called out, "Wait, sir. How do you know my name?" But the strange awakened was already gone. The bell hanging above the door remained silent, yet the young man was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had never been there at all. All that remained was an empty cup of noodles and lingering feeling of unexplainable familiarity and the vivid memory of their odd first meeting. Sonny stepped out of the shadows a few hundred meters away and sighed, looking up. He had just killed a great demon. Well, technically it was his other self that had done it. His avatars were not beholden to the maximum range of shadow control, so there was a vast distance between them. Currently, Sonny was simultaneously in 3 separate locations. His original body was here in Bastion, enjoying a peaceful life in the company of the gloomy Shadow. He had kept that guy so that people had no reason to ask why he was walking around without a shadow at all. His second self was incarnated by the happy Shadow, keeping an eye on Rain. His last avatar was far away, in one of the most dangerous regions of the dream realm, incarnated by the haughty Shadow. Haughty, naughty, creepy, and crazy were together. Saint, Fiend, Serpent, and Nightmare were with them as well. Unlike the first two, the third, Sunny, knew no peace. He wielded the most power of the three and spent his days in eternal darkness, often clashing with dreadful abominations. Of course, the three of them were actually one person. So Sunny had been enjoying a peaceful morning in Bastion, accompanying Rain, and battling the great demon at the same time, all along. But he had grown good at compartmentalizing over the years, allowing him to at least pretend to live 3 separate lives. So that thing is finally dead, huh? It had taken him almost a month of meticulous preparations to finally attack the abomination in its lair. Sunny had expected to sustain heavy injuries, but the battle ended well. With the demon's death, there was no one left to challenge him in the immediate vicinity of the temple. Sunny lingered for a moment, then summoned the runes. A field of familiar symbols appeared in front of him. The runes themselves might have been the same, but they looked a bit differently. He had designed this whole thing himself, after all, tying the enchantment to his memory, perception, and the black bracelet. So Sunny had taken liberties to change the look and feel of the field of runes to his taste. The runes read: Name, Sunless, True Name, Rank, Transcendent Class, Terror. Shadow Cores, 6-7. Shadow Fragments, 1591-6000. His true name had been lost in the tomb of Ariel, and he could not earn another while banished from fate. As for his shadow fragments, seeing the measly number, which had been very slow to increase in the past 4 years, made Sunny a bit disheartened. But there was nothing he could do about it. He had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures after becoming a saint. Their blood would have been enough to fill the lake surrounding Bastion. The problem was, his soul only grew stronger when he killed corrupted and great abominations, which were not that easy to find, and harder still to survive. So he had only managed to slay a mere 1,000 of those or so. Of course, if anyone heard Sunny being disappointed about only killing 1,000 corrupted and great nightmare creatures, they would have slapped him across the face. But for him, it was a sign that he would not be able to become a Titan anytime soon, unless he found some shadow creatures to hunt, at least. Sadly, Sunny had not discovered any in all these years. It seemed that shadow creatures had gone entirely extinct during or soon after the Doom War. Come to think of it, discounting Fiend, he had never encountered a corrupted shadow creature. Were there none, or had they remained somewhere far away in a place that he wasn't able to find yet? Shaking his head, he glanced back at the runes. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle, Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl. There was no surprise there. Sunny made his living by creating memories, but strangely enough, he was not in a hurry to create many memories for himself. He did not need to seek power in them because he himself possessed tremendous power. With Onyx Mantle and Soul Serpent, most of his needs were met, which was not to say that Sunny did not plan to forge himself new equipment in the future. It was just that what he wanted to create was too ambitious to be crafted in a hurry, and he had only opened up his shop a year ago. For now, the only memories he crafted for himself was the Quintessence Pearl, which was basically an improved version of the destroyed Essence Pearl, and the Handy Bracelet, the poor replacement for the spell. He also modified Ananke's mantle a bit, renaming it the Nebulous Mantle in the process. The Quintessence Pearl and the Handy Bracelet were simply for convenience, but the last one was of vital importance for him. After all, it was the Nebulous Mantle that allowed him to live in Bastion, pretending to be a mere master. If people found out that the humble shopkeeper was a saint, things would become complicated. Sunny turned back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Onyx, Saint, Soul, Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic. The marvelous mimic was what Sonny had called the latest of his shadows, which was created from the modified covetous coffer and the shadow of the mordant mimic. It was the only shadow that he kept with himself in Bastion instead of sending it to his third avatar. The reason was that he needed it. It was next to him right now, actually. The unassuming brick cottage where his shop was located was, in fact, not a cottage. It was the marvelous mimic who had taken the shape of a picturesque house. Its interior existed in a separate dimension, which allowed Sonny to hide a lot of things below ground. His house could also walk, swim, shapeshift, devour intruders, and produce soul coins, among other things. Sonny had lost his home in NQSC after his existence was erased from the tapestry of fate, so he made sure that his new home would be able to follow him wherever he went. Smiling faintly, he glanced back at the runes. They read attributes: Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Soul Weave, Onyx Shell, Fateless. The Master of Shadows had evolved into the Lord of Shadows during his transcendence. Its description was succinct. Shadows recognize you as their ruler. With it, all his abilities had been strengthened and enhanced. The range of his shadow control was now north of 40 kilometers, and he could extend his shadow sense just as far. He could remain the form of an incorporeal shadow indefinitely and cover great distances with each shadow step. The depths and intricacy of what he could manifest wild shadows into had also increased tremendously. In short, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Sonny a demigod, or rather, to call his third avatar a demigod. This version of Sonny was just a modest master with a utility aspect who ran a cafe and sold memories from time to time. All people could call him was harmless. Speaking of running a cafe, the customers would be arriving soon. Sonny smiled and took a last look at the runes. Aspect, Shadow Slave, Aspect Rank, Divine Innate Ability. Shadow Bond, Master, Aspect Abilities, Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, Shadow Incarnation, Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Flaw, Clear Conscience. There was another string at the very end of the field as well. It read, Citadel, Nameless Temple. Those words did not mean that Sonny was anchored in a citadel called the Nameless Temple. They meant that he owned it. It was his citadel, which he had personally conquered and claimed. That was where his third avatar was, and that was the reason he had to kill that great demon. After becoming the lord of a citadel, Sonny also became rather territorial. No nightmare creature was allowed to exist in the vicinity of his temple because there was already an apex predator living there, preparing for the moment when the death zone turned into, well, anyway, that was for his third avatar to worry about this. Sonny had nothing to do with it. Dismissing the runes, he stood up and stretched. It was time to open the shop. Chapter 1593, Pleasant Morning. 1593, Pleasant Morning. Before Sonny went inside, he lingered for a few moments and glanced at the magnificent castle one last time. Then he slowly looked up. Out there, high above the tallest tower of Bastion and slightly to the side, a beautiful island was hovering in the sky, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A great pagoda of pristine white stone rose from it, just as majestic as the colossal ancient fortress, the Ivory Tower. The wandering citadel looked harmonious drifting above Bastion like a satellite. In recent years, its lady and her warriors had been sent to defend remote human enclaves on countless occasions, their fame and renown growing with each improbable victory. The image of the immaculate white tower was slowly becoming a symbol of hope for those besieged by nightmare creatures in the sword domain, which was more than a little bit fitting. Sonny looked at the ivory tower for a few moments, his expression remaining perfectly neutral. Then he averted his eyes and sighed. She has been in Bastion for almost a month now. That is unusual. I thought Anvil would send her to some other god-forsaken battlefield by now. With that, he went to enter the cottage before he could, however. There was a sound of unhurried steps approaching from further down the street. Turning his head, Sonny saw a petite young woman with short, dark hair walking over. She looked sleepy, covering a yawn with a small palm. Unlike most awakened, the young woman stubbornly clung to wearing modern clothes. Her black slacks and white blouse, admittedly, did not stand out in the eclectic fashion of Bastion. Here one was just as likely to meet a person wearing a stylish business suit as a person clad in enchanted armor. The former was even more in vogue considering that it took some effort to transport material possessions from the other side. The young woman stopped and stared at him sullenly. "Hey, boss," Sonny smiled. "Hey, Aiko. It's a wonderful morning, isn't it?" Her expression did not change, but her gaze turned even darker. A moment later, Aiko looked away and sighed bitterly. "I still don't understand why you insist on opening so early. The sun is not even up yet. For the love of God's chuckling." Sonny opened the door he had found Aiko shortly after returning to civilization, which happened about a year ago. Back then, the young woman was barely making ends meet. According to her, her memory shop went out of business because the main inventory supplier disappeared somewhere in Antarctica. It was a curious thing. Aiko seemed to remember that she had had a partner, and even that her partner had been responsible for providing the memories for the shop. However, her memories were vague at best, and her attention seemed to wander away every time she tried to concentrate on who that partner had been. Exactly. She would even forget trying to recollect the details, switching to thinking about something else. That was how the world covered the glaring hole in existence where Sonny used to be. No one remembered that he had existed, and for events that were too important to be entirely forgotten, a vague and abstract substitute took his place. Just some guy, an inconsequential stranger, a fleeting acquaintance, a comrade who had perished long ago, their face and voice erased from memory by the passage of time. People vaguely recognized that someone had been there side by side with them, but as soon as they concentrated on these memories, their minds naturally wandered to other matters. The same went for the material traces he had left in the world. There was that famous movie, for example, The Devil of Antarctica. It had been inspired by his actions during the Southern Campaign. People knew that the main character was based on a real person, but were incapable of thinking deeply about who that person was. So they just assumed that the main character was a representation of the collective heroism of countless soldiers who had perished in Antarctica. Oh, Sonny was dead, officially. Not that anyone knew or remembered, therefore his citizenship status had been revoked, his accounts frozen, and his house in NQSC resold. In short, not only had everyone forgotten him, but they were even incapable of becoming aware of having forgotten him. His smile turned brittle. In any case, Aiko had been reluctant to pledge her allegiance to the legacy clans or the government. She had lost her job as Kai's manager when he enlisted, and the brilliant Emporium was on the verge of going bankrupt. That was when Sonny found her and purchased the ownership of his own business back from her. After all, although the countless nightmare creatures he had slaughtered while aimlessly wandering the dream realm had not given him a lot of shadow fragments, they had provided him with numerous soul shards. He was secretly an extremely wealthy person. Since Sonny needed a capable manager to help him run the Emporium, he hired Aiko once again. Now she was playing the role of his assistant as well as begrudgingly assistant cook. "Come on, the early risers will be here soon." The two of them went to the spacious kitchen and started preparing for the day. Sonny was preparing the ingredients while Aiko went over the books with a frown on her face. "Boss, we are running low on most ingredients. You need to make a trip to the waking world soon, boss. We are not making enough money. We only sold one memory in the last 2 months. What even is the point of calling ourselves a memory boutique? Give me some funds for a marketing campaign. I'm begging you, boss. There will be a delivery from the Beast Farm later today. I still have bruises from dealing with them the last time. You do the honors." Listening to Aiko nagging, Sonny let out a sigh. Running a business wasn't easy, especially while dealing with crafted memories and desperately trying to not attract Clan Valor's attention, as he was almost done with the preparatory work. The first customer finally arrived. It was a familiar face, chapter 1594. Familiar faces. It was still very early in the morning, so the streets of Bastion were mostly empty. However, someone had already come to the brilliant Emporium. As the door opened, a melodious sound spread through the interior of the marvelous mimic. There was a beautiful silver bell affixed above the door, its soft and pleasing ringing welcoming the entering customers. Of course, it was the sonorous silver bell. Sonny looked up from what he was doing, then wiped his hands on his apron and left the kitchen. There was an elderly gentleman standing at the door, dressed in a patchy, enchanted robe. He had messy, gray hair, absent-minded eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. Sonny suppressed a smile. Awakened Julius. "You are here early." The old man looked at him and smiled politely. "Ah, Master Sunless. Well, I am a night owl. Plus, you know what they say, the early bird gets the worm." "Wait? I'm mixing metaphors?" He hesitated for a moment, then coughed. "Sorry. I seem to remember that you dislike birds. In any case, it is nice to see you on this pleasant morning." Sonny nodded. "Likewise." "The usual?" As the old man assumed his favorite spot near the window, Sonny returned to the kitchen. There, he went about making coffee for his former teacher, while at the same time preparing a light breakfast. "We are running low on coffee beans, indeed. I'll have to visit NQSC this week, won't I?" While Brilliant Emporium could not contend with more prestigious restaurants in Bastion, hot beverages like coffee, tea, and hot chocolate were Sonny's selling point. That was because he exclusively used the pure water from the endless spring to brew them, which made each cup especially invigorating. He ground the beans, poured the fragrant powder and a little sugar into a copper sesve, then sent a wisp of essence into the stove and placed the sesve on the fire. The stove had been created by him by reversing the enchantment of a long-destroyed charm of his, memory of fire, which made kitchen work much easier. When the ground coffee heated a little, he took the endless spring off the shelf, poured water into the sesve, and placed it back on the fire. Ideally, he should have been using a pan of heated sand instead of open fire, but, oh well, there were limits to how fancy Sonny was willing to be. While the coffee was brewing, he ignited a second flame and put a pan on it. Then Sonny opened the icebox and took out a few eggs, butter, and a jar of milk. The icebox had also been created and enchanted by him in the best attempt to imitate the luxurious refrigerator he had greatly enjoyed owning in the past. In fact, it was more of a large cabinet than a box, made out of natural wood instead of synthwood. So, in a sense, it was even more luxurious. There was no ice inside either. Instead, the enchantment was the reverse of another charm he had lost. Memory of ice, there was a luminous enchantment, too, activated when the door of the cabinet was open. A third enchantment created a dedicated reserve of essence that powered the first two, so Sonny just had to replenish it once every few months, breaking the eggs with one hand and putting butter on the pan with the other. Sonny mixed the eggs while slowly blending milk in and poured the resulting mass into the melted butter. He waited for the omelet to set, then effortlessly flipped and folded it, finally adding some mushrooms, vegetables, and ham. Well, monster ham, to be precise. Soon a perfectly cooked omelet and a cup of fragrant coffee were ready. Putting them on a tray, Sonny glanced at Aiko, who was still going over the books, and left the kitchen once more. Placing the plate and the cup in front of Teacher Julius, he curiously glanced at the book the old man was reading. Its cover was hidden by a leather jacket, but he knew the title from a glance. It was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel. By nobody, Sonny was the nobody in question, of course. Even though he had lost credit for his previous academic papers, it seemed like a shame to just leave all the knowledge he had accumulated in the third nightmare go to waste. So, even knowing that it would cause some problems, he published an research paper anonymously. He kept the existence of the plagues and everything he discovered in the estuary to himself, though concentrating on the unique culture of the river civilization, and especially on the stories of weave he had heard from Ananke instead. Not only because there were some things that were better left unsaid, but also because some knowledge was simply too dangerous to share. There were very few people in the world who could withstand a mere mention of the forgotten god anyway, while many could be harmed by being exposed to it. However, even with these redacted parts, his report had caused a furor in academic circles. It had caused a furor in some other circles as well, namely among the great clans. There were supposed to only be 6 people who had ventured into the nightmare of the tomb of Ariel, after all. And since none of them was the author of the report, then who the hell was? And how did that person know so much about the Great River? Needless to say, the existence of the exploration report, written by nobody, was under a lot of scrutiny, which was why even a respected professor like Teacher Julius chose to hide its cover under a jacket and read it in the dream realm, as opposed to on his communicator in the waking world. When the old man smelled the delicious fragrance of coffee, he got distracted from his book and looked up. That smell? Ah, I have been looking forward to it all week. Sonny smiled and pointed to the exploration report. Are you reading that report again, awakened Julius? The old man looked around and pressed a finger against his lips. I am. But shh, you know this amazing work is supposed to be banned, Master Sunless. He picked up a fork and sighed dejectedly. Such a travesty. The depth of knowledge and wisdom the author of this remarkable work possesses is truly astounding. Their discoveries and insights have truly overturned our understanding of the history of the dream realm, especially its later stages, not to mention the incredible revelations about the origins of the nightmare spell. They documented such a person should be lauded and celebrated, not hunted. Those legacies are really out of line this time. Sonny smiled politely. Who do you think the author is? Teacher Julius looked thoughtful for a moment. A person of utter brilliance and integrity, no doubt. Well, they should be an old fossil, like me, most likely. Probably one of the first-generation saints. Otherwise, I don't see how they could have survived the harrowing depths of the Great River, let alone avoid being found out by those who are trying to find them. He sighed. Well, a young man like you won't understand, Master Sunless. Being an explorer is a noble calling, you see. Not that there's anything wrong with making an honest living like you do. Gods know I would have been lost without your excellent cooking skills. Please excuse my outburst. This old man was being impolite. Sonny chuckled. No, you're right. Please enjoy your breakfast. With that, he bowed slightly and took a step back. The silver bell rang again, announcing the arrival of the next customer.